now that OBS appears to be picking everything up properly. Okay, now I've got a checklist of where to spam. Checklist of where to spam.
Oh, looks like it's live. Probably mute. No, why am I hearing double?
Sorry, I was checking that the stream was live on Twitch, so the Twitch latency was coming back to the mic.
I was hearing it through you. I also have Twitch open, and I thought it was muted, so I thought I had failed to mute it properly. But there we go. Okay. Turns out I do have a Twitch account. You are now the only thing I follow. I don't think I've ever used it before.
Right on. The more the merrier. Okay, Facebook groups need spammed. This place needs spammed. And sorry to everyone tuning in. It's a little slow for the moment. Just got some setup things to do. Okay, let's go ahead. Let me actually go ahead and get these games kicked off real quick. So this is going to be the upper bracket round 1, and so everyone knows we've got a double elimination tournament set up for the top 8 here. So we've got the Faker against Sempo IPL. We're going for the championship timers. This one is going to be movie block. The tournament that is going to be utilized here is, the first round is going to be movie. So we've got 4 tables. The second one is Basmelis versus Pizdek. Third one is Beezy versus Aaron Butcher. Should have had all this set up. And Skilled versus Chadwick 537. Sempo IPL. What did I misspell here?
Is it Sempol PL? Is that a
Oh, you know what? Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, they're Polish. Okay. All right. So just in a moment here, we should see all those tables pop up. Excellent. So let me just alert the. Okay, so let's see here. So we've got everybody seated according to their performance during the group stage. So we have the one that came in first, the Faker, going up against the one that came last, Simple PL, and then everybody is seated accordingly. So the way this is going to work is that everybody has 2 chances, 2 losses. As soon as you lose the second time, then you'll be knocked out of the tournament. So whoever loses in this round 1 will end up going down to the lower bracket here, and they will start to play PC Fellowship down in this lower bracket. And anybody who wins this round 1 will move on to round 2. So we will run the round 2 of the upper bracket at the same time as the first round of the losers bracket, and then we will pause the winners bracket for a moment and do round 2 of the losers just to let them catch up. And then from there, I think it should be in lockstep until the very end. We will be having a 5-minute break between each match, and we will be having a 30-minute break before the finals between the top two. So, all right. I'm just going to hop into the Faker versus Simple up here. I still have some management things to do, but if you guys want to start talking about it, we can go from there.
Pedrick, can you share your screen into the
Oh,
Gemp
that's
chat?
right. Yes. Let me get that set up in Discord. There. That should be in Discord now.
There it is. Perfect. All right. Well, we have... Hey, hi, everyone. It's D. Stiley here.
It's Balrog69 here too.
And we've got a match between the Faker and Simple PL. That's a great question. No.
All right, so Faker's on top and sprinted to 3 pretty quick.
Has it started?
Yeah, we're in the first game now.
And in fact, if all of these are now public, everybody can see them. So if anybody wants to branch out and check out some of the other games and then alert us here on stream, we can switch over if there is something climactic about to happen.
Yeah.
In fact, I can go ahead and open the other 3 just to have them. Whoops.
Yeah, I'm going to get all 4 just kind of up in a small screen somewhere. Oh no. Oh no, that works.
Let's see. Where did Simple go? Right there. All right.
So it looks like the Faker's running a fairly classic Elfman start. Oh, we're on Simple's Fellowship now. Interesting choice on that Legolas.
Trying to keep my game straight. Which one are we watching? Faker
I think
Simple.
we're on, yeah, Faker Simple again.
Yeah. That is a interesting Legolas choice. I don't see that one very often.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's trying to do something that requires a lot of cycling that otherwise he has trouble with.
His deck doesn't look huge from the... Oh, that can help. That's a non-manager of Wizards way to make Glimpse of Fate go off.
Yep. Yeah, that certainly makes sense. I'm interested to see Gimli Ringbearer with the elves.
Yeah. You feel like that has to be some sort of like wounding, exertions, slaked thirsts, preparations scenario. Otherwise, I'm not sure why you run the Gimli Ringbearer.
Almost certainly shoulder to shoulder as well.
Yeah.
Shoulder to shoulder will help with the heals. I can't imagine they're doing a My Axe is Notched scenario here, but...
Never know.
Yeah, this is interesting to see. So, Simple, at the very least, has changed his deck. I played him in the group stage, and this is not the deck I played against. I don't know how many people have fully rotated what they were playing.
Yeah, obviously I didn't end up making it through, but I was planning on rotating my deck. I took a gamble going with a kind of like tried and true deck, and the kind of like fun, funky deck was going to have been saved for this stage if I made it. So I wonder if anyone else took that kind of an approach.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I hadn't had enough time to test multiple decks along the way. I haven't played nearly as much lately, so I just had the one ready to go. But it's nice to see some variety. Looks like Elves and Men is the most common fellowship amongst these tables. I've got all 4 up, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. About half the players are playing some variant of Elves and Gondor.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
one Dauntless Hunter, one Dwarves, etc., one Ents, etc.
And then Simples
Lots of
here, which we haven't seen
colours.
kick off yet, but can somebody help me out? I don't read Tangwar. Which Arwen is this?
That's each minion skirmishing R1 is -2 for each wounded minion you can spot one.
Okay. So definitely doing something with either maneuver wounds or planning for consistent archery here.
Yeah. Presumably, given that Legolas is currently bearing a bow, more elf companions to follow.
Oh, I wonder if that's why Gimli Ringbearer's in here. His axe, as soon as he gets 3 threats, gives an extra archery
With
as well.
the threats, he becomes an archer as well, and he's not quite as frail.
Right. You can, of course, give Galadriel a bow, but then you can't get a 5th archer out of 4 elves and Gimli.
Yeah, and she'll also is, depending on how you do it, a little more susceptible to corruption because as your elves start dying, here the resistance goes down. Usually, if you can keep Gimli's toys on him, they'll be all right. Or
That's
resistance.
very fair, yeah.
Stand against the darkness. Bye, troll. Or sorry, not stand against the darkness. Yeah, it is stand against the darkness. I read it right.
Yeah, it's probably a good tech card for something at this level. I'm seeing at least 3 besiegers on the shadow sides. Or maybe not all besiegers, but 3 red orcs here.
Yeah, I've got the Chadwick game up as well, and that looks like he's running red orcs, although it looks maybe more roaming orc brute strength rather than besiegers.
Yeah, and Breezy was just playing some red orcs as well. They're off the board at the moment, so I'm scrolling up to see if I can't right click and figure out what they were. Advanced Marauder. So kind of again roaming style, perhaps.
I'm doing a bunch of like posting and
Is
stuff, so they're
Aaron
commentating.
the only one who seems like he's going for corruption at the moment?
Yeah, Aaron's got. I haven't been watching his shadow. He's got some red orcs and golem out at the moment. He's put a lot of burdens out already. Though Breezy's run to 6 very fast, so
it looks like that initiative initiative strong orcs who also add burdens build or something
Yep.
along those veins.
That's the only corruption I'm noticing so far. Ooh, if we switch over to the Bazamel Pie Deck game, Sauron's been played.
Ooh. Love that.
So rare to see him actually on the table and not just used for telepathy. That's great.
I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like most of the time he just hangs out in the hand and the top of the draw deck, and you just keep seeing him getting revealed but never played.
Yep.
Is Treebeard the strongest companion out there without any weapons attached?
I think he's the strongest base companion. I can't think of any that are 13.
Yeah.
There's several that can get past 13 once they've got their toys.
Yeah.
We can actually answer that question using the wiki's advanced search here. So I'm going to turn the filters to companion and then come down to the stats, and we'll change it to strength is greater than or equal to 10. Or now let's go up with 12 since he's 12 and see what we get. Treebeard. Yep. Looks like he's definitely the strongest base power companion.
Toss on an Enraged and an Entmoot, and he's massive. I'm interested. Aaron Britcher has Golem Old Villain out. It's not a version of him you see very often. He's currently just tossing cards left and right to boost him up.
Yeah, that must be some sort of like cycle deck thinning thing. Ostensibly, he's digging for whatever gets him the last few burdens there before Sam shows up, and this, and a Frodo suicide happens.
I wonder if he's actually building a swarm hand. He's just churning through his deck. He's got to discard Smeagol as well. He's down to 18 cards already.
Yeah, a lot of the decks I've seen him play in the past are a bit bomby, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was something brewing, as the folks say.
I think these are the orcs that if you get enough of them out and you get one kill on a companion by overwhelming them, you get, I think, like 6 or 9
It's 3 per overwhelm,
or 3 per overwhelm, but per orc. So
yeah.
If you got several of those in your hand and enough orcs to swarm to get an overwhelm on Arwen or whatever here.
Yeah, exactly. One overwhelm can do you in.
Because he's clearly not going for a fellowship victory. Maybe he's just not set up properly, but he's so far behind you. There's nothing he's doing. I almost wonder if Breezy is better off not playing a minion so he can't cycle with Smeagol.
I know.
Yeah, I've found that. Yeah, once in a while you find that to be true against like decks that are very cycle heavy, or especially any of the mill decks. If you just like don't give them the chance to mill, it also negatively impacts their shadow side.
Yep.
I was saying D Staley before that it always feels so evil when a person commits themselves to a shadow win. Like it's like really you're not even gonna try and do the right thing and destroy the ring. You're just gonna go for the evil side straight off.
I'm feeling very attacked right now. I feel like a game where I ran to the end was a game where I lost, like where my opponent did worse than me, as opposed to me actually doing better. But obviously, everyone has different viewpoints on it.
Yeah, she feels the exact opposite. To her own detriment, she'll try and forge ahead with her.
It doesn't feel like I won if I killed the ring bearer. It feels like I committed a sin.
But the sin feels so good.
All right, BZ did play an orc, so Aaron's going to be able to cycle along with Smeagol.
Yep.
I suspect BZ's next move we're going to want to watch. Betting that the bomb's coming if it's going to happen at all.
Yeah, it feels like it's pretty make or break.
Yeah, it's way too dangerous to wait till Site 9 if
I mean, unless it's that. What's the name of the Site 9 that forces you to put on the ring?
Oh, maybe.
He's not far off from that. He doesn't have the threats to get the 2 free burdens with the Golem site. Right. Unless he adds them.
Toss a single Ring Wraith and Twilight out there and drop 4 Wraith Worlds. If he cycled his deck this far, guarantee that he's got it in his hand.
He's got like what 7 birds, so only needs 1 more for Site 9 to do that. And then there's really not much you can do. BZ doesn't have any archers or seemingly much of a way to take down minions pre-skirmish.
Yeah. I don't see any maneuver wounded coming out of him so far. He doesn't have the fellowship for it at the moment. Son of Handfest could put a big chunk of stress on that, though.
Again,
I mean, he's really 6 cards left. I mean, if that's the hand, then he's probably got it.
Yeah.
BZ's only got 4 companions, so if he gets out 5 or 6 minions.
Yeah. Yeah. So Aaron, right here, he's gonna toss everything he can to draw the last 6 cards, assuming he doesn't already have everything he needs for his bomb.
Yep, that seems to be it. Whatever he doesn't need is going away. Guess those 7 were all essential.
I mean, if you got the hand, you got the hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see what it is. Predictable sight, but doesn't have the threats for it. Wraith and Twilight.
So if he is going for you have to put on the ring.
So yeah, he'll have it now at site 9 if he's been hoarding Wraith World. Because now
Yep.
Frodo's at 8 burdens, right? He's been hoarding Wraith
yeah,
World. Because now Frodo's at 8 burdens, right?
He just dropped what he needed to kind of cycle more cards in his hand, add a few more burdens with It Wants to Be Found.
Yeah.
I quite like this shadow.
It's cheeky. Bold move to just commit that hard to your shadow and just take some like choke solid dwarves and just single move away while your opponent runs to site 9. I like the confidence.
Yeah, he did double jump on his last fellowship turn. I'm not sure what the reason for that was.
Interesting.
You know, if he's doing what we think he's doing, doesn't seem like there's much reason to risk that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, you can't even catch up. I don't know of anything other than Gondor that can make the move limit that high.
Oh yeah, I mean, if he dropped an elf and Gandalf at the same time, he could start increasing it, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
It's not.
That's not his site.
Interesting.
I'm color surprised. Initiative. That's 2 more. Oh, the ring is mine. The ring is mine. There it is. That was the bomb. The ring is mine. Corrupted.
Corrupted through the 12 resistance Frodo. Like that straight up burned through as much as you possibly could.
The Faker running a different spin on Twilight goals. Or sorry, is that Sempo? Sempo looks to be running the Twilight goals.
Yep, and the Faker probably took a risk against that in Quay and is now going to pay for it.
Who do you kill at this point if you have Enquia?
Quite possibly Faramir. Or Boromir. I mean, he could just take the vitality. Oh, no, well.
Well, I mean, if he's playing Nazgul, Zarwin can be very annoying.
Yeah.
Although that one...
This is only for Fierce, so it's only the...
Yeah, it doesn't... Not against the Twilights.
Yeah. And now
well,
Legolas
if you've got a Fell
totally
Beast in there, it makes a difference.
That is true.
You know, Fell Beast on the Twilight Witch King really makes them kind of viable in movie.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because that's what I ran last week.
Yeah, I had some fun with that last week as well.
I'm interested to see the initiative Red Orcs mixed in with the Twilight goals on the Faker Simple game.
Yeah, didn't seem like he got what he wanted initiative-wise, but...
Yeah, I wonder if there's splashes or if he's got some mechanism to get initiative that we're not seeing yet.
Yeah, I mean, they also may be in there just as a kind of a hope and a prayer, and the ring is mine as well. Because
Hmm,
the Twilight Nazgul will do plenty to add burdens, and if you double that up with the ring is mine, that
that's
seems
true.
to be how Aaron just won. Some version of that.
I wonder if the card draw is just to force the Free People's player to gain initiative and make it harder for them to lose initiative with Manager of Wizards and such.
Interesting.
I think I'm missing the card draw that you're referencing.
So the Gorgoroth Stormer here says if you have initiative, exert this minion to add a burden and make the Free People's player draw a card.
Oh,
So if you force their card amount to go
Oh,
up, then it's harder for them to discard down and lose initiative and then trigger all those, what is it, Glimpse of Fate and all those others.
yeah, I wonder if it's also like if you do shenanigans like putting Gothmog's Warg on that guy, then he can't do it twice if you push them from 3 up to 4 or something.
Yeah.
Or if you have more than one of them, the same thing could apply unless you have that other tracker who, when he spots another orc, you have initiative regardless. Chadwick's skilled game seems interesting at the moment. A lot of roaming orcs beating up on some Dauntless Hunter.
I'm really surprised to see Dauntless Hunter at this event. After the hit he took, I was not expecting to see him, at the top of the
Yeah,
table.
being able to always play the zero cost conditions and events was such a big blow to him.
Mm-hmm. Well, and even being able to play, the one costs when you only have one Twilight there.
Yeah,
is,
true, exactly.
the number of times where I only have the one event that I'm looking to play, and I don't have 2 extra for it. But
Yeah,
I,
exactly.
you
Yeah,
know,
exactly. Man, this is a pickle.
So to anyone just finding out about this, Dauntless Hunter, when it was printed by Decipher, simply said every shadow event and shadow condition was Twilight cost +1 per Unbound Hobbit, so Merry and Pippin. And it made things extremely choky and difficult to play. It kind of had a permanent effect on the arc of the game itself. A lot of shadows moved away from conditions and events unless it was so overwhelmingly powerful that it let you deal with something like Dauntless Hunter. So the PC issued an errata that instead makes it so that instead of it being a cost that you have to pay up front, it is a cost that you pay on the back, which, as the other commentators have said, this makes it easier to get low-cost events and conditions out.
And let's not forget the +2, the 2 limit on it, which tamed him and expanded where you could have more than 2 Unbound Hobbits.
Right. So Phial of Galadriel was used to wipe out Advanced Captain, which said that each roaming auxiliary minion is damage +1. So using that, he's going to lose a bunch of skirmishes, but he's not going to take extra wounds from all the damage bonuses. So that's interesting.
That's a compelling use of File. That's a good shout.
However, we also have Advanced Regular here that makes them all fierce. So
Yep.
so he's
And
going to have to deal
Marauder,
with them
he
twice.
can...
And then the Marauder going up to try and go for the Overwhelm, on Legolas.
hard to blame him there.
Good old Grinch over here.
Yes.
I can never unsee the Dr. Seuss face.
Yeah, it's true.
I hadn't seen it until now.
Glad I could poison your mind.
Curse me with that.
So we've got quite a few people tuning in. I just want to go ahead and throw it here into the chat that we are going to be doing some giveaways today during this event. We are going to be handing out quite a few prizes. So if you want to get in on that, go ahead and sign up on that form. And we will get you added to the wheel, which we will be spinning here in a bit. We have probably about 15 different prizes, I think. So we'll be doing that a lot. Just haven't gotten to it yet because the event's just started. So this R1's getting set up to be quite the beast. Base 10 strength, that went up against a fierce minion, she'll be 13. Just got that Tail of Gilgalad on Legolas. Regular Gatling gun.
Man, Faramir can be so clutch against these Easterling. Just having another ringbound companion to assign to.
The inability to play skirmish events also keeps him completely safe from Red Wrath or
Yeah, exactly.
that style of quick kills.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't get those extra burdens. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Spot another Eastling, not a bird. No, well, that one already would have triggered.
Basmelis, his deck game looks interesting at this point. Quite a few minions out at site 8 here.
I feel like nothing has moved on his end for a little while. Are we?
There's only a minute 48 into the assignment. That could be make or break here on the assignment.
Yeah, doing the math.
Yeah.
What's the timeout in this event for 10 minutes? Okay. I think that's it's a good amount of time. That
Dang it,
5-minute
I just
timeout
realized
has gotten me before we had a tricky assignment phase.
I just realized that I was muted on the stream. Dang it! So to re-explain that, the timeout is 10 minutes per player. You only have a total of 20 minutes per player, so that is half of your time. But if you feel the need to spend that time doing tricky assignments or whatnot, that is available to our players here.
Bakir over Radagast is also an interesting choice in that game. Like to see the Visa cards represented.
Which one? Sorry.
Gwahir for the move limit rather than Radagast.
Oh yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got the V1 Gray here in here. That now this one, I have actually seen used more for mind games than actual move limits. Because the shadow player may take up to 2 shadow cards into hand from the discard pile. So if you're bluffing, if you do this during the regroup phase and make them draw probably 2 shadow cards into their hand and then just reconcile, they have now screwed themselves over on the Free People's side. So yeah. That's not really what we intended while we were designing it, but I'm okay with more mind games.
Yeah, his ability to heal as well when you're ahead is nice.
Yeah.
Lets you run a little bit more safely.
Although, heal a companion with the Gandalf signet. The only Gandalf signet character he has is Frodo. Gandalf himself is Aragorn's signet, and the rest of them do not have
that's true.
signets. So maybe now we don't know what all was in his dead pile, so we can double check that. Yeah, all ends. So apparently that is not going to come much into play. Although a free heal on Frodo isn't nothing.
I mean, he's facing Easterlings at the moment, so any stray archery can land on Frodo and get cleaned up. It's certainly not something to be unhappy about.
Big N19 in chat says, yeah, Grey Hair has also been good for healing Frodo. Yeah, nice against Morks. That's probably true. Absorb some of that threat damage and other such. Oh, what happened here? So the Faker did make it to Site 9 and managed to win his match. The other two are still ongoing. Basmelis versus Pizdek and Skilled versus Chadwick.
Yeah, the Faker's match actually ended a little while ago. I think, unfortunately for Sempol, he just didn't have a hand to play at the end there.
Yeah.
It's always the rough one when your opponent walks to Site 9, and even if you're going to lose, you can't contest, can't make that good show at the end. It's one of the hardest losses I find in this game.
Yeah, it can be very tricky. Trying to get the balance right on how many cards to include in your deck, because you don't want to be wasteful, but at the same time, yeah, you can end up decking yourself at the end and then handing out a free win.
Yeah, and the luck of the draw is always an issue too. If you finish your own regroup phase as the Fellowship player and then draw 7 Fellowship cards, it's just sometimes there's nothing you can do.
Yep.
It's why like the final table here will be, I believe, 2 out of 3. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Here we go with Easterling Captain coming out, removing some of the threats on the table to add more Twilight. Raider Bo making him ambush 5 and an archer on the Easterling army, which means that that's 5 Twilight that's going to be added for Easterling Captain to utilize, which means that we're probably looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 uses of Easterling Captain's ability. So that's going
Unless
to be...
you just shoot down one of them and then put it on Faramir.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it could also be a bluff for Red Wrath to come through on here.
Yeah, so there's Legolas saying, nope, we're not going to let that extra Twilight come into play, and then, like you're saying, just put Captain on Faramir, let him take his lumps, and then there's no chance for Red Wrath, no chance for the ability to use the skirmish.
Yeah.
However, that is going to pretty much guarantee, I think, that moving to 9 is going to be very dangerous if you've got a... Oh, no, never mind. They're going to go ahead and...
We are at 9 in the Bazimel's Pizdek game.
Oh.
So what do we have going on here? We've got...
Yeah, 4 archery just loaded the wounds up on Bazimel's Fellowship. But I think, unless there's a trick I've missed, that he's going to be able to withstand the hits here.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's
not enough threats on the table for, a Red Wrath type kill to
matter.
make a difference, nor is there the Twilight for it.
Nope.
I think, he put the 1 ring on just to be safe anyways. So he can soak up 6 threats with the 1 ring and still be fine-ish.
Is there a way of telling without going back up through the logs to see when the 1 ring is being worn?
No, that's probably something we should put on, so that there's like an icon or something that indicates that the ring's currently being worn.
Even if just on the right click, the same way you see like alerts is fierce, would be useful.
Okay, Basmelis wins that game, and so and looks like Skilled has conceded. So, all right, so that is round 1 all finished. So let me do some. All right, 5 minutes until the next one. So let's see. We are currently at 17:38. Okay, and I've finished most of my maintenance stuff that I had to be taken care of here at the end, so hopefully I can be more present and we can try to make these a little more directed. So, as a result of the games here, I probably should have kept some of these open. Let's see, so Basmelis won his match. So let's see here. So Basmelis... Okay, hang on. Let's report scores. Verify the winner. Basmelis wins. And then Skilled conceded, so Chadwick was the winner of their match. Oops. No. Alright, Chadwick's the winner there, and unfortunately I have already forgotten the other 2, so let me take a look in the database real quick and see what...
I think Aaron won his.
Aaron won.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Aaron had the...
Faker won.
Yeah, let me just double check.
Are we taking bets or just being nice?
Hey, I'm okay with people wanting to...
I had some bets on who was going to make it to the top 8. I had not talked with anybody about trying to figure out who we think is going to win.
I bet I was at the top of your list for making it. Best known player on game.
Most improved player.
So a number of the people that were on my list did make it. Cause, of course, didn't end up competing. I did have Staley. I was surprised that you were not in that
Flattered.
list.
He was on my list too. I was so gutted for him. We were just hoping we weren't going to have to play each other.
Yeah.
We did end up having to do that in a couple of the qualifiers, and it was
like
brought dissension into the household.
Yeah, I can
I can't
imagine.
play against him in the morning because he'll always beat me, and then I'll just be upset with him for the rest of the day.
The time you qualified, you beat me in.
I did.
And won that tournament to qualify.
It was quite heroic of me.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, while we are waiting, let's do a couple of spins of this wheel. Let's see if there have been anyone that has... So nobody's signed up yet. Oh, there's one person coming in actually, so let me put this link back into chat so that everyone can see it. So everyone who's watching, we are going to be handing out a whole bunch of door prizes today, so if you want in on that action, go ahead and sign up on the form that has just been posted into the Twitch chat. We do have a couple of people that have added their names to the list, so let's go ahead and throw you in here. Now, I've actually got two wheels here because we have a lot of prizes, and so rather than trying to decide what order we're going to do them all in, we are just going to do it this way. So I also want to give a shout out to Category 1 Games and Card Game Geek especially. They have donated a lot of prizes here for us to use today. Many of which you can see here. There are a lot of a lot of vouchers for the Card Game Geek store and one for Category 1 Games. And we also have the physical product that is going to be donated by Card Game Geek. And then we also have some DGMA t-shirts that are going to be going out. And we have one particularly special thing here. So Skilled has decided that he does not want his physical product. So we don't know what level he's going to get to, so we are going to be auctioning that off as one of the prizes. So if he makes it only within the top 6, then there will only be one batch. But because the people that make it into second and first place end up with additional prizes, we will do a second spin-off if he ends up making his way into the finals. But otherwise, so that particular one right now is going to represent 4 Battle of Helm's Deep booster packs and 1 Mines of Moria starter pack. But that could end up going up and getting split if he makes it up into these higher echelons.
Oh,
Very cool.
Very cool.
So first, let's go ahead and spin the wheel for what the prize itself is going to be. Actually, let's do 2 of these today. Oh. Okay, so this is for one of the D player shirts.
Nice.
And it is going to be Phil Prince. You've won a prize.
All right.
All right, now let's do one more. I see that a couple more people have added their names, so let me get them added here to the end. Looks like it's going to be one of the vouchers. And this is going to go to... Ring Bearer.
Ring Bearer, woo! I like the little applause sound effects on the wheel of names document.
They cheer so we don't have to. Okay, let's go ahead. It looks like it's past time, so let me go ahead and get those pages up. Just being overly slow today. All right, so we're in the league admin. Now let's get these set up. So we've got. Let's go ahead and set up the winners bracket first. So we'll get the Faker and Basmelis. This is going to be upper brackets. No, sorry, this is round 2 for the upper bracket. And this will take me a moment, so I'm going to hop off the mute myself.
I don't have enough screens to keep Gemp chat and Twitch and all the games going. Trying to keep up. It looks like Chadwick and some of the others are itching to get into the next one.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've got a couple devices on our end as well. Trying to keep an eye on the screens on one laptop and then participate in the stream from another.
Yep. Yeah, I've got 2 with my desktop here, and that is more than enough. But a lot of
I have
things to
no
juggle
idea
with this
you
one.
have to do this by hand, one by one.
I don't think we normally do, but I think for this like custom tournament that we're doing, I think like the Swiss ones we did last week, and we usually do for like weekend leagues, automatically do the pairing mostly. But I think
Gotcha.
Keter has put a fair amount of custom dev into making sure that this plays out in exactly the format we want for the final here.
Yeah, it should be acknowledged for anyone who's not aware just how much work Keter has put into this. Really, none of this would have happened well without everything he's done.
You should get him a trip to New Zealand.
I mean, sure. Why New Zealand in particular?
Just see
because of the Lord of the Rings.
Tour all the sets.
Oh, right, of course. I don't know. Exactly. It's the only time we could do it.
Well, I'm happy to do it. All right, so now we have simultaneously we have the upper bracket round 2 going on and the lower bracket round 1. So anyone who loses in this lower bracket is going to end up getting eliminated, and anybody who loses in the upper bracket will make their way down to the lower bracket. So let's. This is almost up. 1, 2, 3, 4. So for the upper bracket, at the moment, we have the Faker versus Bismelis and Chadwick 537 versus Aaron Brucher. And then in the lower bracket, we have Pizdick versus Simple PL and Skilled versus Beezy. So in the lower bracket, they will be playing PC Fellowship, and in the upper bracket, they are continuing to play PC Movie. This should make the lower bracket go a little bit faster because PC Movie or PC Fellowship games often in casual matches only go around 20 minutes. So
yeah, I feel like we saw that last week as well in the first round of the World Series that the Fellowship matches were quite swift.
Yeah, and there's going to be more lower bracket matches, so we may as well take that. All right, so we have someone actually using Bag and Study, which is one of the V cards. When the Fellowship moves from here, you may exert a Shire Companion to play a Shire Condition. And so there he is pulling out Elbreth Gilthoniel, so teching up against Nazgul, it looks like. But that was an awful lot of Twilight to get dumped. We had Aragorn and Gandalf and all sorts of stuff. So now we have Lurtz coming out with a Troop of Uruk-hai. Lurtz is going to be fierce. It might end up a little bit of a carnage here.
I mean, barring Savagery Match Their Numbers or similar events, I think his deck has enough vitality to get through it.
If he's holding Alerts' Battle Cry, he could grab a sneaky kill on the Fierce Skirmish.
Yeah.
And that could be big this early in the game.
But if you take a risk with like Troop of Uruk-hai versus Arwen or Legolas, if you get through there, Lurtz fights Aragorn, Lurtz fights Gandalf, probably no one dies. Yeah, I think he is taking the risk putting Troop against Arwen. This is where Savagery...
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have the Twilight for
Savagery could kill
Savagery.
you
This is PC.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
because Savagery is now 2 and Lurtz's is 1. So actually, it looks like he's pretty safe from any events at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
Bread from Battle still could have...
Bread for Battle could be
been
used.
big
That's
against
right.
Arwen, but clearly it wasn't.
A lot of lumps to take at site too, but he survived.
Well, and he got a nice setup out of it.
Yeah, nice
Even
setup.
though he's not taking the double jump, he's got
Oh, certainly
probably
not.
all
Like,
the companions he's going to need.
so
Oh,
we've
man.
already got more than 5 wounds on the table, which for a shadow player is always a success to have that at round 2. So once we get to site 3, there's going to be even more probably put on there, and so this I think is going to compound unless just the raw strength of the fellowship here adds up.
Katura, we probably want to switch to the Faker and Basimels. We might be
I was
about to
just about to
see
say.
Oh
a
dear.
Site 2 game end.
Oh man. Okay,
It's-
so we have the Faker. No, sorry. Basmelis is down here playing Ents, and we have the Faker dumping down a bunch of trolls. We have Troll of Kareth Gogol coming out. We have Grond on the table,
Gron.
ready to probably take out Gandalf's staff or Elrond. Either
Mm.
one. We've got plenty of tokens up here.
I mean, he does have the defender +1 on the Ent Horde, but can Frodo even survive here?
I don't
It's
know if
60.
Frodo can.
So you put the 2 trolls on Ent Horde. Let's see. So you put one of the weenies, one of the Strength 9 guys on Frodo, and he can only get up to 5. But then you have to make sure that none of these abilities,
Marauder, yeah. The Marauder can pump anybody.
Right. If he does the Marauders first, he
He
needs
can
to make
take
sure
out
he
one
wins
damage.
it.
Yeah.
But
And if
I
that
don't.
last, if he has a, he could theoretically overwhelm the Marauder or force him to use his own strength against Treebeard if he has a Servant of the Secret Fire, which I think he's running.
that
That's
would make
true.
sense.
Gandalf can obviously just cancel out and not die. But yeah, how Frodo, and they're all damage +1,
Yeah.
which is
Well, and
damage plus
Frodo can-
rolls.
they're
Yeah,
also
Frodo
all
can-
big enough by themselves to overwhelm Frodo.
Well, so he has the this
Yeah.
particular
Yeah.
ring, so he'll actually be Strength 5, which is which is enough to hold out from a. Oh man, Warrior also has
No,
a.
Warrior can debuff
Whoa.
whoever he's facing.
And
Frodo can't
Marauder
fight the
can pump
Warrior.
any roaming
can bump
minions.
himself.
So
So unless, I mean, if he has 2 Servant of the Secret Fire, he could get out of it.
How did he get enough Twilight to play all these?
I mean, it's the Wizard is never
Treebeard
late.
plus
Treebeard
Horde.
and Horde. I've ran a similar deck, and you can easily throw out 35 Twilight for Site 2. You're just hoping they can't take advantage of it.
which
Yeah.
obviously they had a banger hand.
Sometimes they can.
The Faker's down to only
What
one
a-
card.
Grond plus those 6 minions.
I don't know if Grond matters here.
If
No.
Basmelis is able to thread the needle here, then Grond will be able to take out Gandalf's staff and take out Elrond, which will be wonderful because then if he wants to play Elrond again, he has to pay the 4 cost again. So that's got to be why there was so much. You had a 4 cost Elrond. You probably had Servants of the Secret Fire used. And in fact, we can take a look here. Yeah, Servant of the Secret Fire was used. There were 3 copies of A Wizard is Never Late. Maybe,
Yeah, it's cheeky. Usually it works really well. He tends to, when he burns with Save from the Fire, he doesn't get the companions. He gets A Wizard is Never Late to double down on the filtering so that his Dunling becomes all the more effective.
It's very clever.
And check this out. So Council of the Wise is also a new V card, but that means that he double paid for Elrond. Spot Gandalf to reveal an elven ally from your draw deck. You may add X to take that ally into hand, where X is that ally's Twilight cost. So he paid 4 to put him in his hand, and then 4 to play him on the table. And Grond, it looks like, is just going to take him out. So it's going to be all for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's certainly taking his time trying to trying to think through. Is there anything that he can do? We don't know what's in his hand. Yeah, hopefully Servant of the Secret Fire. Hopefully something else. Although actually, we could scroll up here and we could take a look. Was there
The Servant of the Secret Fire could get him out of it. I don't see any other way to do it.
Would he need 2 though?
Yeah, because you need 1 to make Treebeard overwhelm or force Advanced Marauder to use his bump, and then another 1 for Frodo to survive against the Warrior.
No, Frodo can't survive against the Warrior.
Sorry, for Frodo to survive against the
So hang on. Faker only has 1 card left in hand. So discard a card from your hand to make a companion skirmishing this minion's strength +1. Oh, for each other orc you can spot. All right. So that's minus 3.
Yeah.
So he can only trigger it once, but
yeah. So 2 Servant of the Secret Fire so then that Frodo could survive against the captain or the slaughterer, and Treebeard could force the marauder to either be overwhelmed or use his own ability to not die.
Is the captain what you were saying was a Dr. Seuss character?
That's the
The
marauder.
marauder here.
Oh, right.
It's got that
Right.
scratch
Looks quite a bit like the Grinch.
Definitely.
You're a mean one, Mr. Marauder.
Yeah.
So scrolling up through the log, it looks like Save from the Fire was used to pull Council of the Wise, The Wizard is Never Late, and Gandalf's Staff. So if he has any Servant of the Secret Fires, it's something that he naturally drew and did not equip himself with. Now, normally, Gandalf's Staff would have been enough to get out of most situations. You can use that to...
Yeah, if they come at you with Easterling Captain at Site 2 with an infinite amount of Twilight. All right, here it is.
So we have the Trolls on the Ant Horde. We have the Marauder going up against Lindenroot.
It's an interesting choice.
So you're going to get
very.
one wound on Marauder unless he exerts himself to make himself stronger. But either way, that's one wound on Marauder that cannot be used to pump someone up.
Yeah, so Slaughterer was going to be a 13. Just on the table. Who knows what else is coming.
And unfortunately, it's this Treebeard and not... Or is that an expanded Treebeard that allows you to...
Yeah, that is the exert for each amount stronger you are one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing of expanded.
Ah, okay. So Warrior was put up against Gandalf, so that if it gets within...
Does it? Forces
Gonna
the
have to use the
cancel.
staff.
Yeah, so now he has to use the staff, but now there's no more cards in hand, so the Faker cannot use Warrior's ability again. Wow, combined 30
The Warrior's
strength,
ability only
damage
applies
plus
to
4.
who he's...
Bye-bye Horde.
Alright, moment of truth here.
There's the Servant.
Ah,
Does he have 2?
Well, now he can use the... So that's going to get him up to
Right,
5.
but Marauder's going to
But
exert.
we have to
Marauder's going to exert.
back.
Yep, that's that.
Oh!
Well, Site 2. Site 2 destruction at the top 8.
Wow. Sometimes that Twilight Bomb does come back to haunt you.
Yeah.
It's a risk that everyone is so used to taking, but sometimes,
Woo.
sometimes your Twilight Pool
crazy.
is
You see it.
Yeah.
writing
so
a
this
check that your
BZ
deck
game-
can't cash.
Point to it. You got is his deck a solo Frodo and Aragorn deck?
It might be.
Yeah, that solo Frodo Aragorn choke deck.
Well, it's not choking well enough if the Troll and Balrog are both on the table.
That's true, and there's nothing in the... So hang on. Let's
Oh, no. Troll and Balrog are his.
On the table against Skilled, yeah.
They're
right,
against
okay.
Skilled, yeah,
BZ is currently Fellowship. Gotcha. All right, so Skilled, that's right. Skilled is playing Moria, and we have... Yeah.
Is there armor out there? Is that Ethelis?
That is
Aragorn.
armor. Yeah,
Okay.
so that's going to be able
works.
to negate some of the damage plus 1. So that's an easy choice there. Interesting.
We got some Hobbit Stealth.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's probably got a
almost
stealth
yeah,
event.
almost certainly has a Hobbit stealth.
So
Yeah.
this Fellowship lock is still allowed.
Yep.
Is it not allowed in movie?
Well, it doesn't
It's allowed,
work
but it
because
doesn't do anything. Or rather, it only gives you plus 2
Oh.
strength instead of canceling the skirmish. So yeah, we've
Yeah,
almost.
exactly.
Oh, wait a minute!
Oh.
What? Oh,
He's
He
He
handing it
decides
off.
to sacrifice Frodo this early, huh?
Wow.
That's certainly a choice.
I mean, I guess Moria isn't gonna try and corrupt you. So
I mean, it's
maybe
definitely
it's
not.
the way.
But what would make Sam better than Frodo for the rest of this? He's got fewer burdens, he's got the same stats. Son of Hamfast is gonna, I mean, maybe he's running Rosie, so potentially Sam's gonna be 1 point stronger than Frodo would have been.
A really weird inclusion in the Last Alliance deck, but you never know.
Oh, right, yeah.
And here we have Skilled throwing in a bunch of people to bolster up his numbers as he moves into Site 5. Oh, and so we have the use of the Not Feared in Sunlight, so I wonder if BZ here is playing Nazgul. So this is actually the first time that I've seen the new errated version of this. So unlike most errata, this was a buff as opposed to a nerf. So discard this condition to make each Nazgul strength -4 until the regroup phase. So what that means is you can hold on to it as long as you need to, and then decide which fellowship phase that you're going to discard.
Nice.
What was it before?
The original
Discard this
version
at the end of
would we would play on the table and make Nazgul strength -4 and then self discard during the regroup phase. So this one allows you to hold on to it.
The Aaron Chadwick game just got interesting. Son of Hamfast came to the party and took off quite a few burdens. And
he got
Chadwick
helpless right away, though.
Yeah, Chadwick seems to be doing the opposite of Aaron's previous opponent and not going fast. They're just pacing it across the site path.
Yeah, Morgul Skulker used to put 2 copies of It Wants to Be Found back in his deck. Yeah, that's certainly got to be what the goal is here again.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Last time he beat them not with It Wants to Be Found, but with the Sauron burden adding.
The ring is mine.
Several It Wants to Be Found, though. Those work well together.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. And there's that Mortar Fighter gives you initiative for the Gorgoroth Stormer.
Oh,
yeah.
He bounce this thing. He can just infinitely bounce helpless with Vilya if he's keen to keep Vilya in his hand.
Ringwraith and Twilight I feel like is a very good V-card addition as well.
I love the Ringwraith and Twilight.
Yeah.
That's a great card.
Twilight Nazgul definitely suffered from too many unique characters, which the regular Black Rider helped with.
Yeah, for sure.
It was pretty easy design space to think, okay, we just need some kind of non-unique Twilight Nazgul.
Well, and something a little bit cheaper too was nice.
Yeah.
If it was non-unique in that kind of 5-6 cost point, like they've got so much there already, so a 4 cost was a really nice add.
Yeah.
So if Chadwick's healing game keeps up to keep Son of Fanfest healed up every turn, I don't know if Aaron's going to be able to get the burdens.
Yeah, I mean, well, the other thing is that Aaron's going to have to decide if he just wants to live with a 7-card hand, because they'll keep bouncing helpless. Absolutely. I mean, if you're Chadwick, you got to not let go of Vilya so you can keep bouncing helpless. So if Frodo gets to a dangerous point, you can murder him and kick the ring to Sam.
And it looks like Sam might be the only burden stuff they have. They don't have any Aragorn signet characters on the table, so the Gilrain's Memorial won't be usable. You could theoretically have Elfsong or something, but when's the last time anyone played Elfsong?
Hey, you see it in the odd movie Elf Vent deck? Mostly to end up in the discard pile?
Yeah, so Kieran can use it, yeah. To answer Kyle's question in chat, will players be using the same deck the whole day? That is correct. At the very beginning of the tournament, each player registered one PC movie and one PC Fellowship deck, and they will be using the same deck throughout.
That Gimli is beat up.
Yeah, Gimli's not looking good here.
Man, and Aaron's already down to 14 cards in his deck.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's really just filtering for those burden bombs, I think.
Yeah. He decks out before he gets it, though. Chadwick's going to have a free walk.
Yep.
Other than the Morgul, is it Skulker? I haven't seen any recursion in his deck.
Yeah, he used the Skulker once already, so he put some of that back in.
And actually, to be honest, I think the play for keeping Helpless intact is not because of the burdens, but so that you can kill Frodo off at some point and negate any progress that's made.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's the real reason to keep Sam around.
Yeah, and we can check the logs, but I mean, Chadwick would be silly if he had discarded Vilya, because that's obvious. Like that happens post Shadow phase. He helplesses you, you bounce helpless in the maneuver phase. You can kill Frodo if you need to, if it's getting dangerous.
Yep, and you can keep exerting him. Elrond's going to heal him once a turn, so he's going to be able to remove at least the one burden to slow down Aaron's progress. Looking at his discard pile, he did not discard Vilya, as expected.
Yep. Sevilia's still in hand. Nothing in the dead pile yet.
Yeah.
Freffy, to answer your question, is it only movie block in this bracket? The way that it's going to work is that everybody in the upper bracket plays PC Movie and everybody in the lower bracket plays PC Fellowship. There will be a bit of a twist at the very end because it is a best of 3 between the top 2. The very first match will be PC Movie, but then after that point, whoever lost the previous round gets to choose whether they play their opponent in PC Fellowship or PC Movie. So
I didn't know we did that. I like it. It
Yeah,
makes it fun.
I know a few people have complained a little bit about the back and forth, but I so love the way that the Fellowship and Movie are being mixed for this event. I think it's really wonderful.
it definitely adds a factor of needing to have mastery in multiple places, which I do like. All right, well, let's check out. Looks like these other ones. So it looks like Skilled has completely moved away from being a choke deck and is just straight up now throwing a bunch of companions down the table. BZ doing a very standard Last Alliance of Elves and Men, although instead of any other Boromir, it's got the new V1 Boromir that gets stronger the more people he's assigned to. We also have a lot of Aragorn signets over here, so besides King in Exile exerting, there's always the chance of some other Aragorn signet shenaniganry going on. BZ is currently the Fellowship player and is moving down to Site 7, where the Archer phase is going to be skipped. So
the Chadwick Aaron game just got interesting. He double helpless Sam.
Oh, but here comes Secret Sentinels to just knock both of them out.
Oh,
yeah, you can.
What a clutch play!
That was a big brain move actually, because yeah, you can't Vilio away both of them. But yeah, Secret Sentinels.
I wonder how long he'd been holding Secret Sentinels.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. I think that might be it for Aaron. Without the ability to get Sam off the table, it doesn't matter how many burdens go on Frodo. Frodo will just sacrifice at some point. The ring will then pass over to Sam, and then that's an additional 5 resistance.
As long as he does it before, because most of the burdens that Aaron is adding are being added before the skirmish phase.
That's true during the maneuver phase. So you do. So let's see. So there's
a balancing act there.
Yeah. So there's
he'll
4
get
more resistance on Frodo.
The Sanctuary. If he heals Sam, he'll get 2 more off. So Aaron would have to pull 6 burdens all at once from those last 9 cards. I think. If I did my math right.
To be fair, it's not that hard for him.
No, it depends on what he's holding, right? You know, if he's got...
He's only got 2 cards in hand, so if he's been... Now, granted, a lot of what's in here is stuff that has been shuffled in from Skulkers, so we're likely to see at least 2, possibly more...
So he's going to have...
We can take a look at his discard pile here. Let's see.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. He's going to have 2 It Wants to Be Found, and I think he's going to have all 4 of...
Yeah, I'm not seeing...
Three of The Ring Is Mine.
Nope. Here's 3 copies
one of those.
So
3 are in his...
Oh, no, you're totally right. I'm just blind.
Yeah, 3 of them are in here, and then there's 2 copies of It Wants to Be Found. So there's at most 2 copies of It Wants to Be Found and 1 copy of The Ring Is Mine.
So that'll be 3. If he's got the Gorgoth Stormer, he might get 4 there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to corrupt him this time.
Yeah.
I think the Sam's going to be able to, and Sam is insurance. So even if he gets close isn't good enough. He'll just kill him off and get 5 more immediately.
And then he can just mosey on to the finish line, or just close him and kill his Fellowship.
And there's not even a chance to try to make up for it with any kind of swarm or anything. There's quite a few sacrificial companions here. There's a few threats on the table, but not enough to.
I'm surprised it didn't stop. It wasn't like Aaron was going to pull ahead. You could have taken a few more burdens off with Sam if you stopped at the Sanctuary.
Oh, he didn't stop at the Sanctuary. What on earth?
Oh, well, if Aaron double jumped past him, he wouldn't be able to get to 9 first guaranteed, even with Aaron's deck empty.
Oh, true.
But also it gives him the chance to filter more cards and build the perfect hand.
Yeah, when you're up against a shadow-focused deck, you actually want to take as few regroup phases as possible to make it
That's good.
To make it difficult for them to reconcile down. And this is also rough. Like if the Fellowship moves from the site during the regroup phase, wound each companion. That's brutal.
That's a bold move running through that.
Yeah, but if he didn't do it, he'd have to bank on the fact that he could kill Aaron while Aaron
True.
double jumps. And
Oh, look
I
at
mean,
all the
he's
look at all
doing
these
pretty
fellowship
well,
cards.
but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And another
Oh
thing
my
too about
gosh.
those, even those cards that he has, they're culturally enforced. So to play It Wants to Be Found, he needs to have a Nazgul out. To play The Ring Is Mine, he needs to have a Red Orc out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's down to 6 cards in hand.
He might not
So
even have the fodder
if
for
he's
that.
got 2 It Wants to Be Found and
Ooh,
1
that folds
of The
his
Ring Is
point.
Mine, he would need those last 3 cards to be a Red Orc, a Ringwraith and Twilight, and something else.
That's what if you had.
So Hate is
Yeah,
played
that's
from
tough.
hand. Who's it gonna go on? There's nobody that it can kill, but on the other hand, if he puts it on any one of these, that guarantees that they die.
When they lose, if they lose a skirmish.
Although, yeah, Bracers is still here on Durin, but that's enough for
Yeah.
him to survive the Slaughterer. Except the Slaughterer is 18 now to Durin's 9. So
There's also 3 threats on the table. If he gets a kill on any one of them, he's going to wipe the board.
yeah, I think Aaron is on his last legs here. His Fellowship's not going to be able to. Yeah, that's going to die. That's going to put 3 threats on the table. That's going to
He'll
take
put 2 on
1.
Faramir, who's going to die anyway.
Yeah,
And then discard the bracers.
Discard the bracers.
and now
One on Faramir.
Durin
That
goes up
Troll's
against
fierce.
Troll. Yeah.
Game goes.
So his Fellowship survives, but now he's got to
It's
rely on
Gimli.
his shadow side, and I don't think that he's going to be able to pull the rabbit out of the hat here. So which one is this? This is the upper. Yeah, so this is upper bracket. So Aaron can lose this match and still make it to the lower bracket. Oh, missed what was happening over here. Looks like we had quite a bit of damage going on.
Yeah, quite the hit there.
Pizdek and
Sempol's
Sempo
looking.
are both in the lower bracket, so whoever loses this match is knocked out. So there might be a bit more at stake than with the very dire looking match over here.
Yeah, the stakes being high can lead to some real interesting plays as people take those gambles to just hope that they can pull it off.
I doubt it'll be as interesting as a double helpless into Secret Sentinels, though. That was pretty big.
That might have been the play of the game that he was hanging out so far. The play of the tournament. He was hanging.
Oh, what
on
do we
the
have
Secret
here, though?
Sentinel. Oh, that's that. Dead Frodo.
Dead Frodo. All right. Well,
Oh wow!
I did not
Why
realize
did he
that
assign
it was.
there?
Yeah.
He had so many companions that could have taken that skirmish.
Oh, he says he
must have wanted
misclicked.
Oh no!
Oh no!
He must have wanted to put those as burdens.
Oh, you know what?
Oh,
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So
On
Aaron
tablet
did get
with.
this.
Oh my gosh, playing this on a tablet.
it's the highest stage, Pizdek. Use your laptop.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Where to go? You're looking for a link
proper
to the
profile
bracket? I will post the bracket right here for you. I think that link should work. I don't actually know. Let me know if that works out for you.
Aaron just pulled it off.
Oh, let's see here.
He-
Oh, wait a minute.
Chadwick
How did we miss
Oh.
that? What did we get?
Yeah, Chadwick didn't remove the 2 burdens we were expecting him to. Aaron only needed 4.
Oh my god.
See, I told you that he shot himself in the foot by not stopping at the sanctuary.
Yeah, so we had 1 come from the Stormer. We had.
He got it with the sight.
Yeah, remove 2 threats and play Golem. So there's 2 burdens.
Oh.
All right. So 2 burdens there,
Oh.
and then 1 from It Wants to Be Found in his hand. He pulled it
1
out.
from the Stormer, and he had a
And-
the Ring Is Mine.
Yeah, he almost certainly had the Ring Is Mine. So yeah, not stopping and
Yeah.
not healing Sam. That's well, I was
That
not
cost-
expecting that to happen, but
No, that was tight.
Wow. Impressive.
I mean, you don't get much more bare bones than this. 0 cards in your deck, 1 card in hand, a completely almost wiped out Gimli, and you still have teeth.
Wow. Impressive.
Unfortunately, sometimes you do have to hand it to him.
Now.
Oh, this is wild.
All right, so we
Not
have a
quite
classic Moria Swarm going on here. Sam has been bolstered up with "You Have My Sword," which is another new V card being applied to Sam, and then making it so that Aragorn has to exert every time that he wins a skirmish, if he does win.
I love seeing people put that one on Arwen and just take the cost of exerting Aragorn, just making
And
her
just
an
boost her
absolute
up to a
monster.
ridiculous amount. Yeah.
Yeah. I think one time I got her like mid-20s by like using Boromir to make Merry stronger and then throwing Merry on top of Arwen with a couple flaming brands.
So impressive elf right there. I think it really is best put on the ring bearer though, because you're
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
winning
absolutely.
skirmishes, so you don't need to. You know,
Yeah.
it's overwhelm prevention, not skirmish
Yeah.
win ability.
So here we go. The move to
It's a
Site
nice-
9. We have 17 Twilight in the pool. We have 3 minions already on the table. And it's the new Amonhen Ruins. Each minion is damage +1 for each wound on that minion. We have an exhausted Legolas, so that's going to get to go anywhere. Probably not on the troll, but we've got the Moria Scout with additional vitality that it can go to, which makes some of these possible skirmishes pretty bad. So there comes your classic engine of using They Are Coming to discard cards from hand and then playing Goblin Scavengers from your discard pile, which when you play him, you get to play a weapon such as Scimitar. Scimitar triggers Goblin Armory, adding more Twilight into the pool, and then Goblin Scimitar drawing a card, hopefully letting you continue the process. We can take a peek here at Skilled's discard pile. So we have more Scavengers. Are there any more Scimitars, though? Where's all the Scimitars?
They're not there yet?
That's rough. If they're on the bottom of
they're-
his deck, that... oh, wait a minute. So
Three
one
of them are in play.
Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
they're there.
Right,
There may
of
well be
course.
one left in that deck, but 3 of the Scimitars are in fact on the table.
Ooh.
Cave Troll's
That,
hammer going on the Cave Troll. That 18 is now enough to overwhelm Aragorn. I don't care about your armor.
Ooh.
This Moria Axe on the Moria Scout is interesting. So Bear is
Yeah,
already damage
damage.
+1, so he can exert himself to get up to strength 10, and then because of the sight, he's actually going to be damage +2.
Although looking at the table, nobody
Still needs enough
cares.
minions.
Well,
Well, I
Yeah,
suppose
he needs another-
if he got put on Sam, that could matter.
yeah.
Um,
So the thing is, Cave Troll here is fierce. If these guys all die and there's nobody but Sam to defend up against Cave Troll, then that's a win. So
unless he's sitting on an intuition. Hobbit intuition
Also,
or Hobbit
Breezy-
stealth would boost Sam to be strong enough to not be overwhelmed, and Sam can take
And
2
Breezy
wounds
has-
and 4 burdens.
Yeah, and
So
Breezy
that-
has 5 cards, which is a strength 2 bump
Oh,
to R1 with
all right, so
Glemagel.
removing that away, so now it's going to take, he can take a maximum of 3 wounds, which is in fact, so he's probably going to lose one of the skirmishes here, so that's going to take away 1 more vitality, meaning that he's only going to be able to survive 2. So if we end up in a
Yeah.
situation where the Cave Troll, who is now damage plus,
+4.
yeah. Whoa, wait a minute,
Oh
damage
my
plus
god.
R1,
He's got the sight.
unless there's some strength bump
Oh yeah,
shenanigans, R1
and he put the 2 wounds on him. Okay,
No,
so
damage
yeah,
+4.
we're looking at a damage +4, troll. That's enough to just completely smear Sam. Ring be darned. So yeah, so it's all going to come down to whether or not. Oh, okay. So
I didn't even R1 against one of the 8s.
right.
Oh, Aragorn's going to win here. Right, okay.
Yeah, so Aragorn's going to die to the troll.
Yeah, there we go. All right, that's all it took. Yeah, the rest of these guys are all going to die. Well, no, Arwen will still be there.
Oh, because Boromir is Defender Plus.
Yeah, so he exerted Sam to become Defender +1. He takes the hit against the big ones.
We, of course, don't
Moria
have
Scout,
any threats
yeah.
in the Fellowship block.
You can actually win here if she goes all out, discards and exerts.
Yeah,
Not that it really-
and depending on what they have, I mean, yeah, there's probably shadow cards to use as fodder for Gwemagil. Morgul Gates and Release the Angry Flood. Yeah, both of those are unnecessary. I don't really see the point, though, in doing this. You're kind of revealing that, oh, hey, I have nothing in my hand. We don't know what that last card is in Skills. It could be something.
Isn't this 9?
True.
Isn't this the game?
It's like, no,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is the end.
Yeah, this is it. Yep.
I can't think of anything that would have
Yeah, probably not.
been
but
in
you never
Skilled's
know.
hand there.
All right, so that leaves us now 5 minutes until the next one.
I'm going to take the break opportunity to grab a beverage. I'll be right back.
All right. So real quick, let's just go ahead and throw that link back into the chat if you are looking to earn some prizes here. Make sure that you go ahead and sign up there. I believe we've had no additional signups, but that's fine. So real quick here before I need to go set up those tables, I'll try and do that a little bit faster so people aren't waiting around. Let's go ahead and spin another couple of prizes. Actually, let's go ahead and do 4 prizes real quick if we can. So, one of the Battle of Helm's Deep booster packs. This is going to go to Talisa Silva.
Hey, love that.
So we'll remove that, and then we'll spin another. Oops, remove that. We have one of the Card Game Geek vouchers going out to looks like it's Rohan49. That. Okay, so actually let's go ahead and roll both of these at the same time. I'll probably mess up the sound a little bit.
Just make the applause all the more epic.
Yeah. So Dunadan is going to win the $20 Category 1 Games voucher.
Nice. Gotta say, Dunadan is one of my favorite screen names on the site. It's a good one.
All right, and then spinning for the last prize here for this particular set of drawings. Jingo, by a hair, gets one of the €15 Card Game Geek vouchers.
Nice.
All right, so we've still got quite a few prizes that'll be upcoming here. But let me go ahead and hop off and start getting those tables set up.
Hello.
Hello.
Are we looking at potential matchups in the semifinals?
Over here. This is actually the real results so far. So winners bracket is now going to take a break, and we're going to have the losers round 2 go on. Actually, let me announce that here in chat.
So losers round 2 goes now, then semifinals go together.
Yep, so we will do
The
losers
upper
round
and lower
2 right
brackets.
now, and then we will have the semifinals and the losers round 3 happen at the same time, and then the winner will take a break again, waiting for the final losers round to determine who will make it to the top 2.
All right. The Shoes is asking what format are the games. The upper bracket, the winner's bracket, is movie, and the loser's bracket is fellowship. The final game, the final matchup is going to be a best of 3, where it's going to start with movie, and after that, the loser will pick which of those 2 formats they would like the next game to be in. Somebody is asking, how do you become eligible for the prizes? If you look just up a little bit, the Players Council has posted a link to a Google Doc. You can sign up there to get your name added to the spinner. And the deck lists were submitted ahead of time. Katura would have to tell you how long ahead of time. I'm not sure, but they
actually did it this morning. So you can see this little queue down here was what they joined, and they indicated which deck they were using from their collection on Gemp. And after that point, it's now locked in, and all of these games are automatically, what I'm setting up here will automatically read from those decks, so they don't have a chance to change them. We will, however, be publishing all of the decks, both the top 8 and everything from the group stage last week. We'll have a couple of mega threads that will have every single deck so that everybody can look at them, as well as all of the replays from all of these games, which previously were not published.
Very exciting. I'm looking forward to going back through some of the games from the group stage.
Yeah, same. I'm interested in seeing how some of them played out, especially some of the ones who made it into the top 8 that we didn't stream last week.
Yeah. Not being able to see their games last week, though it does seem like most of them did change their deck anyway. Or at least several of them did. But I'd like to go see how some of those games went, especially the ones where they've already played each other. I'm curious if there was anything that kind of they revealed which caused them to make those changes.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to compare the folks who did make changes.
Yeah. No, I think that'll be cool to see.
It's a good idea for a couple of YouTube videos, I think, or even just another stream that we upload.
Oh yeah, I'd be very happy to watch through a couple of those games and talk over them. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, likewise. It's really fun. I'd definitely be up for it.
I'm not sure how to tell on Twitch how many people are actually watching, but based on the chat, it seems like we've got quite a few.
Yeah, it's not giving me a number, just the list, and it's a pretty big list, but that includes everybody that's just hopped in and...
Like I said to David earlier, it's the event of the year.
Oh wow, yeah, I've just figured out how to look at the list. It's there's a lot in here. This is wonderful. And I know there's a few more.
Okay, I was a little late on these, so let me get these tables all added. I think that it's time to kick off the next round. Oops, I did it again.
Their name's gonna get you every time, huh?
Yep. I'm glad that I coded in the thing that double-checked the spelling, because I knew that was going to bite me.
Oh man, yeah, absolutely don't want trying to start a table that doesn't have the right people.
Doesn't have the right people, or one of the games has started and the other hasn't. Yeah, all sorts of problems. That particular feature was actually coded in a flurry last night, so I'm glad that it is working out.
Well done, well done.
So now we've only got the 2 games going. One of them is going to, so they're both going to be Fellowship, the PC version of Fellowship Block, as both players are in, or all 4 players are in the lower bracket here. Whoever loses these matches will be knocked out, and the next 2 will move on to throughout the lower bracket. So
I opened the games side by side here. And for a moment, I thought I'd open the same game twice because the fellowships are identical.
Yeah, look at that. Wow. So Chadwick is playing a Choki-style Frodo Aragorn up against a more standard elf start, and we've got the same thing happening with Pesmelis versus Beezy. And it looks like in both cases, the player on top who's playing the Choki style is looking to deny their opponent access to the Prancing Pony that would allow them to grab Aragorn from their deck.
I'm surprised at how low these bids are.
So in this case, it looks like Chadwick bid 2 and then play Sam immediately to... Oh, Sam was actually played from the draw deck. Yeah, so he would have exerted Frodo once to get Sam into play, and then exerted Sam twice. No, exerted Sam once. And got rid of one bird. Did he only bid 1?
Yeah, I believe he bid 1 and only 2 in the Basmel's Breezy game.
Yeah. Yeah, these are low bids. I understand that back in the day, when Decipher was still running, it was very common to have extremely high bids, as high as 7 or 8, flying very close to the sun there.
If you can get Sam
And all the
first
games
turn,
I've
you
played on
get
Gemp,
back
I
down
don't
under
think
5.
I've seen anyone bid more than about 3.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was saying all the games I've played on Gemp in Fellowship Block, I don't think I've seen anybody bid more than about 3.
Yeah, on Gemp, the meta has definitely, over the years, has tended towards lower amounts of bidding.
I wonder if corruption has just become a bit more mainstream than it was back in the day. I definitely see it more today than I remember it 20 years ago, but
I think
doesn't necessarily mean anything.
I think there's a difference in that Players Council Fellowship has a better chance of a corruption strategy being successful. So even though this is World Championship level play, people are much more concerned about corruption in Fellowship Block, where that wasn't nearly the concern 20 years ago.
That is fair.
Oh, so we have Fear discarding Bilbo, who's getting set up with Consorting with Wizards. So no more choke from there, and you'll have to pay for him again if he shows up. We've got a pretty scary-looking Olaria Atia here, who's got himself a Nazgul sword. Can't quite spot the 3 burdens, so he's not damage +1, but he does have plenty of Twilight to pump himself up, so the Emergency Mary has to come into play to keep Aragorn alive.
Well, that's what Friend to Sam is for.
Yep.
Not quite enough Twilight for him to pull that off a second time.
Nope. And this is always painful to see as a Shadow player when you've only got the 5 wounds on everybody right at Site 3. All 5 of those are going to get wiped away. You essentially made no progress. The only actual progress that they made, I think, was using Fear to kill that Bilbo, but nothing else has really pierced the Fellowship's
that may well be big progress, depending on what Bilbo's role is in this deck.
That's true.
You know, he pulled it with his Site 1, so he might not be running a whole bunch of copies.
That's also true. Yeah, he might only have the 1 copy in his whole deck.
And if he's got 3 more Consorting with Wizards or Stone Trolls or anything like that, those are going to be hand clog at this point.
Yeah.
Assuming, of course, that he doesn't have 3 more copies of Bilbo as well, which we simply don't know.
Right. So the main reason to use a Bilbo like that is so that you can discard shadow conditions, which, since this is a Nazgul deck, there may not be all that many conditions down here, except for things like Black Breath and Blade Tip that have not yet been applied. It's a different story with certain Twilight Nazgul decks. Those definitely have more conditions to throw down. So, Beezy's moving forward to Site 3 himself. It looks like Pesmelis is playing Moria. So we just have a couple of weenies out here. Moria is not going to get a whole lot of progress done at Site 3.
No, but gives him a good chance to clear his hand.
Yep. Clear his hand, get stuff into the discard
cards.
pile so that you can pull them out later.
He's got this. They are coming in play already, so having the right card sitting there to just recur is going to be a good setup.
Yep. Oh, and we are at Site 3, so Elrond comes into play. Don't even have a wound going on anywhere on the Fellowship. This is actually a situation where if you have the movement, you might consider... What did he do that for? Did he do it out of habit? Used Elrond to heal nobody because he was completely healed. I was about to say this is a situation where you could seriously consider moving on to Site 4, skipping over the Sanctuary, but there we go.
Back.
There was another copy of Bubbo. Frying Pan going on Mary.
Whenever I see a sneak played, I'm always concerned about that Site 9 Underdeep's bomb coming.
Always a possibility. So let's see. Did they have any
which
tails?
Site 9 was it that you're referencing?
Usually it's the one that lets you draw cards for burdens, but between They Are Coming and Underdeeps of Moria and Sneaks, you can really stack the bottom of your draw deck for that swarm at the last site.
So that's Summit of Amenhen is the name of it.
It does require that you get some burdens on the field for it to do a whole lot.
Right. And so there's going to be the one guaranteed burden from here, but Sam's already out. He'll peel it off if he needs to. Yeah, I don't know that any progress will be made there necessarily, but we'll see. Anyway, we have Kentea over here going nuts on Aragorn. Did they discard a... Oh, the Frying Pan got discarded. So it looks like Kentea went up against Mary, discarded the Frying Pan. Boromir kept him alive with his ability, and now we have a Black Breath on Aragorn.
That's certainly the companion you wanted on here.
Yeah. All right, Aragorn comes out swinging, it looks like, on Beezy's side. We've now got pretty much a fully operational Aragorn here. The only thing he's missing is Last Alliance. Strength 10, damage +1, and Aragorn's bow to pick off anything, and You Have My Sword comes out on Frodo.
It's a nice one to have on Frodo against a Swarm deck, especially.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Anything that puts him above that Strength 10, Strength 12 section.
Yeah. I got an interesting Site 5 Balrog situation over in the other game.
Oh, he just ate Boromir.
Oh,
And
Ouch, a
Arwen.
double kill.
That's rough.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. He's strong enough to overwhelm Aragorn. Aragorn doesn't have anything except for his bow. Yeah, that Balrog ate well.
It's a beautiful Balrog as well.
Yeah, I was trying to click on it and I was too slow. There we go. Full art version of Durin's Bane. That one turned out pretty well.
Very nice looking card there. I really do enjoy the various kind of masterworks and full-sized art cards.
I have a lot of fun doing them. Looking for the right scenes, hunting down the exact frame. The policy that I've had with the PC is that the full arts that we do, I don't want to use additional frames that were not used, so I go and find the exact shot that was on the original card and then just extend it somehow. And so that way we don't use any additional frames while still having a chance to do something with flair. And actually related to that, one of the prizes that's on the line for the world champion is that they will get to pick what the promo is for this particular event. So everyone who has attended the group stage and the group stage and up is going to earn a promo for the 2023 World Championship. We don't know what it's going to be yet because the champion is going to get to pick what it is. I'm going to work with them.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment, Katero, because the Witch King has a Pale Blade in the other game here, and nobody is healthy or strong enough to survive it based on the table.
So they're going to kill him, it looks like. Yep. Gondor Bowman,
Yeah.
Greenleaf.
Gondor Bowman.
Yeah, fair enough. Sorry, please continue.
So anyway, the world champion is going to get to pick what the promo is, and for this particular promo, I'm going to be relaxing some of those restrictions that I just mentioned. So if they want to pick an alternate frame, they will get to do so. They can choose whether it is masterwork or full art, and then we will get that submitted digitally to everybody. Oh, Relentless Charge. The Witch King comes back swinging, saying, "You can't just knock me out like that."
Gotta love some good maneuver wounding from the Nazgul.
That's actually kind of a bit of a story there. Too many arrows in the sky. Seemed like the Witch King was mowed down, but nope. Comes back and slits Legolas's throat before he can notice. That's definitely some back and forth, and now the Fellowship is looking like it's hurting.
It is interesting though, with the prevalence of archers and archery and Fellowship, the Saruman and Urukai that I guess, is it Chadwick playing that? No, Semple?
One of them is using it in that game, yeah.
The fact that Saruman can just absorb archery is such a boost for the Urukai.
Yeah. Especially when there's one particular Uruk that the Fellowship player can't handle, and so they exert Greenleaf or Aragorn trying to snipe them, and so you end up making them pay 5 or 6 vitality to kill a 2 vitality Uruk.
Yeah, for sure.
Could definitely make that worth it. Speaking of Masterworks, I'm not particularly happy with the Moria one that we released here. Really, in reality, Decipher didn't release a Moria Masterwork. They released a Balrog Masterwork. And so we used it for some of these earlier things, but they don't really line up so well with Moria. We've actually got plans in the works for some other Masterworks, just like we did for Shire. Haven't really seen any of the Shire Masterwork. Oh yeah, well we got one over here. So with this template that we drew up. So down the line, we'd like to do the same thing for have a true Moria Masterwork. Get all the Shadow cultures represented, because Shadow was kind of shafted when it came to Masterwork representation.
Yeah, that Moria one looks a little funky. Like it should be a print on a dress or something.
Yeah, it makes sense if you imagine, the Flame of Undune being the picture on that card.
Right.
It's just more fire everywhere. But yeah, on the armory, it's a little strange.
Yeah. So we'll have to address that.
Sentinels is still top deck in PC. That just it feeds so well into the anti-swarm.
And it works in every situation. Like there's every deck, every shadow deck that is going to have conditions is going to get hosed by this. Everybody's going to include Elrond for that healing, and so it's kind of a free include if you're going to have him. And the orcs are the ones that are going to rely more on the conditions. So the fact that it will double in effectiveness if you can spot an orc, that works well not only against Moria but also against Sauron Grind, which I see is not represented down here yet. Doesn't look like I haven't seen any Sauron Grind decks here, in spite of the fact that that's one of the more popular shadows.
Of what happened in the main play field that Sauron Grind didn't advance.
Yeah, there was a couple of Sauron Grind decks or Sauron Burden decks in the group stage.
Is that with the Sauron Grind and Burdens? Are you talking about just in Fellowship or
just in Fellowship? I haven't. Yeah.
I believe there was a Desperate Defense Sauron Burden deck played in movie.
Yeah, I can see the Burden variant being used. To those not in the know, Sauron Grind is a strategy where you play a bunch of conditions that are going to end up adding lots and lots and lots of exertions to the Fellowship side until it finally buckles under the pressure. So it includes things like Tower of Barad-dûr that makes you exert a companion every time you move. Things like Desperate Defense of the Ring to add burdens, and then some of the new V1 cards that help you defend against your conditions being discarded a little more.
Orc Bowman can bring up your archery to 4
Orc Bowman,
without having a single archer on the table.
I think that is the other one, Under a Watching Eye, under the Watching Eye or something.
Under the Watchful Eye.
That was when I started with a Gimli starter deck in Mines of Moria was my first thing, and I tried to make the Sauron Orc wounding work for years and years, and it never turned out well with the friends I was playing against, mostly because the Sauron Orcs with the Twilight or they're being roaming till Site 6. I just never had enough Twilight to pull anything off. So
yeah, And the V cards that have been introduced by the PC actually helped address that. We're not seeing them here on the table, obviously, because nobody thought that it was going to work. Let's see. Let me just show those off.
I guess I haven't. Yeah, I haven't. I think I was just so turned off by that 20 years ago that I haven't even bothered to see what the V cards are for Sauron, Orcs, and Fellowship.
So the two of them that matter for that discussion is ICU, which says that the site number of each Sauron minion is -1 for each burden you can spot, and this is a non-unique condition, so you can get multiple of them down and pull your site number down a little bit, so long as you're putting burdens on the ring bearer. And it's also kind of got a neat little counterplay where if the ring bearer takes off the one ring, then the condition gets removed. So Frodo can risk himself a little bit. And then you have Gaze of the Eye here that says that that is a response condition. If your Sauron condition is about to be discarded, remove a burden to prevent this. So between those two, your stuff is defended a little better, and with enough burdens, you can get your Sauron Orcs down to a reasonable roaming cost.
I think it's quite nice the way that one gets discarded. It means that you don't want to slot in the occasional Orc Bowman, because Frodo can much more easily toss the ring on to absorb an archery wound.
Yeah, I think that the Sauron cards that we added in V1 are probably one of the more well-designed. Finarfin deserves a lot of credit for those ones. It introduced a lot of nuance and introduced good defenses, but not like absolute defenses.
Yep.
The Shoes is asking for a link here to these cards. So yeah, let me go ahead and post a link here in chat. That's to Shadow of the Past, the V1 virtual set that the Players Council has released. We are looking to do a V2 here in the upcoming months. We've got cards designed. They just need implemented and ran through a round of playtesting. That will be focusing on the Two Towers, the way that Shadow of the Past focused on Fellowship of the Ring.
Another Sauron condition that I've often seen run in the ground decks is Thin and Stretched.
Thin and Stretched, yeah. I always liked that back in the day, combining Thin and Stretched with Desperate Defense of the Ring, so you can end up damned if you do, damned if you don't, with a Frodo always getting burdens regardless of whether or not he skirmishes. So that was a rather long assignment phase, trying to decide what precisely to do here, it looks like. There's no maneuver actions that can be played, no maneuver events, rather. But we're already past that, so Chadwick...
I don't believe we spotted Urukai either.
Yeah, I don't think he's fierce. It's just the...
Yeah.
Oh, but we have a double savagery.
Ooh.
Still not quite
So-
enough.
Is
Does
it-
he have something else?
Gotta wonder here, why use them both if it wasn't going to be enough? Just to get them out of his hand, maybe?
Oh, wait a minute. We
No.
have two Saruman's Ambition down here. Discard this condition to make an Uruk-hai
Yeah,
strength
Founder
+2,
as
so
well,
yeah.
though.
Sam is on the table. There is a Bounder.
Yep.
So can you triple it? You'd have to get all the way up to 27. Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, seems unlikely.
He's going to be taking 2 more burdens here, which puts him into Inkea territory.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
damage
know
+1.
how
So
many Sunpole
not
is
just
running, but
2. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So 1 on the Vitality and then 2 on the Ring.
Yep.
Oh no, he's putting both of them on the
Oh.
Ring.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
so yeah,
Interesting.
he is almost certainly planning to sacrifice Frodo and have
Go
Sam
Frodo.
take over. Which does seem a little bit risky. Frodo is built up and Sam is not. You're not going to have any of that strength bonus. And we don't know which Site 9 specifically is going to be coming up, but there's like 3 of them that all work for Uruk-hai, so...
Is there a Site 9 that forces the ring if there's X number of burdens?
Nope, not
not
for
in Fellowship.
not for Fellowship. There's the one that you mentioned earlier that allows you to draw 1 card per burden. There is one that makes it every Isengard character, Twilight cost -1. There's the one that lets you play 3 trackers from your discard pile.
Yeah, I'm checking his discard pile now. I don't see any trackers.
Oh, he did not include the little weenie Uruk-hai
Yeah,
trackers,
often
so
you see a
probably not
handful
that
of those thrown in just for Site 9 Swarm.
one. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm seeing 3 copies of Saruman here in the discard pile.
Mm.
So
Could
there
be
might
one
be
more.
another one, but
And 2 copies of the Uruk Captain, so That's
Two
Yeah,
of Lurtz.
Yeah, 2 of Lurtz.
He might be hurting a little bit here for
All 4
for his
copies of
bomber
Troop of
guy.
Urkai. Yeah. We've
Oh my
got
gosh.
3 copies of Savagery. Now, I see 1 copy of Paths, Power According to His Stature, for the Fellowship
Interesting.
side. So if he ditched it that early, I imagine that there's got to be another one. Although we're up against Nazgul, so Paths is probably not as useful as it would be up against a Moria Swarm or something like that.
Yeah, I often include just the one as attack against a swarm.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got enough cards left that there could well be another in there.
Yeah.
Though not enough burdens to be able to use more than one more.
Yeah. Well, no, that
Did you-
that discard pile I was looking at was Sempo's. So Sempo has plenty of resistance available. He hasn't had a single burden.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we've got the hand reveal on Chadwick. He's got a Witch King. He's got a Paths. So Chadwick has a Paths that he's not going to be able to use probably.
Yeah.
A Witch King and a Pale Blade, and then we have a Tia. So
You could use the paths after tossing the ring to Sam.
that's true.
On the other game, we have a Aragorn.
Oh, look at this.
carrying
We've got
7
Thrower's Map coming out
different
to
cards.
guarantee that there's not a good Sight 9 for the Nazgul. Because, yeah, imagine if it had been the draw 1 card per burden.
Yeah.
Legolas to bolster his fellowship as well.
Bolster his Fellowship, but it also means that there's going to be wounds on the table for this damage +1 to kick in.
Though if he exerts
Lord.
Legolas, he can choose where that goes.
That's true.
Or kill the lieutenant.
Oh,
It's probably
I think
the
he's
best bet.
That's it.
got it.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
that's going to be enough.
Hey, just take out the lieutenant.
Yeah,
Lurtz
with
can
sacrifice
do people.
Legolas, sacrifice Sam, and you're in the clear. Yeah, that's
Yep.
I'm
sometimes
surprised.
that's just how it goes. Now that site was that Thrower's Map was very much a clutch play, because I think that if it had been the burden
Yeah.
one, or if it had been the minus
Oh, yeah.
Twilight one, either one of those would have let him
Yeah.
get more stuff. So
Yep. I agree.
Did
Frodo
any
and
of you-
Sam.
Did any of you guys ever play the PS2, I think, Fellowship of the Ring video game?
oh, the one that was based on the
No.
movie, or sorry, the one that was based on the book and not the movie.
I'm not sure. I know that there's a really long sequence where you have to fight Lurtz with Aragorn. And I was really bad at it, and I have like PTSD looking at Lurtz's card from playing that video game and never being able to beat Lurtz.
I think that might have actually been the Two Towers game, because I think EA didn't make a Fellowship of the Ring game, and so what they did was that they kind of crammed in some scenes from Fellowship into the Two Towers. Because I actually remember getting the Fellowship of the Ring one, and it was based on the book, and it was someone else completely different. Let me tell you, there's a good reason that Tom Bombadil was not included in those movies, because those singing bits they were painful.
Did he look really terrible?
Yeah, to look at your opponent's Sight 9 after you defeat him is kind of like rubbing it in their face.
This is like, I wonder if you had anything. All right, well, that is the looks like the lower bracket is now completed. So we have Chadwick is moving on, and we have Basmelis moving on.
Easy and Simple are out entirely.
This feels like a
Was there
strong
any
final.
voice for it? Sorry, you go.
Other than skill playing, I might have picked. These guys would have been up there for me, and the ones I would have picked. Good to see it.
Were there any fell voices played during the Nazgul game? I didn't see any, but there were a few weapons that came out.
Yeah, I didn't see any either. I saw it a lot in like movie games last week when folks were using the Twilight Nazgul movie to like pull Fell Beast or pull Fell Crown, but I didn't see it so far today.
Yeah, I think the people are a little nervous to try out the new stuff. There seems to be kind of a step back towards more traditional strategies that are tried and true, as opposed to the group stage that had a lot more new stuff and a lot more variety, which makes sense. But at the same time, like things like that power corruption bomb that Aaron Brucher is running. That is not necessarily standard either, so there is a little bit of wiggle room, but not. Nobody's willing to risk, I think. A win
So
on
a
random stuff.
question on that, Aaron Butcher. He's won. I've seen him win twice with corruption, right? But both of those were in
movie. Yeah, so we actually have no
movie
idea
block,
what
right?
they're.
So if he had fallen down to the lower level, he wouldn't be able to keep use it to that same strategy, right? The losers is all fellowship.
Correct. Yeah. So it all depends on what he's
so
got.
That's a really interesting twist that he was able to pull that off twice on the first two to keep staying on the top bracket with something that seems pretty effective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is interesting that we have no idea what these two are playing on the fellowship side. So one of these is going to move on and be undefeated through the winner's bracket, and so their opponent coming up through here is not going to have any idea what they've got fellowship side. Now, ideally, hopefully, neither player knows anything about anyone else, but I'm sure that this stream is leaky as a sieve, and there's not any way we can really enforce that.
No. I didn't play against either of them in the fellowship stage of last week, so I'm really curious to see, or if anybody knows what they played then, though it might be a completely different deck today.
I, for one, am not a fan of hidden decks during the course of a tournament. I think that there should be complete knowledge ahead of time. I think that actually shows the resiliency of your deck and your play style. Because in the real world, when we were playing, I mean, there were teams. I remember Team Beisenbuck and Brad Iyer and Brian Fred and those guys that won multiple worlds amongst them. And everybody knows what everybody's playing.
Well, and they'd scout the other tables too, right? Yeah, you get somebody who is watching the games so that in between you learn what your opponents are all playing.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think that I prefer the idea of open knowledge as well, because then like you said there, that really kind of winnows out the wheat from the chaff. Like, are you able to make a strategy that is so versatile that it works even when your opponent knows what it is? Because anybody can win with a surprise, loss to the Goblin deck or something that catches you off guard. But to know what your opponent is playing and still be able to beat them is kind of a higher level of skill, I think. There was, however, quite a bit of uproar over the recent big movie tournament that was ran by the Brazilians, which was done in that style, where everybody's deck was published ahead of time, and there were a number of people that did not like the fact that it was a quote unquote open book test. And I've actually seen some interesting things from the Magic side, where to get around that problem, what they do is that they release a version of the decks that has all of the titles but no quantities, so you can't tell what's a splash and what's not without.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's quite interesting.
It's kind of an interesting middle ground. Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, because in that big movie game, like, I was playing in that, and I was able to get a pretty cheap win against Ben Small because he was running a giant mill deck that was based on Underfoot on the shadow side, and I'm like, right, if I bid through the roof to deny you Dunharrow Plateau and you can't mill, and I play no minions and you can't mill with Arwen, you've only got one Underfoot in the entire deck. Maybe I can run to the end before you get it. And I happen to get lucky, and that's what happened. So it does, like, kind of put some strategies at a distinct disadvantage if you know what's coming.
Yeah. But so then it kind of moves the skill one level up, and so then it becomes about which strategy do you pick, as opposed to can you just make anything work.
Mm-hmm.
I guess part of it depends on, like, there has to be at some point. I mean, once if you're making the decks open, right? I mean, at some point you have to make it so that people can't change it, right? Is that the thing after they're submitted? Everybody can look at what everybody else has, but you can't go in and keep changing it after the fact, right?
Right. Yeah, most
Well,
tournaments are that way. Yeah, leagues are often a little more loose and let you adjust to the meta, but tournaments tend to be one and done. You got to guess everything ahead of time and then roll the dice.
Yeah, I guess the issue with this one was that you'd have a week to kind of look over what your opponent played and then tweak your deck.
And see,
Which
I
seems a
would have
bit
preferred it that way, I think, so that you could look at the field and try to see who's able to outthink everyone else. But because of the
Really?
controversy. Yeah, it was. We have not released the decks from last week, and so it became more of a vibe check. I think the individuals trying to see what they played against on the group stage and just trying to think, the things that I saw, is this going to be meta or not? I would much prefer it if it was open and what the meta was because it was published, and then I think it's much more interesting that way. But I also understand the kind of the other angle too, where it kind of gets difficult when you've got two different formats, and so now you're trying to prepare multiple decks for multiple formats so that you have a backup, and it can get overly complex when we're talking about a kind of a volunteer thing. So I don't know. I see both sides.
I do like that.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I do like the opportunity to have a tournament from last weekend and then allow the people that move on to change up their deck and kind of rethink through what they're going to do in response to the meta for this weekend. So I think that being able to change it in between the two is pretty cool.
Yeah. With Decipher, those things used to be on like the next day, so you'd have like a handful of hours to rush through and try to make that happen, which is also kind of interesting in its own way. But it's less feasible here for digital situations, I think. Okay, tables are now up.
Here we go.
All right.
So yeah, here's those low bids. We have Bismalis bidding 2 and Chadwick bidding 1. Once again, Bismalis going to deny the Prancing Pony, although looks like it doesn't matter. we got Choke Frodo against Choke Frodo.
This will be an interesting match. Very like parallel fellowships.
Yeah. And then up here
I'm surprised that they continue to bid low. With this being live, I would have thought that they'd have been aware that their opponents were not playing Corruption.
When I did send an email last night saying, "Don't watch the stream, don't spectate."
Oh, okay.
So I think that people may actually have been following that.
I had not realized.
Yeah.
That's good to hear that we have some like good faith in the community.
Yeah. People are going in blind, which is, I'm glad to see that people are willing to do that. So over here with the Faker versus Aaron Brucher, we have the Faker running with kind of a standard Elfman setup, and then we have Aaron Brucher's Dwarves and Smeagol up against, or with Twilight Nazgul going for an It Wants to Be Found Burden Bomb. So he's got 4 copies of that, and he's got 4 copies of It Wants to Be Found, and several other ways of adding burdens here and there. He has so far gone 2-0 with his corruption deck, managing to corrupt the Ring Bearer both times. So we'll see if he can pull it off a third time.
It's interesting in this game that they've got the Hobbit ally Frodo. If they're going to be several blood coming up.
True. Yeah. So we although we have the same Aragorns, we have different Frodos, and so we have one of them that's used to heal a Hobbit ally, and then the other one, the more standard Reluctant Adventurer. That's kind of your default that you go to when you don't have a better, more focused Frodo to go for. I imagine that this is going to be used to heal up Bilbo if he's used to discard Shadow Conditions. Not that it matters at the moment.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Hey,
must
It
be the
works
reason.
nicely if you've got a couple of boundaries in there as well to keep Frodo from being overwhelmed.
So wait a minute, are we going to have a very early
Kill?
Yeah. We've got so Chadwick is currently moving. He played a whole load of stuff. So we have we have the 4-cost Elrond, the 2-cost Rumiel. Okay, Rumiel is probably going to be able to pull this off and kill one of his scouts.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Elrond is
Not a kill, but Seeker Sentinels being used a bit early to take out the single copy of Goblin Swarms, making sure that you don't have 2 copies of... Yeah, well, so we have these Moria Scouts in play that are basically able to pay for themselves with elves on the table. So got to make sure that those don't recycle themselves over and over. So even though that was a bit inefficient, using it on only just one condition, I think that probably was a good play.
Oh, he didn't take
He
him
didn't
down with
kill him.
Ramil.
He must have a
He
stealth
must
or
have a
something.
stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, where is it?
I feel like if you had it, you'd play it real,
yeah, like why
real
isn't
quick.
it? Why is it on the table already? Oh no, he's just gonna use
Oh.
Edmore's.
Yes.
Okay. Exert your companion or minion to make that companion strength +2. So each of these Moria scouts can do the
They can
same,
do that as well.
which
But
brings
they
him.
can get up to an 8,
So
and
they,
Frodo can get up to a 10.
yeah. So
They can
so-
go 16.
Yeah, they can get
max, so
16,
can
but he can go past there because he's got loads of vitality with being a hobbit. And well, that's an interesting way of doing things. I mean,
not what I expected.
no. I wonder if he does have a stealth, and the reason that it took a while was because he was considering whether he should use the stealth or use the sight with Ettenmore's.
He's gonna double move.
Now that would be a terrible idea, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Unless you have
no,
a
he
spell.
wouldn't have exerted Elrond if he was going to double move, because Elrond
Yeah,
is
true.
now within kill range if he skirmishes at 3.
That's true.
And sorting.
So let's hop over here to the Aaron and Faker match. So we've got the Advanced Marauder crew on the Faker side coming up against the Dwarves. I think that this is going to be kind of a tricky shadow for the Dwarves here, because although he does have Durin, he doesn't have a whole ton of artifacts, it appears. In the other matches that Durin has been here for Aaron, he only seems to have like 1 or 2 possessions instead of the traditional I'm going to dump 10 things on Durin and make him a god kind of play.
Mm.
And part of that
Yeah,
could
he
just
had
be
discarding just so much with Smeagol to cycle through that it's possible he's just been ditching them because that's not the important part of his play.
Yeah, he's definitely gunning for that shadow kill. Yeah, look, there's a Ring of Guile in the discard pile. Yeah, it's quite possible that he's just ditching everything he can.
Yeah, it seems that that's the style of just like go slow with the Fellowship and eke out a survival while you count on your minions to win it for you. It's a bold strategy. Accepting that you can't win with your Fellowship and only trying to win with the Shadow.
For his concept here of kind of milling through the whole deck and getting that corruption, I'm surprised that he's choosing to go second. He won the coin flip and opted to have the Faker go first.
He wants the sights.
Yeah, when you're a shadow player, the sights are more important than getting ahead, which is
Especially
not
corruption.
Right. It's
yeah,
not
but it's
conventional
not going to
wisdom
matter
do
till
that.
Sight 5, right?
Yeah,
Well-
that sight 5 and 8 are
Sight-
both crucial.
Yeah, I'm just imagining, when you only ever move one at a time, the likelihood of your opponent not double jumping, especially before they've figured out what your trick is. But maybe it is just safer to ensure that even if everybody single steps.
Yeah.
I
We
think
had
it
a
may also
Fel-
be. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say we had a Fell Voices core played in the other game to answer the previous question.
Oh, so it did come out.
It's like it tutored the Pale Blade and killed Mary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Pale Blade was also used to get rid of consorting with wizards.
A good card. Fell Voices core.
And we kind of glossed over this earlier. We said that he was probably running this Frodo so that Bilbo can get rid of more conditions. He's running this Frodo so that Bilbo can exert every turn with consorting.
Oh my goodness! So he's just choking the heck. Yeah.
Okay.
What a painful
Cheeky.
match. 2 chokes.
It seems to be going slow. It's the strange instance where the Fellowship game is moving slower than the movie game.
Yeah.
That's true.
Now I think that Moria's gonna eke out a win here, though, because Moria doesn't care quite as
Durin
much.
just died in the other game.
Oh, do we have hate come out? Oh,
Durin got hit.
Oof.
so that's gonna be a big.
Aaron's running a
big loss.
Foreigner. I don't think we've seen him play that before.
I think we have not while we were on it. I think he just has it in there as kind of a security blanket. No, no
it's a good
events,
one.
no abilities companion.
And it definitely works
Yeah.
really well against the advanced guys, being able to say that no, you can't boost this guy up.
Yeah, he's super clutch against the Nazgul orcs as well. We haven't seen any in this tournament, but I am actually a little surprised by that. They seem like they're pretty meta these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's also the ultimate like thumb of the nose to Ninja Golem, assuming they don't exclude him with Shalab.
Yeah. I think we might be seeing a lot of the advanced Marauders because we have, I want to say a couple of events ago, we had one guy make it to the top with his advanced crew. And so I think people may be net decking there a little bit and seeing that, okay, well, that one beat the whole field. So we're going to include it a little more.
Yeah, take it for a run. I'm a little disappointed here that Aaron is not playing Wraiths. There was so much talk
he was a big advocate
about a Wraith deck being really strong. I wanted to see it. I'm pretty sure he wasn't playing it last week either. But our game ended pretty quickly, so it's possible that it just had a unexpected starting fellowship. I don't know.
Yeah, it could do. You could start there with like a Gandalf and some random Gondor companion and save from the fire to set it up.
Yeah, well, he did start Gandalf, but I'm trying to remember. It was a 4-cost Gandalf, the Grey Wizard maybe. The
mind games.
The one who draws.
All week to not play them.
That would be quite the mind game. Just rally and rally and rally for errata that help them, and then not play them.
So this is interesting.
Have everybody showing up.
So we were talking earlier about Aaron wanting to stay behind so that he can have his own sites, and I think Site 6 was one of his too. The one that says that if you double move during the regroup, that everybody gets wounded. And so Andrew here on the table has managed to avoid that particular pitfall. So now you've got the Gondor healing.
It's gonna make a double jump through really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. It looks like the Faker has a chance of outrunning him before he sets up the bomb hand.
Yeah,
the way things are going. There's 2 cards in Aaron's deck. There's still 27 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually really like the Sanctuary site that wounds you. It's just so unexpected. Everyone expects you to play the one for your dominant cultural race, and then.
Yep.
It's the only site there that's actually interesting, I think. All of the Site 6s are the exact same thing, except for that one.
Yeah.
And even that is just kind of a, turn it on its head. More hate coming out.
What do you hate? Linar, it seems.
Each time a dwarf wins a first skirmish, and you may heal it and discard a dwarven card from hand to make a dwarf damage +1. So yeah, lots of cycling stuff. Even if you're not gonna.
Yeah.
It's definitely set up to. This whole fellowship is pretty much just set up to do nothing but survive.
Well, and it's teched well to do his cycling for his shadow.
Yeah. And sorry, that's what I meant to add. Yeah, it's just there to survive and there to cycle, so that his shadow gets what it wants. My heavens, we've got people going up to only Site 4 here. They're just barely getting to Site 5 on the Fellowship side.
Bring out the Balrog. Let's go.
If they can afford, okay, good. They can afford it on there. That's one danger of going up against a choke deck. There are certain choke configurations that can make it so even the Balrog can't be played on Site 5, which is always rough.
Was that a variant Greenleaf that just died?
Yeah, interesting that he sacrificed Greenleaf instead of... that's Athelas, not armor.
Yeah, it's not armor.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that was the only real choice there.
I like seeing the classic frying pan getting some playing time as well.
Frying pan is so good if you're facing an orc swarm. Like, if that's the thing you're worried about, it is probably the best weapon in the game.
It was. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that it took this long to get anywhere with it, because it was good enough that Decipher had to ban it.
Yeah.
And yeah, frying pan was banned. And then when we went back to do the errata, we looked at it and we were like, I don't know, like it's legal in Fellowship block. I don't see why it would be that big of a deal in movies. So all we did was we ticked up the Twilight cost from 0 to 1, which does make it more difficult for hobbits to pass it back and forth to the appropriate person that has more vitality.
Whoever has the most vitality.
Yeah. Because in like a Dauntless Hunter deck, you could just toss it around to whomever needs it, and you're usually putting like escape and such on them anyways.
Yeah. So we have a spicy Moria Swarm here.
Game right here.
Yeah.
So we've only got the 2.
He's got the frying pan to save him from any number of orcs.
No, this is Chadwick down.
Oh no,
down
I'm
bottom.
looking backwards. Yeah.
Yeah. Chadwick doesn't have
no
anything.
Bow. Ramil's going to come into play here.
Yeah. Well, except there's 2 armories.
But he's got 2 armories. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 2 armories.
And this is probably the time to burn them.
Yeah. Go for the win.
Hope your opponent doesn't have stealth.
He's thinking about it. He's like, oh man, do I want to build up to more armories or do I want to? Yeah, because Site 5, there's got to be a stealth, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't played one yet, I don't think.
Hey.
This is Chadwick's Fellowship, right?
Yeah.
He played Intuition earlier, so.
If he's packing Intuition, he's almost certainly got stealths. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
you get outside and get some sunshine.
So this might actually be a situation where you try to load it up on Aragorn. If hang on, 13, you need to get to 26.
They'll have to slow down.
Yeah, with all those goblins dead, I don't think that it's able to do much.
Yeah, if he'd burned the armories, that might have worked out. But...
There is no armor though, so Aragorn might end up dying here anyway.
Well, if he's got the stealth, he'll put the Balrog on Frodo for the first one.
True.
Yep.
Aragorn maybe takes 1 wound if both of them, the remaining orcs, go on him.
And then 2 more from the Balrog on the Fierce Skirmish.
Yeah, he should probably be okay.
How responsible she's been. I'm very proud of how she.
All, of course, assuming there's not 2 stealths here.
Yeah, which is always a possibility. The fact that stealth goes all the way to Site 5 is pretty brutal.
So in Fellowship PC, the stealth still can cancel skirmishes with Frodo?
Correct. Yeah, we haven't changed anything about that yet. Although it's kind of it's an idea that has been bouncing around in my head. Should we backport, I guess, the cannot cancel ring bearer skirmishes to Fellowship PC, and say
so.
What was that?
I would definitely advocate against that.
It would be a huge change. Chadwick here is not liking his chances, it looks like. Maybe he doesn't have a stealth.
Maybe.
Yeah, he put the Balrog on Aragorn. That's going to be a dead Aragorn if he Oh, wait a minute. Do we have a dead Frodo too?
Well, I wonder if he's got an intuition. Oh.
He does have a stealth, so why didn't he put the...
Why didn't he cancel the Balrogs? He must have 2.
But even then, why wouldn't you cancel the Balrog's double wounds?
Yeah.
He has another one?
Yeah.
Bam.
Huh. Yeah, I'm confused by that play.
Any sense? I don't get that. I don't understand why you don't put the Balrog against Frodo.
Yeah.
Aragorn would have been just fine. He was strength 13. There was no way they were going to get to 26. He takes 1 wound from 2. Yeah, that might have just been a misplay. So, I mean, these guys have been playing games, game after game after game. This is like the 4th. Yeah, this is the 4th game that these 2 have played back to back. So maybe it's just fatigue setting in.
Yeah,
could be.
For a lot of Europeans, it's getting pretty late in the day too.
Aragorn, so he's in the same position he would be had he double stealth Frodo.
Oh
yeah, because he did heal with. Yeah, so I guess maybe it just didn't matter.
No, because if you put the Balrog on Frodo,
then Aragorn would have no wounds.
Well, I mean, it depends on whether or not Bezmel's put the second work on Aragorn or Frodo at that point.
Well, Aragorn, so right now he's inactive, but the Last Alliance pumps him up to 13, so I don't think that there was anything that 1 orc mattered. It would have either, at most, put 1 wound on Aragorn or just gotten canceled with Frodo.
Right. So in our movie game, we're up to 5 burdens on the Faker.
So Aaron is making
Does the
progress there.
Faker have
Oh, Commander
There-
Kijin here makes a good point that he didn't want the goblins stacked onto
Oh,
goblin
no,
swarms.
goblins
So he's
in there.
specifically trying to make
Hey,
sure that. Yeah,
So
that,
the
that
one
makes
wound on
perfect
Aaron-
sense.
Yep.
No goblins being stacked makes perfect sense.
Yep, that's totally it. Totally messed that over there. Because yeah, when you're in a choke
Those
situation,
people-
the last thing you need is to be letting your opponent have free hand extension. If you can avoid it.
Yeah.
It's good to see
why
that
these
these World Championship people do have a strategy after all.
What? These people know what they're doing? That doesn't make any sense. So we got the Faker bringing out his Grinch Swarm here. Another
They
hate.
are roaming. Yeah, that's probably the right place for it.
Yeah. This is rough.
Now,
Got a
on this,
very
with
good chance
Aaron
of killing
Butcher,
two.
Reckless Pride. I'm not sure I've ever seen this particular cycle played. So Lenar is dead. Because the Shadow
It's
player
because of
gets
the
to
cycle.
pick.
Yep.
Oh.
And so there you go.
Yep.
Yeah, like you've got
Oh.
the Slaughterer going up against him.
Yep.
And
That backfired. Suppose you'd usually put that on Durin, who's a beast, but
yeah, Lenar not so much.
yeah, not today.
And then you've got these guys over here. So we have a total of 4 vitality between them.
Yeah.
What's he trying to do? He's might be trying to
He
assign
thinks
it.
that you can, assign them all to Linar.
Oh, yeah. But you can't.
Yeah.
yeah, those cards are always tricky. Where it said this, assignment. Each minion gets to it be assigned by the Shadow players. Like, can I double stack that or not? It was always kind of like a question.
I wonder if he's not recognizing that and is currently
Right.
confused. Though I don't know why he wants to double stack them on Lenar. He's better off putting some wounds out there.
Yeah.
None of Aaron's companions can get big enough to win a skirmish here.
I mean, Faramir can survive, but all
Yeah.
the others are.
But Lenar's going to die with 3 threats on the table.
And
then
someone
the
else
Marauders
is
are both going to win.
Yep.
Yeah,
Without
so-
even using the Marauders.
Right.
Yeah, so there goes the 3 threat damage.
And you kill Sam.
Kill Sam as
naturally.
well.
Right, because he's going to get overwhelmed anyway.
You can get plus 12. Oh, you can't use it against Faramir. That's
Yeah,
right.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
not against that one.
Yeah.
Clutch, such a clutch card.
Oh, I'm waiting for like a Son of Hamfest drop here on the
That's
fake.
he has it. That's the answer.
Hasn't been discarded yet. Hasn't been killed.
So
but
my
there's-
question about this corruption deck is: would you splash 1 Enquia in there just to kind of throw 3 wounds in the maneuver phase? I have not seen Aaron play an Enquia, but it just seems like an obvious choice to splash one of those in there. But I guess maybe he's just so committed to corruption that one card that could add a burden is not worth it, even though it could take out.
I'm not sure that
Wait.
he can afford the 6 Twilight that Inquia costs.
He's not
Yeah,
running one. We've seen his whole deck
Yeah,
at this point. He's not running an Inquia. I don't think he needs it because he's not.
He doesn't care
He's
about
not
everyone
winning
else. He cares about
skirmishes.
this one stat on the ring bearer.
Yeah, and the only thing it would be terribly useful for would be if he was facing like a maneuver wounding deck, but he's going to get crushed by a maneuver wounding deck.
Yeah.
And
Because
actually,
There's an
Fellowship is
interest-
first and can clear.
I don't think he
you know,
wants
the-
to kill other companions. He wants more Twilight in the pool so that he can play his stuff.
Yeah, there's an interesting strategic play for the Faker here. Like, either you need to kill a companion so he can't play Gollum at the next site, or you need to not kill Gollum and go again.
Right, and double jump.
Oh yeah, that's a good. That's
So this is
yes,
interesting
not
that
killing
Greenleaf
Gollum.
took
It's
out
super interesting.
both of the orcs here. I think intentionally trying to avoid any more plays of the Ring is Mine.
Yeah.
Because neither one of these actually matters once they're down. Like he got the
Well, the
initiative, he got
fighter
the burden
does-
added.
If he stays on the table on the double jump, because he'll
That's true.
keep the initiative.
That's true. Although we have things like a damage +1, like strength 12 Aragorn here. I'm just wondering.
Well, because if he's going
Why-
to double jump, like Dostali said, Golem needs to still be on the table. Otherwise, he's getting 2 burdens added because of those threats.
Oh, that's right.
But he's discarding cards with Gwemigil, which
I think he's going to stop and try for the shadow kill
yeah,
and hope he gets some damn fast.
that's not a bad play there. Though if that is the plan, I
What?
don't. Oh no, yeah,
Oh,
got rid of threats.
that's the threat.
Discard
That's
a close to
smart.
wounded minion for each elf you can spot. But
That's
that only...
why that's sneaky. There's no more threats.
Yep. So he can stop here and not have 2 threats when he moves to site 8. So those burdens
That
can't
is
get
smart.
added. Yeah. It's a good play.
That's some next level stuff. Exhausting your Legolas so you can murder your own Legolas with Aegilos to get rid of the threat, so you won't get dumped at state by a golem from the discard pile adding 2 burdens.
Wow. I don't think... Has Aegilos ever been used like that before?
Not that I've seen.
What a ridiculous play.
Yeah, I've watched a Greenleaf
It might
die
have
when
saved him the
the
game.
condition vitality is removed, but never the artifact.
That's some real use my
Yeah.
face against your fist action. And oh man, that's...
If that
Wait,
wins the
but he
Faker
didn't end up
team-
double moving though, right?
No, he stayed, it looks like. Yeah, the Faker decided to reconcile.
But there's no way of getting 2 threats now for
Right,
Golem to go
yeah.
off.
Right.
Yeah.
So if
So
he
he's
pulls Son of
he gets a-
Hamfast, he's
He can
good.
stop and hope for Son of Hamfast, and he
There
got
he
rid
is.
of the threats.
Yep.
There it is.
He removed 1 burden from
Game.
playing him because he's ring bound, even though the card doesn't say it.
Oh,
Oh,
And then he's going to remove a couple more.
Burden.
Yep.
yeah. Now, I know we
That's
said this
it.
last round, but I think Aaron might not be able to pull this off now. I suppose I shouldn't discount him yet because he has continually threaded the needle all the way up till now. But this is looking pretty
That's got to
dire.
get them at once. Otherwise, you just murder Frodo and start over with Sam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
7 burdens I think is well out of reach for this particular deck. We've got, let's see, well, only 1 copy of it wants to be found in the discard pile, so there's 3 in his hand and in the deck. 2 copies of the Ring
there's-
is Mine. So I guess in theory that's 6 right there. And if you
He's
have
only
another,
got
no, he lost.
one.
He just conceded.
oh, he did,
Oh,
yeah.
yep.
All right, well, excellent game.
So
Amazing.
I'm
What a
loving
play.
this. All 4 of these players, 3 of them, I play regularly on Gemp. I don't think I've ever played the Faker. So watching, I'm sure he's around, but I haven't personally played against him. So this is just like some unknown player who's just stomping through this to me.
Yeah, I've played him a few times. He's quite good.
Given where he's at right now, I sure hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Faker is going to be he's our first top 2 individual. So he is the one that makes it undefeated through the bracket. Let's just go ahead. And mark
But
it
Aaron
over.
if Aaron wins his next game, he can still come back to the final then?
That's right. Yep.
Correct.
Aaron does still have a chance here. He's not knocked out of the tournament.
So that could be a really interesting rematch.
But
And-
Aaron will finally have to use his fellowship deck for
Yep.
that.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see this fellowship deck.
and that's going to be super
What are the
interesting to
chances he's
see
going-
whether or not
corruption
he now that the Faker knows exactly what Aaron's movie deck is.
And his movie deck's definitely one that's going to be easier to go against, knowing what it does.
So
You know,
in
knowing
one of
his
those
fellowship
losing matches,
just doesn't go.
does Aaron ever choose PC Fellowship? I guess we'll see how strong his deck is, and if he thinks that it's more surprising or.
And this is a
more solid.
tight one. Neck and neck at site 7.
Each one has walked one site at a time, trying to outchoke the other person. Yeah. Valley of the Anduin, this
At
is
this
also
point,
one of the V cards.
It looks a little bit healthier, maybe. But this is tight.
Moria has not really been permitted to set up here. So whoever called out the Goblin Swarms was doing a very good job, because I think he has done down here. Chadwick has made sure that that Swarms did not get set up.
Yeah, well, he's played 3 Secret Sentinels so far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which,
making
which
sure
does
that,
mean that he probably can no longer fully stop whatever condition setup that Basmels is going to have for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
Well, Basmalis is going to have to go for the double jump here. He's got 8 cards left.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. Basmelis is going to be decking himself next phase.
Although Basmelis is playing the
cards.
Swarms, he's got Sneak. So those last few cards could be
That's true. You never do
the
know.
Swarm
But
setup he's looking for.
you've got
Bank's not doing
Chadwick with a fully healthy Aragorn and Legolas bowed up. You can only prevent 2 wounds with 2 swarms.
Yeah, I think I think Chadwick
she's
there is
got
in
it.
a pretty good position.
Well,
Does Chadwick have a minion? What a time there would be to not
no.
draw.
Now he's only got 9, so I think he was probably deciding what order to play stuff in. Ouch. Okay, so only the Lamenya, which interestingly is going to be able to beat Aragorn.
Unless Aragorn lights up the flaming brand.
Oh, that's true. Hang on. So we've got the PC Flaming Brand, which by default only gives the +1, and you have to light it and burn it to get rid of the.
They can also dump the Tail of Elendil.
So he is interesting. He is activating the Flaming Brand, making sure that Lamenya dies, but then you lose the brand. And if he's going to go for a Sight 9, not having the brand up against Nazgul is going to. There he goes.
He's checking his hand. Yeah.
He's only got 2 cards in hand, and the 2 are Bounder and Secret Sentinels. Oh, so Moria's just going to get those. Yeah. Okay, well, here he goes. Basmelis goes for the Sight 9 win.
It's all about what 6 cards were just drawn.
Yep.
I feel like Basmelis has got this, honestly.
With those 6 cards, 17 Shadow.
17's
you could
a
be
lot
seeing
for
3 Nazgul here. You get them Fierce.
And that,
Pippin and Bounder or Boromir both die.
Well.
Oh, that's it. Just the 2 Nazgul. I don't think
that's enough.
No.
Unless he's got a Pale Blade.
And there's still 3 copies of Gondor Bowman on the table. If he
can
wants,
all go off.
Can just.
Oh, they're back again.
Yeah, no. Basmelis made it through.
Yeah, and he's going to use a Wellbreath to make sure that he can't be overwhelmed.
Yeah.
If he needs to.
Yeah. And Bounder. That's,
I think Bounder's getting discarded.
Yep. Yeah, Fear is getting used to. Although an exertion on the Witch King just makes him that much closer to dying.
He is now fully within the 6.
We have Wreath and Shadow here.
And 3 Twilight on the
And there's 3 Twilight. So that's 1.5 Gondor Bowman that can be countered. So that's 1, 2, 3.
So he can throw 3 R3.
Aragorn doesn't have a bow.
That doesn't kill anyone.
Yeah.
No.
So the Gondor Bowman don't do him any good.
Yeah.
He doesn't bother using him. He wants the vitality more than he wants the
Yep.
Yeah, but Aragorn's going to live here, and then Aragorn.
And then that's it. Yeah, it doesn't matter that Boromir dies. It doesn't matter that Aragorn takes another hit. Yeah.
I feel like it's a moral failing if you survive Sight 9 with your Ring Bearer with Boromir not dead.
It goes against the spirit of the story.
I will go out of my way with 5 companions fully healthy to make sure Boromir gets overwhelmed at Sight 9. I don't care if Aragorn could have won that skirmish.
So Basmelis here kind of does a
towers.
cheeky checking at the hand, and it looks like it's all. Look at all this Fellowship garbage to find in your hand at the very end.
So Basmelis and Aaron is our
Basmelis
our
and
table
Aaron, that's our top 2.
Oof.
I'd just like to cycle back to the discussion with regards to deck lists when we're in between games. During the DGMA time period, the stress on the players to ensure that the deck list submissions were absolutely accurate to pass deck check that could happen at any point in time in any round was definitely another factor into just the tension and the weight of playing at a major event. And Gemp, the deck lists are what the deck lists are. You don't have to worry about actually submitting a deck list and having it being correct, because there were friends of mine that actually were given game losses because they had placed the wrong title on their deck list versus the character that was in the deck, and that's a hard lesson to learn.
Yeah, we saw that in Maine, the state championships. It was quite frequent that somebody had made a mistake.
You mean like stating you've got Ranger of the North, but using King in Exile?
Right. Yeah, I don't know if anybody, I mean, I'm sure somebody tried at some point to give a wrong one, but I don't know what gain that would have been for.
So now we'll finally see Aaron Brucker's Fellowship deck.
Yep, we'll see that here at the 40 mark.
After we see what his fellowship is, I got to bounce off here, but
Right on. Well, been glad to have
or
you.
maybe I might have to bounce out a little bit earlier, depending on what the kids are
Is
doing.
it required that a Fellowship game be played?
Yep. Yeah. So here on the losers bracket, the lower bracket, these matches are all PC Fellowship, and since Aaron Butcher just lost his the semifinal match to here, now he's going to have to play PC Fellowship against Bismelis. And then,
But I'm thinking about the Faker, because if the Faker chooses, so the first.
So the way it's going to work is that whoever wins this one goes against Faker, and the first match is going to be PC Movie. And then going into the second match, since it is a best of 3, whoever loses that first match gets to pick which deck they go with.
Right, and then if that person the loser won, the loser gets to pick again. But it's possible that the loser every time may continue to pick Movie, and we may not see any of the championship matches in Fellowship.
That's true.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I think that it's probably more likely, depending on what Aaron's Fellowship deck looks like. Now that the Faker knows what Aaron is doing, and it is a bomb that can be avoided, I think that it's possible that if Aaron's Fellowship deck is a little more standard, a little more sturdy, that doesn't rely on surprises, I think we might see him make that choice. But I'm not sure. That's definitely...
Yeah. I feel like in the
his Fellowship deck is rates. What we were talking about before.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, and actually, I'm pretty sure that he goes for a lot more of the V1 cards than a lot of people do. So we could see more of a combined Twilight Nazgul corruption deck from him. That's definitely a good bet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if it does end up being a rematch between Aaron and Faker, I don't see how the odds aren't in the Faker's favor. At least one of the games, and if he wants it to be 2, like if Faker wins first, then Aaron chooses Fellowship, then the third game Faker chooses Movie. Feels like the odds are stacked in his favor, knowing about the bomb and what to do with it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that although Aaron has surprised us a few times already, so I can't discount him entirely, but I think going into these two, if it becomes the Faker versus Aaron, I think Faker has a better chance. Now, that said, what was Bismelis' deck?
I believe he was running Ents. I think he had the Ent deck that lost at Site 2 with
and Faker's fought
really
him
rough
too.
Draw.
So
but it was against Faker.
Yeah, so the Faker
it's Ents and Dunland.
So we're gonna see a rematch either way.
Yeah, the Faker's got all the cards going into this, pun intended.
Although that said, The game Faker won against Basmalis ended at site 2. He's never seen.
Oh,
Basmalis'
that's
shadow.
true. Was that the troll bomb that happened?
Oh yeah.
So, actually,
Oh, that's Melis's shadow. So that's interesting.
so he's got the least amount of intel you can possibly have about someone's deck, because it only lasted
Yeah.
one site.
He knows
And
what
the
it does
Faker's
during the
draw-
fellowship phase.
He knows
Faker's draw
what it does
against
during one fellowship phase.
right, the
Yeah.
first fellowship phase.
I mean, to be fair, the Fellowship is a fairly standard archetype. You can have a good guess at what it's going to do. But yeah, very interesting. That would be an interesting rematch because, like, that was such a good draw by the Faker to just take advantage of that. You don't get that kind of like perfect draw every day.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, well now we're finally at a point where there's only going to be one game for us to pay attention to, so no switching away. I feel kind of bad that we only barely caught the back end of some of these big plays because we didn't have a chance to focus, but too much going on, too few people.
As Melis went first.
I guarantee that the Faker is playing a turbo corruption deck with a 60 card start.
Aaron starts with Gandalf. Interesting. Haven't seen that in a minute.
So this is the same start he had in movie last week.
And he's trying to draw cards again.
And there's a lot more tools in PC Fellowship to do that. Aaron in particular is a big fan of the My Heart Tells Me card that allows you to draw 4 based on Frodo's Vitality.
Yeah, that card's interesting. I just threw that in a deck the other day.
Isn't My Heart Tells Me the healing in 2 eyes?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, 2 eyes as often as I can spare them. Yeah, that's the one that draws.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I got those backwards.
What was the errata that was done to Heir to the White City?
So it reduced it from 2 to 1, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, it used to be 2.
Stone Trolls.
Well, Aaron better hope he's not playing. No, he's playing Nazgul.
Yeah, so Stone Trolls does nothing, so it's going to be used as fodder to discard Shadow Conditions if necessary. Here we go, an early Helpless. And drawn to its power.
Well,
and Bilbo can't do anything about Helpless.
I mean, look, this is what I was trying to tell D-Steady before. With the errata to Sam, I feel like this is the occasion for you to play Corruption while people aren't as used to Sam being what Sam is now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's fair.
Although Basmalis is actually in a position to get Sam down to the original effectiveness, because the second exertion only occurs if you can't spot 2 Shire allies, and he's got both Bilbo and Bounder. So if he gets both of them out, then, well, in a situation where he's not made helpless, Sam
He can get rid of Helpless Bilbo, can't he?
No,
only from support area.
Bilbo only discards from the support area. Now there might be an Athelis,
right?
And if there's an Athelis, then that'll take care of helpless.
Though if this is anything like his movie deck, he's running several helplesses.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we saw we had the double helpless play get nuked by a Secret Sentinels. Yeah.
Yeah, he's running at least 3. I checked his discard pile. I don't know if he's got a 4th in that movie deck.
Basmalis coming in hot
Honestly,
with his
a
Moria
couple
setup.
of free scouts.
That's a beautiful setup to have on site too. This is just going to build.
That's great. Yeah.
How fast can you get to those 2 sleeps that are definitely in there?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
we got
he has
Gandalf here. Gandalf's not worried. Well, look at that. We had a Bounder go up against a Moria Scout because I forgot the Bounder is home too, and then used a stealth to cancel it. That's kind of that's almost a mind game to make you think, oh, I got the Bounder. Oh wait, no, you played stealth. Why did you just play stealth on Frodo? Well, because this would have gotten into your head a little more.
Nearly as interesting.
Made you do a double take.
Oh, I would never have thought of using a stealth on Bounder.
He is a hobbit, I guess. It's the home 2 that surprises me, though. That
Well, he got something out of that tail, the stone trolls at least. He got rid of the
what did we
Mm,
miss?
one of those.
He discarded Stone
Just
Trolls.
Oh
those
yeah,
to
trolls
get
he
rid
to
of-
to get
of-
rid of Drondoet's power. Although
Yeah.
a second one just got played, so
Yeah. Once again, we see Ringwraith and Twilight.
Yeah. Looks like he's running a very similar shadow here.
yeah. Frodo decides to go for the
Ring
exertion.
with the
But there goes. Yep,
shiny card.
wants to be found. Those burdens are starting to stack up.
Is the Tangward Arwen there? Is that the one that's stronger versus Nazgul?
Yes, well, skirmishing
Yes.
Nazgul, Arwen is strength +3. Yep.
All right, this is awesome. I got to bounce out for now, but I'm sure we'll be watching the replays. My 7-year-old son was urgently telling me that it was necessary for me to report back to him the winner of the full championship, so he's very excited about this. So
Well,
We'll
thanks
know
for
in not
thanks
too
for
long.
being with us. There's
All right,
those.
see ya.
There's that 2 eyes that we were talking about. So
Yeah.
because Frodo's
Yeah.
got so much
The
vitality.
reset.
Wow, look at this.
That's a Fellowship setup.
Yeah, we've got the new Pippin, the V card Pippin, and then we've got regular old
Star.
Borgos and a Denethor, and Ranger of the North.
So they want to cycle, don't
Oh,
you?
bad beef if he's playing stealths too.
Yeah. And actually, I think I may have played against Aaron's 4x stealth 4x. Oh, here we go. There's a
Leap.
So he
There's a
does
nuke.
have 6 companions, though. He's just put Gandalf in Ankea territory.
That's true. Does Basmelis have an Anquia?
I don't
recall
know.
seeing it.
I mean, you feel like most Moria decks have a splash one. Now would be a great time for him to get it.
Right?
Yeah.
This is the rare occasion where Aaron's gonna go for the fellowship win.
I mean,
I-
this deck is definitely set up to be more robust, I think, than the sneaky one that he was trying in movie.
Yeah.
There's not nearly as many ways to just kind of infinitely discard in Fellowship.
Yeah.
You've got Gwemigil, but I think that's it.
No, he definitely is going to run on Moria. I think he has the favorable matchup with Gandalf and Sleep. This is and a big fellowship with all those stealths. This
We
is
got Ranger
definitely
of
a
the North.
situation where he's going to run.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So we have the
I think
errated
he's
foul
grabbing an
things.
addition
What's he
back.
pull out with it?
Yeah.
So he pulls his.
They
They
are
are coming back. So foul things used to just be play a Moria minion from your discard pile, and it was useless. Nobody ever used it. The 2 cost was just too much, so we changed it to any card, and so it was used here to recycle. They are coming.
Mm.
Both of these
What are
just with regular
these?
old scimitars, but no armories to pump up. And it looks like even with 7 Twilight, though, 3 cards in hand that he could have discarded for they are coming, but I guess they're important fellowship stuff that he didn't want to get rid of. Or potentially big
Might be
stuff
that.
like the troll or something. So Freffy, talking
Yeah.
about the discarding stuff in fellowship, he talks about pipeweed can do it. You've got the long bottom leaf.
I'm very
Gift of
familiar with the long
Instar.
bottom leaf. It's just the 2 though. You can't do it repeatedly like he was doing with his Golem
Right.
Smeagol combination. There's lots of discard cards in Fellowship to help you cycle your deck, but I'm not sure what Gift of the Evening Star is. Is that
Exert
an infinite
Aragorn or
discard?
discard 2 cards from hand to make a minion skirmishing Aragorn strength -1. So that's just about as good as Gwemagel.
Okay. Yeah, so that one definitely is. It is 2 at a time, so you've gotta have 2 you're willing to get rid of. But
Yeah. I
that's
think
good
Smeagol
to-
was the same way.
good to be
so-
aware of. Was Spiegel not just the one?
I
could
think
be wrong.
Smeagol's one. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Golem is too, though. It's just the mirror match.
Mm-hmm. And there goes that Athelas to get rid of Helpless.
Yeah.
Hey.
He doesn't have the second Hobbit companion yet, so he's only
Nope.
getting 2.
Yeah, only gets 2 off. Okay, we have Bow on Aragorn.
Yeah, ditching the bow to get rid of Drawn to its power.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, against a corruption deck, I think that's a good shout.
Absolutely.
Spin the tail to. Yeah, because someone will die. Someone whose name is Sam, probably soon.
Here's that ring wraith coming in. 11 strength, enough to outdo Aragorn. Those wounds on Frodo from taking off those burdens pumped up pumped him up a little bit. Now using the other Gondor bowman, yeah. So in conjunction
Gives
with
him
the bow,
3 wounds.
3 wounds, take him out.
Does he just run here? There's nothing in the Twilight Pool. He'd have 9 at sight 5, but Aragorn doesn't have armor to be able to deal with the Balrog.
He's got 3
More
cards
than
in
he
hand.
could-
1 or 2 of them could
Burden
easily be
bomb.
stealth.
That's true.
And we also know that it was 3 cards that he was not willing to sacrifice. Well, no, we actually don't know which 3 cards this is. I'm sorry. Those could just as easily be shadow cards at this point. Oh, he does go for the double.
Dun, 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 dun. It is the
I think
Balrog.
we've seen Balrog in every Fellowship deck so far. I feel like that's a card that's only in about half of them these days. But it's cool to see it played very regularly in this event. It feels very thematic for
Sometimes you see players do this just to shuffle the deck afterwards. This is always kind of
I did not touch the deck. That was the Balrog Burden Bomb.
Oh, here we go. So we've got must
Oh.
do without hope. Exert the Balrog to add a burden. So okay, so Aaron doesn't just have Balrog as a splash. That's kind of a core part of the strategy. Frodo's
Interesting.
not looking very good over there. Definitely within Inquia range.
Yep. Must
Is
do without
he
hope
really
is
going-
such a risky tech card.
So as
you-
somebody who goes with Final Cry a lot, it's very similar in that you try to cycle and build up the perfect hand for Site 5, but you can totally get screwed at any time. Like those trying to include those 4 copies of anything that only works on the Balrog is just rough.
Yeah, kind of that Uruk bomb strategy that we saw early days of Fellowship.
Hmm.
Kind of you just build and build and build, and Site 5 you drop as much as you can.
Now we have both
With all this,
Elrond and Ottar in play, which is a very old strategy that's significantly worse now that it's been errated, but still good enough to use, it seems.
I actually feel like Otar is better because you can do it one at a time.
Yeah, I like him better now.
Yeah. This is actually the
Gandalf's
buffed
worse.
version. The original version didn't have as much vitality, and that's all we did was bump him up a little bit, so that he could use his
I
ability
see.
multiple times. That was the second errata.
Yeah, because originally
Yeah.
he was discard up to 3 cards to draw the same number of cards, right?
Right.
And so you've made him the same, but he's just one at a time.
Ditching an intuition. He's on Site 3. Yeah, look at this.
He's got so many companions though. He's just flooding. He's running for a 9 companion fellowship.
And he's flooding against Moria, who can not quite infinitely utilize it, but it's already built to be able to use a ton of Twilight.
Yeah.
So that seems a bit risky to me. On the other hand,
Well,
we've got, hang on, so we've got the new Pippin, but not enough Frodo signets to... Oh no, wait, Boromir here is a Frodo signet. So
Yeah.
exert Pippin to prevent a skirmishing Shire companion from being overwhelmed unless their strength is tripled, and make them strength +1 if you can spot 3 companions with the Frodo signet, which we've got. So he is going to come in clutch on Frodo if he gets swarmed. We of course have Aragorn, who can suicide and take out 4 people at once. We have Boromir that's going to be able to save any of these hobbits.
Not going to stop him sticking it on putting cards on Goblin Swarms, though.
Yeah, that's true. Relics of Moria being used.
yeah, he's got
Quite a
3
Things
centaurs.
was used
discard
again to
pile
pull
already.
relics.
What was that?
Foul
All things was used to pull relics.
Oh ho! I missed that. Yeah, being able to recycle that stuff, that's something you couldn't do before. You used to just have to shrug and only recycle minions.
Yeah, he's not getting anybody on Frodo here, but he's got enough that he's probably stacking a few. And that's unless there's another sleep coming next turn, that's going to be kind of get the ball rolling.
Which it's very, very possible. We've got no last alliances. We don't even have you have my sword. Don't have the right photo for that.
I suspect he's not running any equipment.
He's not running Sting there, is he? He's got a Hobbit Sword on Frodo.
That could have possibly just been, Sting is in there somewhere, and may as well put the sword on Frodo while you wait for it to crop up.
Yeah, as with his movie deck, it seems to be just a throw down, survive, fellowship deck that does a little bit, but mostly is interested in cycling.
To answer the question in chat, Bugabaloo, who won last year, there was no World Championship last year. There hasn't been a World Championship in about 10 years. So this is the first one that we have ran since the Players' Council has formed. We figured that was one of the things that had to come back. Interesting. Pippin, rather than using his ability, utilizes a stealth.
It's to avoid the swarms.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
him up.
Oh, yeah. So this guy in particular you don't want going on the swarm, because if he's going to flood the pool, you can use that to pump anybody up. Yeah.
But
This
he
card
used
won me
Mary.
a Powers game earlier today with my opponent flooded, and I had one on Swarm, so I was just able to take out most of his companions because I was also running Moria Swarm.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that nothing got over there. That's
Well, he exerted Boromir to have Frodo win his skirmish. He exerted Merry to have, I think, Gandalf or Arwen win theirs. He spent the resources to stop anybody from getting stacked.
Right.
There's a burden.
That's a big deal. That extra burden.
Yep.
And now he has the 2 Hobbit allies, so if he heals up Sam at the next site.
And Arwen coming out. Yeah, he's...
Yeah, Arwen can hold her own against the Nazis.
Yeah.
And Aragorn
so
can
as
take
long as he doesn't get
too.
4 dropped on him here, which is unlikely in this block. Right, he can stay there.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't need a double move. He's sufficiently far ahead that it's difficult for Aaron to catch up.
Heal Sam up to get rid of 3 burdens next turn because he's got the second companion ally.
Second ally, yeah. Then you're in a pretty sweet spot. Even if you have to sacrifice Pippin or Arwen here, as long as you don't get corrupted right here.
Yep.
Does Aragorn have an Athalas on him ready for the next helpless?
Nope.
He does not.
No.
He's got a ranger sword, no strangers to the shadow, his bow, flaming brand, and Saga Valendo.
Saga.
So no Athelas. On the other hand,
helpless number.
Frodo over here is looking pretty stacked with O Elbereth, Mithril Coat, Sting, and there and back again. So I don't think any Nazguls are going to be winning any skirmishes anytime soon. Not that Aaron's deck necessarily cares about that, but
yeah,
Frodo's certainly not going to die there.
Aaron's taking his time here to think through his play. I'm real curious to see.
Yeah, 15 Twilight is kind of I can understand it. Trying to get that drawn to his power out yet again.
Yeah, it's the third one he's played, so he must be at least considering being able to win skirmishes.
Toldea's going to kill Sam.
Yeah, Toldea's going. That's kind of tricky. Do you kill him now that he's helpless, or?
I think you do, because we know he can discard it. Bilbo's got another. Oh no, Bilbo can't do it.
Yeah, Bilbo's got a red book here. He can't do it right now.
No, Bilbo can't target.
Oh, helpless.
Only
That's
the support
right.
area.
That's right. Yeah, Bilbo can target drawn to his power, but not helpless.
I think you still do. Yeah, you're a corruption deck, right? You're not winning based on killing people. So
but you need people withdrawn to its power or whatever that is in the support area.
Wait a minute, he's fierce. Like
he
can take out Sam and take out Pippin. Like because this is
and that's 2 burdens.
Yeah, 2 burdens right there, and Sam taken care of permanently. Yeah, I could see why he took some time to consider this. He probably had other options. The bow does not have enough vitality to be able to take him out. There's no. There and back again.
We'll just boost him.
There and back again will keep Pippin alive. Sam's got 3 wounds already.
That's just a hand. That's just a burn.
Just getting that out of his hand. There's no Gandalf on the table to affect.
It's wonderful at that speed. You can just throw that one away.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Get that Sam out of there.
Wow.
That's rough for Basmils.
Yeah, that's so here we go.
Yeah.
If he was banking on using that at all, this is now definitely in Aaron's court. He's
Yep.
three sites left. He's still got 17 cards in his deck. Haven't seen any Skulkers played though, I don't think. So have not yet recycled the Drawn to its Power, or it wants to be found rather.
He must have discarded one early on. There is one in there. Arwen.
Oh yeah, right at the very beginning.
Why?
Yeah, why Arwen?
Why not
Pippin?
Pippin and make you?
Well, Pippin would just have
Bounder.
Bounder trigger, and Frodo would heal Bounder next turn. I don't think it makes any difference.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. So he was at 5. He'd go up to. You'd have to hit 15 to overwhelm. You're right. So if you're going to put a wound on someone, put it on Arwen, because wounds on Pippin don't matter. He'll either get overwhelmed or not hit at all.
So he's at the Sanctuary, and he's probably stopping here.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So that's going to be 3 wounds off of Aragorn, 1 off Arwen, 1 off Frodo.
Oh. Painful.
So Must Do Without Hope is getting ditched and draws Gandalf's staff. Oh,
There's
there
another
goes sleep.
Yep.
Kaboom. And here comes the Defender +1 Sam. Yeah, he does not. Who are we missing? Legolas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, probably a copy of Greenleaf.
Yeah, there's probably a green leaf in there somewhere.
Now we have a lot of Twilight here, and we have the Balrog that's going to be pulling stuff out. So, and there's no bow, no Greenleaf to take him out, so he can freely exert all the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's no armories, no relics, no. So this is just going to purely be a. I think he's just going to pull as many scavengers as he can chain.
Yeah, but at the same time, Aragorn can go Defender plus Mega, so it's all going to be for not very much.
Well, I mean, you know your opponent's running 9 companions. You kill as many as you can whenever you can, right?
Yeah, true.
You know, he's not going to get a swarm that hits Frodo, but if he can kill Aragorn, overwhelm Sam.
Yeah, you just got to use up some of those resources so that he doesn't have it available on Site 9.
Yeah, set yourself up for Site 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, and also dig and pray for free people's cards that'll save you.
Yeah, because Site 6 is no more than 1 minion can be assigned to a skirmish, so he's not getting a swarm off there.
Yeah.
Stuck Warrior on the bottom. Interesting.
It's actually pretty solid considering he had no conditions. Gotta hand it to him.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when someone with an 8 companionship fellowship decides to flood the pool for you. You don't need your own Twilight.
Yeah, he played all but one of the orcs in his discard pile.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh wait, that's our one. That's Aaron's. This one.
Interesting. He does have the trackers. Might be going for that little
that tiny little bit, at the end.
Probably all they're there for.
Yeah, just discard him and then.
Yeah, I mean that's 3 more minions for 3, and so he's not going to have the armory set up probably at Site 9 here. If you do, you've got basically infinite Twilight.
Yeah.
So this is. He didn't exert Aragorn, and he made sure that Aragorn had plenty of vitality. The Balrog is going to get discarded if he moves. Does he double? He's not going to have Aaron.
I think you do.
There's no swarms.
There's can't be swarmed at Site 6. Although, so doubling with this in play, if he draws a swarms or a fell things to get his swarms back, could leave you in a position where you have just let him stack many things as you move into Site 7.
That is interesting.
It's a lot of rooms.
Oh, wait a minute. Did Sam not die?
No, he had
an intuition.
He had an intuition that he used for him. Okay, so Sam is still available to at least block 1 chump.
The intuition on Frodo as well to make sure the Balrog wasn't overwhelmed.
Right. So I think you probably... Let's see. Who gets sacrificed at this point? Is it Sam against the Balrog? And he might just have another stealth, or a stealth that he has waited on.
It may actually be Mary here. Not Mary, Arwen.
I would say Mary. I feel like you keep Sam because you can heal him at the sanctuary, and then
Oh,
there's
Gandalf's got his
perpetuating-
staff.
Oh.
Duh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Staff.
Use the staff to cancel.
Love the staff.
No, what's the Balrog card that if you finish a skirmish with somebody
Final
bearing
cry.
a staff?
Nah,
Final cry.
yeah. Final cry. That requires some setup because you have to have the whip too. Yeah, I do that just for giggles, and I have had some amazing games where it's gone off, but it's tricky. To answer the question in chat,
Is being asked that you can't cycle them with your Moria cards.
yeah,
He wants to stay behind. He wants his sight path to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to
But
answer
it's
the question in
still-
chat here, so Bugabaloo asks, "Are all the commentators seem quite good and knowledgeable?" Thank you. Are y'all a part of the competition as well? Most of the people here were. Destali, Mock. I don't remember if you were in. Solaris, Cost, you were in.
At the time, I only knew Fellowship, so I didn't play any of the movie. I wouldn't have won any of the movie games. I didn't see the point.
Right on. But yeah, we do have a lot of very knowledgeable players here.
Yeah, Balrog and I definitely failed out in the group stage, so
Yeah, several of us were hoping to be playing in this event, and this is our consolation.
It's dignity.
Drawn to its power discarded yet again by Bilbo, although we have Anduin Confluence coming out to get rid of him and all those consortings, plus the Bounder.
why Bilbo?
Bounder's a really good card.
Mm-hmm.
This is really going to come down to the wire. Can Aaron pull
It's
out
a tight
5 bird
game.
and cards?
I think he definitely can. It really just depends on...
I wouldn't bet against him at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, like I mean, he's pulled out more difficult victories just this particular tournament. So
Yeah.
oh, here we go. Oh wait, there's nobody he can get but Arwen. Oh no, he's just
And that
sitting
doesn't-
there to make sure that he's got no. No, he doesn't.
So
oh
we-
yeah, he does have bow now. Aragorn's bow is
Yep.
out, so just sitting there to make sure that he can't use that in the
It's
future.
died and... Yeah, I feel like you stop.
Maybe he should move again so
I
that there's
don't-
no sight.
Yeah, he only played
Opportunity.
2 cards.
He's already 2 sites ahead.
Yeah, so like, does it help you or not help you stopping? You're not going to kill him at Karis Galadhon. Yeah, so you-
that's good.
You try and run.
It's an interesting side 8 choice. He doesn't have.
But it is it's the site 8 with the highest Twilight.
Is that
Oh,
all
good
it
call.
is?
Oh,
Just trying to get
yeah.
as much as possible. I am surprised that he didn't go for the V card site 8, the one that has you draw 1 card per companion over 4. Although I guess that would be killing him in this case. He'd be handing over a whole bunch of draws to a Moria player.
Yeah,
if
the
he-
archery
but-
one could be good for his shadow as well, but
That's true.
it would wreck him on the Fellowship.
Yeah, but the way he's playing it doesn't seem like his fellowship has any intention of getting to side 8.
Yeah, I think it's
That's
just
true.
here to be ablative shielding and have plenty of stuff to play.
It might be a mistake to ever run against him. I don't know.
I don't know. He played Unkea, and was it nothing else? Did he play one other card? Yeah, he
Yeah, I
only
think he's due for
reconciled a
another
single.
Caldera.
Oh ho!
Oh, there goes Aragorn.
A dead
It's just
Aragorn
a
at this
weird-
point is...
No, I think that's okay.
It has negligent. It doesn't. There's not threats like in fellowship.
Yeah,
Right.
and
And
I-
honestly, I wonder if Bazimel's play here is to kill Pippin off as well, so that when he does move to 9, he's limiting Twilight as much as possible.
Drawn to its
Yeah,
power
and there's no
gun.
draw.
It got discarded yet again, so...
Yeah. So what is it? 3 drawn to its power in the discard pile.
Yep, Bilbo nuked every one.
There was a 4th one, so if you kill the companions first,
How did he discard them?
With
Toldea fodder. If he draws another Toldea and puts down...
Yeah, exactly. I think I just ride or die with Arwen and Frodo.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Now Aaron is still in his shadow phase. He's got 11 Twilight left. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, both Drawn to Its Power and Toldea. He's probably got a couple of the Nazgul in there, trying to figure out if there was a slightly different orientation.
Oh.
But no, that's got to be a dead Aragorn. There's no way that it's anything else.
3 bird. No,
2.
that's.
And he's
He
still
probably
got
puts a wound on Arwen as well here, so that Arwen can't lose twice in these fierce skirmishes. As Frodo's going to have to fight.
Yeah, Toldea takes out Merry so that Merry can't boost anyone up.
So he's got to put Inkea on Frodo or Pippin. If he puts it on Arwen, then Toldea kills Arwen. And that's going to really make him struggle at Site 9.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good
How does
call.
Toldea kill Arwen?
Because of the bird.
Yeah,
there's-
I see.
So there goes a burden from Drawn to Its Power. 4 burdens left.
Frodo can just take a
So does
wound.
Drawn to Its Power not trigger from Enquaya's?
No, because it's in a skirmish.
Yeah, killed in a skirmish. Yeah, specifically does not get triggered by Inquia.
Bye, Pip.
Yeah.
And this is going to be close. 2 burdens.
Well, it'll be 3 left.
Yeah, so he's
Oh,
currently
yeah,
at 4
yeah, that's
resistance.
phase.
Round.
Yeah, this is going to be nail biting on that Site 9.
It's also kind of thematic of like Arwen and a nearly dead Frodo running away from the Nazgul. I love it. Don't give in.
Why is
At some point, I'm not sure.
I know I'm occasionally guilty of just clicking like sites to make the move limit -1 aggressively, but like,
And at this point, 5 rounds into the the top 8, it's possible that he's just going over his board trying to make sure, did I miss anything? Is there anything? I've got a blue thing over here. Let's click on it to make sure that
Yeah.
you don't want to leave any efficiency on the table, especially when it's this close, because this literally could come down to 1 burden making or breaking the difference. Oh, so we have Flaming Brand being burned.
I would do that. It saves you the 1 vitality.
It lets you potentially lose twice next turn without Frodo going in.
Yeah.
Though Frodo's going to be okay here.
And because she's a
against
ranger,
a single
she could,
fight.
Yeah, she could easily get another Flaming Brand. It's possible they've got the best mouse has another one in hand.
That's true.
Or might draw one. Oh, 2 eyes. Draws the whole deck. There's Greenleaf. Everybody's here except for Gimli.
Yeah.
No dwarves allowed.
Called that earlier. I love the
almost feel
commitment
like at
to
this
foiling
point-
up all image cards.
Yeah, I
okay.
feel like he shouldn't have played Arwen here. He should have gone with the Legolas that does the exact same thing, just so he could have the actual 9 fellowship.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I mean,
Well, who would have
Greenleaf is
needed
a better
Gimli
splash for sure, but
How
missing
dare the top
Gimli,
8 not
right?
have a perfectly thematic deck?
Right.
Although
I'm
he's come
disappointed.
closer than anybody else so far. So
Yeah.
Because
missing
if he
Gimli.
moved the Hobbit sword over to Sam, but then didn't play anything on Frodo.
because he's going to let Frodo die potentially.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to kill Frodo. Keep himself and Quaya safe.
yeah. Although,
It
well,
also-
he's pretty far away from being Anquea safe with this many guys on the table.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I assume he's just planning on killing Frodo.
Oh,
for...
here we go. That's a lot of
cave
scouts.
That cave troll's going to eat 2 people, I think. Oh no, Aragorn can take it once.
There's no
Mm,
Cave Troll's Hammer, although I think he played it in another round. So making him make a choice. There's no swarms on the table, so there's no victory to be had except for deaths.
Against the power that rises in Mordor, there is no.
Yeah, I know this comes down to Basimela's fellowship phase, but I think he should have burned the armory there.
I don't know. There's a chance. Well, let's see. He just went to Site 6. Yeah, there's no way that Aaron moves again. He's got nothing in his deck. He's got no reason to try and cycle anymore.
Well,
This is
And even if he moved again, he'd have to move many more times for it to
matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think at this point, yeah, the Fellowship is just here to not die, and obviously there is so much slack left here that there's no way.
Yep.
Sacrifice a couple of chumps, and that'll be that.
Bye, Boromir.
Oh, that's also thematic.
Well, Gandalf didn't die before Boromir, so is it
Oh,
really?
true. True,
Oh,
true.
no.
Just Boromir being the one who like makes a point of calling out that they have a cave troll.
Oh yeah, they have a cave. Oof. Actually, wait a minute. I totally forgot that I have this soundboard all set up. Let's see.
Oh, you should have been having wait.
Oh, interesting. Last minute Boromir.
Okay, a couple of Athlas.
Oh,
to heal
that
up.
actually could be absolutely clutch.
Oh
Especially
no!
because they get bumped.
Oh,
Thanks.
not that it matters. He's got zero
You
zero
can
cards
have
in
zero
the
cards
deck.
right. It is
How
what it
many?
is.
It wants to be found as he played. He's played 2.
1, 2. Yeah, so there's potentially 2 more. There's
Yep.
still Drawn to Its Power here on the table. But a healed Arwen.
Kill. He's going to be able to
Heal
kill
Arwen.
him.
If he's got an
And he has
Inquia,
2 now, but doesn't do. Oh yeah, Arwen can exert. Is it say Ranger or Gondor Man on Gondor Bowman?
Gondor,
Bongo Man.
Gondor Companion. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, so he
Boromir
can
do
get
it.
either
All
plus
points
4
of action.
archery or
Plus 4
plus
archery or
6
plus
on
6
Frodo.
strength.
Yes.
It's probably going to be the archery.
Yeah, Frodo's got Oelbrith Githanel on him, so he can be an 11 against a Nazgul here, and he's got the wounds to lose 2 skirmishes.
Oh ho! We
You
got a
don't
lot
throw
of
that
fierce.
down if you have all, it wants to be found.
I think you don't use the bowman here.
No, you don't. They'll all survive.
You let them be
Let them be
fierce.
fierce. They can only add 1 burden. Yeah, it's fine. Let them. Yeah.
Yep.
Let them be fierce.
Nobody needs to die. They can all lose 2 skirmishes.
Yeah, with that.
Oh yeah, because
He-
she's gonna get boosted up because of
if
her
he-
game text.
Yep, she'll be a
If
9.
he had the 3 it wants to be found, he wouldn't have played all the minions.
Yep. Yeah, he might still
So
have
he only
1.
needs 3. So he could
It
play
doesn't
2 of
matter.
those.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh right, it's waiting on
Oh,
him
d-
to. So
Why
he is
is he
exerting
exerting?
to prevent the fierce. I think it's just a matter of
Interesting.
making sure that you squelch any possibility, because you never know. He might have some skirmish event or something that he's been holding on to in his hand that might.
That's true.
So here comes the It Wants to Be Found.
1.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Frodo
there's
can
no more
lose
Twilight.
1 skirmish now.
What about Wraith World if he puts on the ring?
Well, he can't put on
Well,
the
if
ring
he's
without
on the
corrupting.
ring, he's dead anyway.
Yeah, because with the Sealder's Bane, that would turn 1 wound into 2 burdens, so that would be a win that way too.
Oh, but what's the
got
card
it.
where if you exert the ring bearer and he becomes exhausted, you force him to put the 1 ring on?
You could have that.
That was
but we-
maneuver.
yeah. Oh nope, he's Aaron Butcher doesn't have anything. Got very
Yeah,
very close.
That's it.
Well, if he was going to play a skirmish event here, he'd play it on Boromir.
Yeah.
It won't matter. No one else is fierce. Arwen can survive. Even
Yep.
if Boromir dies, he has 1 burden. Like, yeah, who
Yeah.
cares? Doesn't matter.
And then Arwen takes the wound.
Yep.
Wow. What a
no,
close.
No, he doesn't.
Well
Not
done,
for-
Baz.
Well
done.
done.
Whew.
Well done
Really
by
tight.
both. That was
Yeah,
look at
what a
this
good
carnage.
game.
Both sides were look at Aaron's fellowship. Certainly not.
It's been a while since I've seen just a 9 companion run fellowship.
Yeah. All right.
Wow.
So we are
That was-
going to go ahead and go into a 30-minute recess here. So we are going to come back at 2050 server time. Let's see. So let's put that into chat. I am going to go ahead and roll some of these prizes. We have not been rolling them very much because we just had game after game after game. And this will be a time for us to get some of these in. Lots of people have signed up. So once again, if you are looking to add yourself to the giveaway, just go ahead and fill out this form and we'll add you onto the list. So Django already got his prize. Let's see. So Distali, there's plenty of people that have added themselves on. So let's throw them all in the mix. So that's
During this 30-minute break here, are we going to continue with commentary? I'd love to almost get some of the players who are out, hear some of their thoughts on the event.
oh sure,
If,
yeah.
if any are available.
Yeah, we can throw out some. Here, let me. I should announce this.
Yeah.
I said 2030 was when it was. Oh wait.
2050.
2050. Yeah. All right, so Enolan wins a Minds of Moria starter deck. So I will throw that over there onto the list. And yeah, if you guys want to go into the Gemp chat there and try to see if any of the previous players are willing to hop into chat. I know that a lot of them are Eastern European. Many of them might have a bit of a language barrier, but they are more than welcome to hop on if we can get anybody. And I will keep spinning the wheel here.
California.
Do what?
So I think Aaron's from California.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we could get Aaron on here if he's willing to hop in.
Oh, good idea.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 10 more prizes that are going to be going out here. I guess I could have just looked at here. So let's spin for the next one. Looks like it's going to be Where to Go is getting a €15 Card Game Geek voucher.
Are all of these vouchers donated, or are these something that the Players Council picked up?
Nope. The vouchers are all sponsored by our two sponsors. We've got Card Game Geek that donated quite a few of the prizes, and we have Category 1 Games that has also contributed some. On the web page on the PC website that goes over the World Championship, anywhere that you see the teal coloring, those were provided by Card Game Geek, and the yellow ones were provided by Category 1 Games. So kudos to them, shout out to them. Definitely give them some of your cash. Go buy some stuff. They've been quite wonderful. All right, let's spin this wheel again. Oh, whoops! I need to remove him. So the next one's going to be another €15 voucher. Going to Pokek. Spin for the next one. And Icarus is going to get the Lord of the Rings TCG DGMA shirt that we've got. So it's just going to be branded with the Lord of the Rings TCG on it. So that'll be going to you. Congrats. So let's see what we've got left here on the board. We have 2 more DGMA t-shirts. One of them is going to be black just with the D player. That's the D Agent branding that they went with when they were building up the DGMA. And then there's also one Gandalf, I believe it's the promo Defender of the West. That one is still on here. There's still one Minds of Moria starter pack and one Battle of Helm's Deep booster pack, 3 of the Card Game Geek vouchers, and Skilled's own batch. So Skilled has forfeited his the particular stuff that he's going to be getting. So this is going to be a big high roll. So you'll get 4 Battle of Helm's Deep booster packs and 1 Minds of Moria starter deck, and he'll just be getting the other physical prizes such as his particular shirt and the plaque and so forth. So let's go ahead and do. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go ahead and do 2 more, and we'll leave 5 for afterwards.
I really want a t-shirt.
Antoine Porat, is that how you pronounce it? Gets one of the €15 vouchers. for Card Game Geek. Okay, we have 2 more of those, and there's 2 more on there. Okay. So let's actually, it looks like one more person has added their name on, so let's get them added here. So this is going to be the Mines of Moria starter deck. Going to YK.
Okay.
Nice.
What did I say?
I don't know
2
if she's
more?
listening
So
right now. Oh.
5. So yeah, 1 more spin, and then we'll leave the rest for between finals matches. Arathius gets the Gandalf DGMA shirt.
Is that the one you had your eye on, Balrog?
Heartbroken.
Day ruined. Okay, so that's going to leave kind of a nice mix here for after the finals start. We've got 1 more black DGMA t-shirt, a Battle of Helm's Deep booster pack, 2 vouchers from Card Game Geek, and Skilled's own batch of card product from his from making it into the top 8. All right, well, if anybody has anything they want to talk about, they're more than willing to do so. I'm going to step away for a moment and then be right back before 2050 when we will start the finals, the best of 3 between the Faker and Basmelis.
While everyone is in the community is listening, does anyone want to hear my soapbox about fixing wizard culture via errata?
Looking
Please
at
listen to
a wizard is never laid and saved from the fire.
No, it's
I'm
a wizard
so
is never
tired of
late
it. Please
and
listen to
Barlaman.
me.
Like
And
a wizard
Barlaman,
is never
okay.
late. A wizard is never late. In any other culture, if you have like 5 companions, I don't know, such as Treebeard, Grimbeorn, Radagast, Gandalf, whichever other, you have to pack multiple copies of them. By running 1 copy of each and for a wizard is never late, it's the same as packing about 20 cards in any other culture.
Yep.
If you errated that to say a wizard, or better yet, Gandalf, that completely takes the knees out of Gandalf culture in movie, but especially expanded. So that's my little soapbox.
I think the problem with limiting it to Gandalf is that unless somehow you have a deck that really wants more than 4 copies of Gandalf, you're just better off running Gandalf.
That's fair.
Wizard is never late cost it is a card slot, so I suppose it can help with cycling a little bit, but if it can't be used, it becomes a dead card once Gandalf's out, and it costs 1 more than just having had that be a copy of Gandalf. So it working with Gandalf and the Gandalf man allies, which is when it came out, what it did, right? It helped you grab Otar and Barlaman and all them. I think is what gives it any value at all. I can definitely see it being done in, grab Gandalf or a Gandalf culture ally rather than
or even
companion.
just in wizard, you could still grab Radagast. Like that would be thematically appropriate if you're talking about a wizard being never late.
Let's be fair, though.
You
Radagast
could also
is
do
frequently
it with
late.
what's just been said there. You could also do it pull a Gandalf wizard or Gandalf man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, well, man is still problematic in movie and expanded because of Grimbeorn. And the other Gandalf men companions. Forget the guy who gets the events back ad nauseum, who's a companion. What's his name?
Who are the other Gandalf? I don't play expanded here, so I don't know these cards at all. I'm just trying to think thematically in the story. Who else would be a Gandalf man that's a companion?
I forget the name of the card. I'll look it up. It's one of the homies who's just sitting around at the Council of Elrond. But in expanded, he's a companion who, during the skirmish phase, you can exert to bring back a Gandalf culture skirmish event, and that goes a lot of fun ways. That makes Gandalf wizard culture the dominant culture in expanded.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just keep cycling Servant of the Secret Fire. And yeah, I'd say that would be obscene.
Yeah, especially because you can also keep bringing back the events with the axe, Grimbeorn's axe, bearing axe.
Yeah, I don't know what any of these cards do. I'm sorry, I'm useless in a conversation about expanded strategy.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'm strongly of the opinion that like a lot of chat has been had about like it's so broken when you have Deep in Thought, Roll of Thunder, Terrible and Evil, and you can just nuke everything. Parliament thoroughly enables that, and then the whole like strategy that a lot of players in this tournament are using, even in movie with the Ents, is very thoroughly enabled, even more so by Wizards Never Late than Save from the Fire. That's my little soapbox about errata, is if you come for those two cards, you come for the whole thing, and it potentially balances wizard culture. So that's my soapbox.
I can
I'll leave it
definitely
there.
see Barlaman needing something. He's very strong in a deck, even if it only runs 2 different events. You now get the choice. He's effectively whichever one you need. Save from the Fire is where I had a thought you were going to go with that.
Yeah, I mean, Save from the Fire at least has a legitimate cost of like, other than that one weird condition site and expanded where you take a character out of the dead pile, like you're putting one of your 9 companion slots out of play to get 3 cards. Like that's at least a legitimate cost. Barlaman's cost is
well, yeah, Barlaman is super cheap. Save from the Fire, though, like most decks, and maybe Ents being an exception here, don't run 9 companions. So the fact that you have a companion whose purpose is to die for that card doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't think of that as being a real cost. I wish Save from the Fire worked exactly as it did, but you couldn't pull companions with it. Like grab events, items, conditions.
But then you could just pull Wizards Never Late with it.
Well, accepted. Yes, that's true. So you're probably doing that anyway.
Yeah, you are. Which
if you're running Ents, you're pulling a Wizard as Never Late anyway, so you can filter down your deck.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're running Wizard Culture and Expanded, you're doing the same thing to pull Grimbeorn and Gandalf and Radagast and Treebeard.
Right, but if you're going Gandalf Men in movie, then Wizard as Never Late doesn't do you any good.
Yeah, I mean, if you did
feel
it,
like Gandalf could be paired with elves and dwarves too, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh, I should send you a replay of my very broken expanded deck that uses Save from the Fire, Gandalf, Four-Armed, and Gilgalad.
Can you cycle Four-Armed that way?
Yeah, I just play Four-Armed as many times as I need to, and if I come up against wounding, then I use Barlaman to cycle Traveled Leader and Speak Friend and Enter, so that I just keep healing everybody with the sights. It's a good time. And if I come up against Ninja Golem, I just play Grown Suddenly Tall a lot of times.
Yep.
I know I'm giving Ketera all the ammunition he needs right now to errata my broken deck, but you know what? I'll take it.
I know stuff does get errated and expanded, but I feel like it's such just a wild format that I don't know how important it is to do so.
I think Expanded is a really fun format. It's just like my favorite time of playing the game ever was actually War of the Ring, what we now call War of the Ring Standard. Before all of the like, there was one employee left at Decipher who made the whole like Hunter's Block thing happened. I thought that like that era was really fun with the changes they did to the site block, some of the new mechanics they brought in, like some of the fellowship cards falling out of the like rotation. But yeah, like stuff like Gilgalad, Balrog, Demon of Power and Might, like it got insane in Hunter's Block.
Oh yeah, I stopped playing basically right after movie. I remember we didn't know the changes until kind of it was too late, but like I'd opened a booster box of whatever the next set was, set 11, and I was just so disappointed that they were completely altering the cultures and the way the site path worked. But then I also went off to college like a month later. So I lost my local gaming store and my normal card playing group, and it was a really, between those two things, it was really easy to walk away from the game. And I just never played through the rest of those.
Yeah. Yeah, I only ever got back into that like real expanded shenanigans after like finding Gemp again.
Mm.
Which again, shout out to Ketera for maintaining like Gemp and the server and this community generally. It's great. I love having found it again.
Yeah, I'm so happy this is here. I only found it back in the fall, or in the spring rather. But I'm just so thrilled that this exists.
Yeah, one of my cousins who had played with like actually IRL 10, 15, 20 years ago, like pointed this out to me well before the pandemic, and I was like, whatever. And then like he briefly reminded me of it like after the pandemic, and I was like, oh yeah, I love this. Maybe I should like dabble in it again. And then yeah, here we are.
Yeah, we found it kind of on a whim. YK, myself, and another friend of ours that we all went to high school together and played this game back in the day. We were going to the 20th anniversary Return of the King in theaters, and we were just reminiscing about playing the game. And it was like we Googled it. Like, I wonder if they have it on like board game or tabletop simulator or something like that. Like maybe we could play again. And lo and behold, we found Gemp.
Yeah.
I believe you
Mine-
found Gemp.
Oh hey, YK's here. I didn't know
How's
you
it
snuck
going?
in.
I did. I snuck in quietly and creepily
Hi, friend.
eavesdropped on the two of you. Hello.
My
We've got
experience was, I went to university around the time of Powers block coming out, so that was stuff. And then during the pandemic, I was very similar to yourself. I was like, I wonder if I could play this online. Oh, yeah. And while I've fallen off and come back in the meantime, it's been something that I keep coming back to at least once a week, or when I've fallen out with it. Although having now gotten into the Towers block, I'm re-engaging with the game a lot more.
That's awesome.
Even checking in once a month, I'm still being involved with the nostalgia of 20 years ago.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I know not everyone playing was playing 20 years ago. You know, there's some contingent of folks, including in the World Championships, who were kids when the game was first out and didn't know it. They found it later. But I'd be curious to see those stats. How many of us are played when it was new?
I'm curious about it reaching Europe and all that because I feel I just had never heard it before in these parts. I don't know how it got here.
So we can actually later this year we'll be having another yearly survey. So we can definitely put in a question there about people, like trying to see a percentage of when people started playing. As for the Europe thing though, I know that it was a big push on Decipher's side to try and go beyond just American shores. They tried to do that for the Star Wars CCG, and they only got as far as Japan. And then with subsequent games, they managed to make a bunch of relationships with other printers in these other nations. And in particular for Lord of the Rings, it started out with, I want to say, 7 different languages. You had English, and then Spanish, Portuguese, French, German, Italian, Chinese in Hong Kong, and then Polish.
I feel like that makes sense given the source material.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of Eastern European Lord of the Rings fans. It's pretty big out there. So yeah, definitely a good move. Although they eventually wintered it down so that by site 4 or set 4, there was only German, Italian, French, and Spanish. And then by site 6, I think Spanish had dropped off. And it was just those 3. But the fact that
you
it
might
lasted...
be able to,
Sorry?
like a fellowship, you might be able to get your hands on some like fellowship starter decks in Portuguese, but nothing more.
Yeah, pretty much. So actually, on the wiki, there is a page that goes over the different languages, and let's see here.
While you're looking at it was my local gaming group time. So I got flying out. That was the method in the club. Everyone was running around.
I'm sorry, Solaris, you're breaking up a bit.
Sorry. So I was saying that my local gaming club was started playing the game. So that was where I got doing it. And then the local gaming stores were carrying the boosters and the decks, so that I was able to build my own personal collection.
Oh my god.
So yeah, here's somebody that has managed to collect all of the Fellowship of the Ring starter decks in different, all the different languages.
Wow.
Oh, that's so cool.
Incredible.
So there's, English here, the Chinese, I think that one's Polish. That looks like Spanish, and then German, and that's French, which means that this one over here has to be Portuguese and...
Yeah.
Wait.
Is
No,
it
that
an
one's
angle
Italian.
thing, or are some of these different sizes?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Oh yeah.
Because I know that a lot of these, like the whole point was to have overseas partners, and they would handle the printing. So like Decipher would send them all the files, and they were all set up specifically so that it was easy to swap out the language once they had it translated. Some of them were handled domestically. I think the Chinese might have actually been done by Decipher themselves, but most of the other ones were done with overseas partners. What was I going to look for? Oh, the uncut sheets. So you can actually see this the most, excuse me, in the way that the uncut sheets are set up, because the English was set up in an 11 by 11 array, and it used standard American sizes for paper. But when you look at the equivalent on other languages, maybe that wasn't a good example. So on the German one, they just use a completely different setup with a different layout. It only had a 11 by 10. They had different spacer cards, so their spacer cards were pure white instead of the black and the swatch card that we're used to. So all sorts of differences that was all just handled by the overseas suppliers. And actually, this gets to the point where when it came time for the Tengwar anthologies, especially around War of the Ring, with that particular one, that one wasn't done by hand anymore by Daniel Reeve from Weta. Instead, they used a font of some sort. And so because they had the font, the German supplier took it and retranslated it into German, whereas all the other ones before were all just the hand-drawn ones that Reeve had done.
Oh, that's really cool.
So actually, for War of the Ring, there are 2 different types of Tengwar, and you just have to kind of know. This was actually something that wasn't really like well known until about 2020 when we had the pandemic and people started sharing their collections and stuff.
That is very, very cool.
Fortunately, the wiki has images for all of them, so if you're ever wondering which one you've got, you can come on here and you can compare the German Tengwar versus the one you've got and try to spot the difference and see which one it is that you're holding on to. So, but yeah, so obviously it petered out eventually around set 13, right when Decipher was really starting to, when the wheels were starting to come off, when they were changing suppliers domestically. I guess they also lost the contracts and lost the ability to keep the overseas printers interested. And so right around that time is when I think set 14 was the very last one that was printed in a language other than English. And then 15 and above were all done in English only.
I see. I'm just always very impressed with there's such a big community of Brazilians, and with the cards all being in English online, I was just like really wondering how that happened.
Yeah, and the Portuguese, especially since the Portuguese only lasted for one set, I think. It did not have much legs at the time.
Never underestimate the power of Brazilian fandom.
Yeah, for sure. This is
Brazil...
actually.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
No, I was going to go off on a tangent. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just curious. Is Brazil kind of like Europe, where many people speak English as a second language?
It's not uncommon.
It varies. People tend to learn it somewhat in school and off movies and stuff. I guess with the internet, people really do keep up.
And it's hard to say in our case specifically, because if you're going to be on Gemp playing, you have to have some sort of like English grasp just to be able to do anything at all.
I was going to say, as someone like as a fluent native English speaker, for me, it's hard to read all the cards and keep up with everything. And there's so many of them.
Yeah. It's quite it's definitely a hobby in that you do have to spend that time, digging into it. It's not something that can just be picked up immediately.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I was going to say is that I'm hoping that at some point we can make Gemp's definitions a little less manual, and that I would like to be able to support all the alternate language images that we have, because we have all the way up to set 5. We have all of the images that Decipher produced, and then there's at least one fan translation project. I know that the Polish community has produced Polish translations for all the cards. And so I would like to, I would love to support those kind of things and get them all into Gemp so that you can just select which language it is you want to play in, and it would automatically swap out the images. But that would be really cool. Yeah.
Yeah. That's very impressive. Like trying to come up with all this complex language rules-based stuff and translate that appropriately.
Oh yeah. And in fact, that was something I didn't have a whole lot of insight into it because I don't speak Polish myself, but I did see a lot of, muttering and swearing from their side where they're like, why did they pick this particular keyword? That was dumb. Like whoever translated this was like just not actually a fan and didn't care and blah, blah, blah. And so like they've done things like chosen completely different words to indicate ranger and stuff like that because I guess they disagreed vehemently with the choices made by the official translators. Which, awesome. I think that's fine. I think that's the way it should be. If you're the ones reading it, you should be the ones to decide what's up.
Yeah, that language can't be on an individual basis. So I want to play in English, my opponent wants to play in Polish, and both supported.
Oh yeah. And that would be the whole reason to do it. And I actually started just barely putting in a little bit of support with that with the whole Tengwar hack. But I want to make it a whole lot more extensible so that you can go in and just say, yeah, this guy doesn't have any Tengwar. But I would like just to be able to switch it so that it's a personal thing on your side, so that both players can have as much information as they can understand.
Oh, even as a native English speaker, I would love that because I really hate seeing Tengwar cards on the field.
Yeah, the Tengwar are particularly annoying. We need better support for it so that it's not obnoxious. I want to make it so that when you mouse over a Tengwar card, it just automatically kind of fades away to the English or whatever your configured language is. It's really obnoxious having to go in here and look at it and see what the text is.
Yeah, I mean, especially
I fully support that choice.
Right. Like the frequency where I have gone in another tab to pull up all the versions of whatever character I'm looking at to be like, all right, which picture matches? I don't remember which one this is.
Yeah.
I think you guys have seen it a couple of times just in this commentary where I've had to ask which one it was because I couldn't tell at a glance.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just about at time here.
Yep, just about. I don't think that there's going to be anything else really to say. We got the top two here between the Faker and Basmelis, so I'll get those tables just about ready to get set up. Just as a reminder to everyone watching. Sorry?
Let's get our bets in.
Yeah, who's favored here? What do y'all think?
Ooh.
It's going to be interesting because, as you said, the deck was one of the competitors only got to site 2 in the previous game, so we don't know what the deck looks like.
Yeah, well, so Basmelis is playing full Ents, and he's got Dunland as his shadow. We saw him play in the first round, but we didn't focus on that game very much. And the Faker is he running Besiegers, or is he running the roaming Red Orcs?
More roaming with that one really mean troll that almost killed Aragorn in the movies.
Right. So I think Basmelis has the upper hand if he doesn't die at Site 2.
Yeah.
I'd say that.
So I believe the Faker is running a pretty standard Elves and Men Fellowship, and Dunland is not bad against that. if he can get his sites controlled, he can get big enough to really require that that Faker have events to be able to win his skirmishes. And elves and men don't tend to run that many for Aragorn. So that's I think he's got the upper hand. That's my money. But we have no idea what the Faker's Fellowship deck is. If it moves on to a Fellowship game in second or third. What about the rest of you? I feel like I'm the only one giving a prediction here.
I'm keeping quiet because I haven't managed to watch anything because my children have been reasonably demanding today. So I'm going to hop on with Mock there because I trust your judgment.
Appreciate that.
I didn't see the earlier games either, so your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, and another thing to mention, this is probably going to be a small thing because I don't think that any of the top 8 so far have gone to time, but we will be dealing with a slightly extended timer for the finals. So each player will have 25 minutes instead of 20, just to make sure that everyone has enough time to do their strategizing. Since we no longer have any additional rounds to juggle, there's no other people that are kept waiting. Okay, so
that makes sense.
Smell us. All right, so let's get these tables added.
So one thing I'm curious about, most of the folk on this call right now played in the group stages. Clearly we're hoping to get to this point. Did you have cards picked out that had you won, what you would have gone for to have Katura create as your full art or masterwork?
Oh yeah, did anyone think that far? I am almost certain that Aaron had something in mind. I don't know what it would be, but he very much enjoys the collecting aspect, and so I bet he's got some card in his back pocket that he was hoping to do. But what about you guys? Balrog, Distali, did any of you have a wish list you were hoping for?
I actually wasn't aware of this benefit of the winner, but I mean, it probably would have been forearmed for me.
Oh ho. That's actually one that's on our radar for errata here in the future. So.
Oh, I know. I'm aware.
I would have straight up gone for Ringberry Smeagol, my guy.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean that would have been that definitely would have been different. Okay, so we have the Faker here up on top. He is running, looks like a standard Elfman setup. And we have Basmelis down here at the bottom. His shadow is Dunland. As Basmelis says in chat, let's see if I can make it past Site 2, which is exactly what happened earlier. I noticed that we haven't actually gotten to Basmelis yet. He hasn't flooded yet, but we'll see how it goes.
So I missed what the Site 2.
So
it's actually not a bad start on your Dunland shadow, just like getting the elders in your discard pile early. Worst things that could happen.
Yep, because those are just going to be recycled in with some of the other cards later. Once you have a couple of sites under your belt, and then they'll be beasts as opposed to weenies. But the Faker manages to do a double move here, and Hides comes out. Gets to draw a card when you play it, and whoops. And then if a Dunland man is about to take a wound, remove 2 Twilight or discard the possession to prevent that wound. So it's very much like Armory with a bit of a twist.
Yeah, a really important distinction there is that Hides is possession, so it is much harder to remove than Armory.
That is true.
Yeah.
And Dunlanders also... Sorry, go ahead.
Really interesting that like Faker bid a decent bid. I mean, it's only 2, but bid to go first. That completely prevents Dunland from taking control of sites in the first turn.
Oh yeah, true. So
did he know that Dunlin was the shadow?
See, that's with the other match ending so quickly. I don't know that he knew. I mean, it looks good in retrospect, but how can we tell?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Site 2 loss was the first Fellowship to Site 2 or not.
It was,
Yeah.
I think. It was. I'd have to go back and look at it. That'll definitely be a highlight to talk about, but I think it was. So we are now on Bismelis's Fellowship, and he has taken a moment, I think, to consider just how much
Should
can he
he
risk
flood?
flooding, because he has absolutely proven to his own detriment that there are some times where flooding is a bad thing.
For anyone who was not watching in the earlier rounds, Basmelis in this matchup last time around flooded it right here, saved the fire flood, and then he immediately.
It's like he's
lost
going
at
for it
Site
again,
2.
though.
I mean, the Faker had 7 solid orcs
And
when
2
he did it
trolls.
last
Yeah.
time. The odds of that happening again are, certainly not 0, but
Surely
Yeah,
it wouldn't happen a
not
second
terrible.
time, but I don't know that I could muster up the guts to make that gamble.
I'm interested though. He's not flooding as heavily. He grabbed Quick Beam and Skinbark instead of the Host of Fanghorn and
Well,
whichever
he
one
pulled a
is
Wizard's
Defender
Blade,
+1.
Gandalf's staff from the deck. I think he drew Quick Beam and Skinbark.
Oh,
So he's
Maybe.
being very considerate on his third one, trying to figure out what exactly he wants to take. Because Gandalf's staff
Yeah.
did not help him last time. Not against the big old swarm. Canceling one of them did not help. So I wonder what his options are for number 3. Council of the Wise. Oh yeah. So this was very. So he's double paid now
There it is.
for Elrond. So that's the 8 Twilight going down. He's got another.
Treebeard.
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
And
okay. He's got one.
wow.
Oh, but
That's
he's
hand.
set up a lot better though this time.
Sitting at 7 companions already.
He's gonna be stuck at Site 2 though with that move limit site.
That's
Oh, yeah.
true.
If he has initiative, and he definitely has initiative, well, he doesn't want that Twilight to stick around for too long anyway.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
double
Uh-oh.
trolls
Oh, no.
again.
The double trolls again.
Lightning gonna strike twice? Probably not. We have a lot more companions this time, but I bet Bismelis
only
is sweating right now. Didn't even have to use the Ithil Stone. Why would you? Not with 20 Twilight sitting here on the table. You don't need no discounts.
Yeah, only 3 cards left in the Faker's hand though, so he can't put enough out here to, well,
Properly
there's-
punish
yeah.
it. I mean, I think the
Because
PTSD is probably good enough, but
Yeah.
it's all mind games at this point. It has nothing to do with actually trying to get a win.
Does Advanced Captain win the award for silliest looking orc?
yeah, it's gotta.
No, not that guy, the captain.
Oh,
the
this
one
dude.
With the
Oh,
sk-
the one with the skull strapped to his head.
yeah.
Okay, so Sam is just gonna get dusted.
He's seen the shadow now. He knows he doesn't need it for burdens.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's never going to flood like this again, so I don't think he's worried about another Frodo hit after right now.
Right. Goes for the exertion to win against Ent Horde, which means that there's only +3 available on one of these other ones. Doesn't matter for Troll. Gandalf is just going to cancel with Gandalf's staff.
Yeah.
He could win the
Yep.
Treebeard fight.
Yeah.
Is potentially where he goes there.
Yeah. Oh, right. And
Yeah, 'cause
because of Captain, they're all damage +1. So that's 2 wounds on Horde, 2 wounds on Treebeard. And then a fine mist of a
And
Sam.
he doesn't healing from my heart tells me.
Yeah, he's not going to get to use that unless he actually pulls off
Yeah.
any skirmish wins. What's he doing here?
Interesting.
3 times 3
Really?
is 9. Wait a minute. Oh no,
Use
just
Tail of
prevent
the Great
him.
Ring.
Straight up prevent him from being overwhelmed. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Okay.
could
Alright.
just be to
It's
smash him later so that he doesn't have to
Yeah, take 3 wounds on someone else from a damage +2 troll.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Cancel and
And now Sam probably dies.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, probably about it.
But it prevented Skinbark from taking 2 wounds.
Yep.
Or quick beam.
Yeah.
Interesting. So healing up Treebeard. Exert Treebeard twice to play a. Yay! Bespellus made it past Site 2.
it went a lot better. Like his chat, yay, I did it. It's great. Went a lot better for him this time.
Yep. That was probably much more like average as far as what happens with flooding.
That's going to
Yeah.
be such a sigh of relief right there for him, though. He's never going to have that much Twilight on the board again.
Yeah.
Between here and Site 9.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does he have a way of recurring those trolls?
I don't know.
Faker?
I'm not sure.
With
Yeah, I'm trying to
Elrond-
think of a.
There's not all that
the,
many.
And the hides are both in jeopardy.
Oh, because of Vilya? No, wait.
Oh
No, because of Dareth.
Dareth.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, as much as hides is usually better because it's a possession, not a condition. This is a case where that's just not true.
So here's Over the Eisen to control skirmishes. Here's Ready to Fall to recur those Dwarven Elders. From your discard pile.
Yeah, no sites controlled yet though.
And interestingly, like having Bespellus on Site 2 here kind of caps what he might capture himself. By moving slowly, he's kind of hamstringing himself a little bit.
Yeah.
The Faker's definitely pulling ahead here. So with Anduin Banks, burdens can turn into strength. Oh wait, did we switch over already? Yeah, okay, we switched. Yeah, Bespellus didn't have any shadow minions to play, so...
Ooh.
Interesting recurring have patience.
He might be gearing up here to walk past the Sanctuary and catch up.
Yeah, I wonder about that.
Yeah, we just saved from the fire again, so let's see what he pulls.
Moment of Respite. At the start of regroup phase, you may discard 2 cards from hand to heal Gandalf. Yeah, look at all this healing that he's looking to put down. My heart tells me he's got that event. He's got Moment of Respite he's going to be playing here. Servant of the Sacred Fire. Wait a minute, was that 2 copies? No, Narya was the other one.
No, Narya was the last card.
Yeah. That's a bunch of fierce, fat, red-eye minions down.
So he's on Site 3, and once again, 17 Twilight here.
He's getting closer to his ideal fellowship configuration, though. It's really Treebeard and Horde, Gandalf and Radagast. And so far, he's hasn't seen too much pain from it.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Grand.
Oh, yeah.
Grand.
Why'd he play Grand second? He missed out on
a
token there.
That's weird. He could have gotten one more token on it.
No, it's been errated. It has to be played after a minion's in play.
Oh, to play spot a minion. Wait.
I don't see that.
No, I don't see it on there.
No. Play a minion. Yeah, interesting. He did miss out on 1 token.
Maybe that was a different version that the Players' Council was working on, because I had thought that.
Yeah, that's possible. We went through like 5 different iterations of Grand trying to figure out a good solution for him.
The distinction between support area and not, I think, was pretty cool for Grand, though.
Yeah, I think the most ridiculous parts of Grand were when you were using it to snipe Gandalf's staff or something. Which, just thinking about using a giant, battering ram to knock the sword out of someone's hand is kind of weird. But
it's still one of its most effective uses. You get those key cards.
Yeah. Those artifacts that just can't get killed any other way. Yeah, absolutely.
Or possessions that aren't weapons that are often much harder to discard. I know I always fear Gron discarding Aragorn's pipe.
Yeah.
Being the thing that stops me from being able to just keep walking.
I think it would put quite a lot of pain on dwarves as well. The helms and braces and things of that nature that just prevent wounds.
Yeah. So there's that Servant of the Secret Fire coming out, forcing him to use Advanced Marauder again if he wants to win that skirmish.
Mm-hmm.
It's an exhausted horde now.
The chat
now-
is saying he used Ithelstone
though.
to play his first minion, so he couldn't get a token on Grond. But I'm not sure how that interaction works.
Well, so discard this artifact to play a Sauron minion. Its Twilight cost is -3. Yeah, I'm just not sure why he did that first, though.
Yeah.
Did he have something that made him draw cards and he didn't have Grond in his hand?
I mean, the Ithelstone did, but that would have been before he would have used it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think possibly that maybe he drew Grond with Ithelstone and he already had a plan of what he was going to do and didn't update it after he drew it, perhaps.
Maybe.
Okay, my heart tells me it's used for the first time to heal Treebeard up.
The Ent Horde is hurting right now.
Yeah. The damage +1 coming out from the advanced captain is really hurting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At least they're not all fierce.
Yeah. It's also interesting that like the Faker's thrown down a lot of minion power early to not that much hurt. If Basmelis does pull Radagast, interesting. You might have a chance at making a decent run.
Yeah, if he's just depleted the minion strength.
There goes
So getting rid of the staff is important.
Yeah.
No more cancellations for you.
Can you
Pheasantez in
draw-
chat says that you can't use both Ithelstone and Grond on the same minion. So if it was just a matter of Twilight, that he wasn't going to have enough to play all three plus Grond. I guess yeah, it doesn't matter what order you do it in that case. And since he was planning on using it for Gandalf anyway, an extra token.
Yeah, and that's fair. He was.
Yeah, he got the number of tokens he needed.
He, in fact, got more than he needed, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so Basmelis did stop at the Sanctuary.
Well, yeah, I think his horde being all exhausted was probably too much to handle just yet. All right, so the Faker throws down his own copy of Tale of the Great Ring. Moving on to Site 5. So he's got to either add
Another hides.
This is at the start of the regroup phase, adding 3 threats or letting Basmelis get his first controlled site, which for Dunlin you just need to get to 2, and then your stuff goes from decently powerful to outrageous.
It all turns on.
Mm-hmm.
And here's constantly threatening. Basmelis is definitely behind, but if the Faker wants to keep moving and keep that keep ahead. Oh, another copy of hides. Another copy of constantly threatening. And no minions. Does he just have a nuts hand?
Oh man.
I mean, that support area is looking pretty scary, but the board isn't otherwise.
Even if he only has the one minion, he may well be holding it because it would just get taken out right here. But if he doubles because of the constantly behind, he'd be able to play whatever's in his hand and flood the field.
Yeah.
Once he has a Freka in hand, you've got to spot another minion to get control of the site with Freka, so...
Yeah, and most Dunlin is, only the one wound anyway, so Greenleaf is going to put a lot of pressure, and I think playing nothing stops the double jump more than playing something.
Yeah.
Here's Barlaman pulling out probably another Servant of the Secret Fire. Yeah.
Yeah, Servant.
Another copy of Barlaman.
My soapbox point earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't pull something though. Interesting. So rather than building up his hand, he doesn't want to get too many. He just wants another servant next turn.
Well, he doesn't have a second servant in his discard pile.
Oh, at the moment, is he?
So he could have pulled Wizard is Never Late or Growing Tall, Save from the Fire. But
Not great options if he is
not. Assuming this is his, fellowship setup here.
Well, he's already got 3 in the dead pile and 5 on the field. He can only add 1 more companion over the next.
And it's probably Radagast, right?
Yeah,
I was
probably.
going to say money, I guess.
Now, in regular PC, in regular movie, you'd get that Radagast out ASAP. Just to have
Although,
him on the
was
table.
it Basimelis who was playing the Eagle instead of Radagast?
Oh, it might have
here. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be way here instead of.
Is that
Mhm.
Yeah.
I feel like the Elfman Fellowship is the perfect foil for Dunlin here, with no ability for skirmish, blow up your conditions, blow up your artifacts, and I've got Greenleaf. Or blow up your.
This is definitely about as good as you might hope to going up against Dunland here.
Dunland's trickier than it seems to set up. With Greenleaf especially, you need so much Twilight for hides to work.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When it kicks off, it can be really, really strong, but it's fragile in a lot of ways that, for example, the advanced orcs or besiegers are not.
Interesting to see no Nazguls here at the top echelon of things.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see Dunland in the finals. That's unexpected for me.
Yeah. The Morgul Orcs was the one that got talked about a lot, but in fact, I'm not even sure I saw them at all in the top 8 anywhere.
I don't think we saw any Morgul Orcs
Oh,
today.
I tried. Did not go well for me.
I think the errata to which one was it? The
one that adds threats.
Yeah, the one that adds threats was definitely a big change.
Yeah, it's interesting because in my experience playing Morks, I feel like Destroyer is actually better. Like they'll
I
come
thought so too.
Shooting you down with Legolas, and then it's like, oh, you've played a Destroyer. If I let you wound somebody, you can kill whomever and not just put 1 wound on Frodo.
Him being 3 costs now, I think, is the hurts.
Yeah, that is the sting on it.
So Basimelis has caught up here after the very slow start.
Definitely puts pressure on the Faker to start running, because if there's one thing Ents can do, it's run. So if you're gonna get ahead,
I mean,
interested to see
the Citadel
out of high air.
There's no way there's going to be site control. It's just not.
Oh yeah. You don't even need. Yeah, hides is useless against both of these. You can just take out a fractured.
Yep.
Yeah, this deck is like custom built to take out Dunland. It's. I do not imagine that this is going to go well. And looking at this, I wonder if Basimelis is thinking the same thing, because if he ends up losing here,
the Faker,
fodder?
And so both of his hides are exploding at the end of the regroup phase anyway. And if he puts another hides down, that's 3 exertions because he's going to heal one with he did. Yep. With Elrond.
That's right. Yeah. So the Faker's sitting at 5 cards, which is what you need for Darafin to pop off. So use them or lose them. I think that this is going to be a situation where
I think he has to use them here. Keep Freko alive to control Elsight.
Well, if he can manage it at all, because we have both the Stone Tower and the Citadel of the Stars that's going to kill him immediately.
Oh, that's true.
Just without any kind of defense. So there goes.
But that does take. And yeah, there is a little bit of Twilight for Over the Eisen the fortifications don't do anything if you're against not fighting Gondormen.
Oh, what was this? Wildmen raid. Spot 3 Dunland men to discard a free people's possession or condition. What did he nail? Oh, and that was Citadel of the Stars taken out.
The stars.
And then we have
Yeah.
Sacred
Dust
Sentinels
Cry.
coming out.
Quitting.
Back and forth carnage, destroying each other's support area.
You can prevent 4 wounds right now if Greenleaf tries to go off. But if he prevents all the wounds, he won't be able to assign Freka.
He might just let
As
the
in,
Dunland
it's
Elder take
contested.
the shot here.
It's possible. He's got
Legolas tries to target it.
4
Well, Legolas
Twilight,
passed.
so that's enough to block 2 Legolas.
Interesting.
Yeah, he just lets the Elder die.
But Freka still needs to stop 2 wounds from Gomagil, unless he's got a boost in his hand.
He can oh, he got rid of Over the Eisen.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he could have Burn Every Village in hand, which would change the dynamic. He hasn't played any yet. Oh, Gwahir's in his discard pile. That's interesting.
Well, so he does have the one site that he's controlled. Okay.
Freka gets that there's no hope, and he blows up both of those hides in the regroup.
Oh, he's just gonna Stone Tower,
Yep.
and
there
you
it
can't
goes.
use events. Yeah,
Kaboom.
that's a liberation.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't even matter if the Hillman tribe wins.
Yep.
Yeah, those fortifications really elevate
Yeah.
Elfman on Dunland.
And then here we go. We're gonna.
Yeah, I really dislike those minus vitality fortifications. Just from a design perspective, they don't have nearly the counterplay that most other wound out cards do.
Oh gosh.
Both hides.
Oh no.
Move again. Move again. Move again.
I mean, you should do, right?
Well, doubling here with there's still a constantly threatening in play.
And
It
Basmela
could turn
just
his
drew
Dunland
5
just into a
cards.
swarm.
Yeah, like what's.
There's only 1 hide left in the deck, though. I mean, Legolas takes out Freka.
Oh, here he goes.
Yeah, move. And he has
Oh.
Tail of the Great Ring as well. Like, that's the right call, I think.
Yeah.
You
Over
got
the
this
Eisen and
security
Hides
blanket.
getting played.
Oh, that's true. If he doesn't have a Dunland event in hand, doesn't matter how large a swarm he can put down. Frodo won't be affected.
Yeah, but he probably has a Burn Every Village in
My
hand.
gosh.
Maybe. Although it's a
Daraphin's
large enough swarm, and he could start just putting everything on the rest of them. You know, overwhelm
That
Daraphin,
is
overwhelm
true.
Legolas. You don't need to go for Frodo right here. You can cripple the deck.
That's a good point.
Daraphin is such a sneaky good card.
It's so conditional, but it's so strong when it
Yeah.
in this kind
Yeah.
of matchup.
Grond, what?
Well, in movie especially, you're so encouraged to never let your opponent have initiative. So oftentimes you do have 5 cards in hand.
You know, I'm surprised that he doesn't have a spot requirement. Like, his utility could just be slotted in, you know, like Greenleaf or Son of Hamfest is in.
Yeah,
in many
it's any
decks.
deck. Elder, Freka.
Trying for Freka again.
War Club, hoping against hope that he can take out both Gwemagel and Asfaloth.
You know, that would be a nice,
Well, he has
nice win for him.
Over the Eisen can work right now.
You know, put somebody on Legolas, put somebody on Daraphin.
Yeah, because, like, worst case scenario, Legolas exerts twice to try and shoot down Freka, and you take out 4 Twilight. You've still got 2 left to assign Freka to Daraphin. You can get rid of Daraphin, and then you'll get rid of Arwen's possessions, keep the site.
I don't know. If Legolas exerts twice, I think you discard the hides instead of using the 2 Twilight, and then you use Over the Eisen to get Legolas and Daraphin.
You can still get Frek. There's 6 Twilight. You can still prevent 2 wounds and have enough to do Over the Eisen. Oh, Legolas and Daraphin. Yeah. I'm with
If you discard hides, you can get 2 kills with Over the Horizon twice.
Now this is his last
because
hides,
Legolas is why you need hides, though. Like Legolas and Durfin are the things that make hides important. So killing them at the cost of your last hides, I think is really worth it.
So he's debating whether or not he uses Legolas at all for that reason. Because the Elder can't overwhelm Legolas. Well, neither of them can overwhelm Legolas unless he has a burn every village in hand.
Has he played any of those yet?
No.
Not yet.
Yeah, so there's that Gwei here someone was talking about. The only event he's played so far is Wildman Raid.
He does have a burn every village in his discard pile, though, so he is definitely running.
Oh, it's 2, so there's 2 in his discard pile, so there's 2 left. I mean, if there's ever a time to use the burn every village, it's like getting rid of your kryptonite.
Right, no, 100%.
Yeah. Okay, so Legolas is making him make the choice.
First one's
so first one's Twilight.
Right. Second one's the question.
Yeah.
Like you say, second one should just be the discard of the hides. Nope, he takes the Twilight.
No, okay.
Over the Eisen.
So which one does he
Legolas,
take?
right?
Yeah, he takes out Legolas.
Well,
because
can't
now
exert.
it's true.
Oh, well, this time he won't because Elrond is exhausted, so it won't be until next.
And he's Sanctuary. And depending on the order he does the skirmishes, I can't double move, so you've got to let the Elder die. It's not worth burning the hides here.
He couldn't burn it anyway because she's damage +1 with Gwemego, so...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That would be a complete waste.
That's true.
Lego's toast.
I know, this pause makes me think that Baker's got something up his sleeve.
Well, I mean, he can just make a Gondor person strength plus for no reason with noble leaders, so there is a ineffectual pass if he wants to do it.
Oh, sure, but I mean, he hasn't passed yet. You know, he's thinking about something.
Yep, takes it out. Oh, the 3 threats. I bet that might have been.
Oh, where to put the threats?
It's got to be Frodo, right? Dunlin doesn't benefit from.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Oh,
what?
I did not expect that.
And then there's the War Club taking out both on Arwen.
Wow.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
That just got a lot more interesting. Like,
I so wish we had like a post-match interview with the winners and losers lined up here because I want to ask about that choice.
Get them all.
Baker, what were you thinking? Why did you kill Durfin rather than just putting wounds on Frodo?
Right. I mean, now he's here and we're not. So, like, maybe he's got a plan.
Yeah,
but that seems wild.
We have to see it.
Is he Czech?
Basmelis? I'd have to look that up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that's what
I want to say he's Polish, but
Okay.
I might be thinking of Sempol.
Sempol is definitely Polish.
Yeah, he's got the PL there at the end. One of those Eastern European. I think Czech is a good guess, although I don't want to hold to that until I figured it out. It was on the sign-up form. Way too many things open.
Love the TIE Fighter.
So I've actually got a 3-monitor setup. I have one in the middle and two vertical on either side. So it looks like a TIE Fighter.
Very cool.
Which makes it so that my desktop has only one choice, really.
Basmelis only 15 cards left. With a Reconcile, he has to force a double move here, because if he permits the Faker to move singly to 8 and then to 9, there's no way his Shadow can make it happen. He has to force a double so he can trigger those constantly threatening.
Yep.
But if he gets a second sight, then the other one with the Rohan flag on it, I'm forgetting the name of that card. If he has like a Freka in hand and can keep Freka alive, he can.
Well, which is a lot easier now that Greenleaf's off the table.
Yeah.
The fall could trigger if he has another Freka, but remember, he's only got 13 cards left.
Oh, geez,
How many
yeah,
Frekas
he's
are-
down to 5
Hey.
cards and 8 in his hand.
I think he's only played 2 Frekas so far.
Yeah, 2 Frekas and 3
Yeah.
elders.
There's
I
3
thought-
Frekas in his.
If he plays another Freka, he can get the Elders back
Oh yeah, 3 Frekas.
with Ready to Fall.
So you've got constantly threatening, and then you've got that Nazgul who's eternally threatening.
Expanded.
That Nazgul was probably from Dunland originally.
Yeah, exactly.
He was the king of Dunland before.
I mean, we don't know, right? Yeah, there's 7 of them that we've got no idea about.
No, of course.
It feels like a lot of kingdoms, like 9 kingdoms of men to need 9 rings. Just does feel like a lot. That's something I've always wondered about in the lore.
Well, it doesn't have to be 9 simultaneous kings. After all, the Nazgul become immortal once you've got him up, and it took like 500 years between the forging of the rings and the Nazgul to show up. So it could have been multiple generations of the same kingdoms.
Oh, Basmalis
And
just got a
there
free
is another
double.
elder, sorry.
That was big.
I feel like when Rings of Power comes back on, we should do a weekly stream of our thoughts on each.
I would be
episode.
totally down with that, but there are so many people that would get mad if we did, which
Wait, why?
isn't necessarily a reason to not do
They
it.
might
but-
not like our thoughts.
But get mad because we'd be negative, or get mad because we'd be positive?
Negative because we'd be talking about it at all. There's a lot of people that are not happy with
Oh.
the existence. Of
Unless
Rings of
the
Power.
next PC virtual set is the prequel set from Rings of Power.
If you really want to upset people, that's the one.
Yep.
Just replace all the Galadriel images with the new
I think
girl.
that there's actually some really good first age stuff from that show that I'd like
Can
to
I
use.
pull us back to the match?
Oh, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
happy to talk about Rings of Power after, but
No, yeah.
Faker just pulled maybe a giant
lot.
recovery here. Aragorn, Boromir equipped Last Alliance on the table for Faramir and Aragorn.
But he also gave a lot of Twilight.
It's also a
If
lot of
he wants
Twilight,
to
yeah.
go Elder, that seems to be the move.
Yeah, just like y'all were talking about too. Freka's now down. There's the 2 sites, enough for him to be able to activate Ready to Fall.
All the elders are here.
They're all 12.
Yep,
They're all fierce.
4
They're all
elders.
And
damage +1.
There's
he
only
can
2
still
Twilight.
even-
He's got to use it to put Freka somewhere other than Aragorn.
Yeah, so if he puts Freka on
Probably Arwen.
Arwen,
Yeah.
sorted.
Keep her
Well,
from getting
Boromir.
the strength boost against a fierce minion.
Yeah, like Arwen he isn't going to be running some like event card. He is. We're pretty sure we know he is
Billion.
running an event card. Arwen's stronger.
Oh, finally looked it up.
Has-
Basmalis is actually from the Netherlands. Or at least
Oh.
they're repping the
Oh.
Netherlands. So,
Nice.
Very cool. I like
That's
how
the thing with
international this
England's-
player base is.
oh yeah.
That's great. Oh, Over the Eisen is gone.
Okay.
Well, Secret Sentinel's
Well,
coming
you
out.
can
What
prevent-
a hand to draw. Aragorn, Boromir,
can-
Secret Sentinels, 2 copies of...
Oh, interesting. He's making Aragorn Defender +1 here. He doesn't need to.
Doesn't he?
Well, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Also,
There's 6.
he's got
He
Tail
does.
of the Great Ring.
Freka is going to die to Faramir and those the strength boost off of the noble leaders,
That
He can
seems
prevent
likely.
3 wounds though.
and that will turn all the elders off.
That's true. He can prevent 3 wounds.
Yeah, he's got...
He can prevent 3 wounds.
Yeah, so
He's got hides and 4 points.
And Faramir is not very... Well, okay, you'd make him damage +2. 1 from the token and 1 from the
He can
condition.
still prevent 3 wounds, so Freka's fine.
So unless he's going to exert Aragorn another time here, Frodo's still skirmishing, and Frodo will still be overwhelmed unless he uses Tail of the Great Ring. So I'm not...
And like,
Maybe
there's
he's trying to protect another companion?
And Tail of the Great Ring has been on the table the whole time. If there's a chance that he's kept one of those events in his hand specifically for that card.
He probably has.
Yeah, I lost a match in the group stage to that exact situation of them just holding on to burn every village until I used Tail of the Great Ring.
Yeah, I mean, and Son of Denethor is on the table as well, so Frodo can get up to a 10 if he needs to.
Yeah,
Which one?
if you do the order right for me.
Right.
But you can get a third site controlled if Hillman Tribe wins, which makes it irrelevant if Freka loses.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
All right, let's go. What do we got? Yeah, he's
Yeah,
going to
we
do
got
that.
Noble
Is
leaders
he
going
trying
on
for the
him.
big kill, or
I mean,
I'm so
if he
He only
has
gets one,
some
that they both
one
get blocked.
other trick.
yeah, normal win. He can just spend the Twilight.
Oh, he didn't.
Yep, Twilight. That doesn't change the site.
And now Hides is still on the table. It hasn't been removed.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's
Oh, no.
sacrificing Boromir here. He may as well exert the second time. Go for the win with Frodo.
Yeah, why? Yeah, just take the third site. Why
But now,
use the
Oh.
burn
yeah,
every?
there's the third, and so now
Yeah.
he's not so reliant on Freka either. He can.
Yeah,
Why didn't he have Frodo win, though? Because Boromir's going to take 2 wounds here.
that's an interesting point.
If Boromir was going to die anyway,
Why not?
why not have Frodo win? Even if you don't care about the extra site controlled, getting Hillman Tribe off the table or getting Hides gone.
So here's why he didn't pump up Faramir. He had to use the noble leaders to keep Aragorn from
Frodo
getting.
to keep Aragorn alive.
But yeah, that still brings up the question: why, if Boromir was going to die anyway, why not use him?
Why not have Frodo win? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake.
Well, Aragorn is still Defender plus here, so he can go down with a couple elders.
Yeah, but Arwen's going to die to another, and Faramir is going to take 2 wounds. It's not leaving him in a good state here.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Actually, do you want to do Arwen first, considering that Last Alliance gets worse if she dies? I guess there weren't any thresholds.
I don't know that it
Yeah,
matters.
it's kind of a moot point.
Yeah, this was looking rough for Dunland at first, but
Yeah, they've really turned around.
that's 5
He's got to
people in the
stop.
dead
There's
pile.
no way he survives a double move here.
Oh yeah, no.
So,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
but
Absolutely no point.
that leads us to is Basmel going to try to? But I keep saying
Double
his name wrong.
himself.
Basmelis?
Basmelis? Yeah, I think so. Is he going to try and double over?
Is he going to try to double? Yeah.
Now, Basmelis is... Wait a minute. So Basmelis has 8 cards in his hand. That's it. This is his final
That's
hand.
it. Yeah.
One of them is definitely Burn Every Village.
It's
Yeah.
got
There's
to be.
no question.
Holding that just specifically for...
He's
Delegate.
been sitting on it probably since like Site 2.
Yeah.
So here's Hate coming out. Probably just
I'll
getting out
never
of his hand.
underestimate-
There's no...
Ruthless Dutch.
What was that?
No, I just said never underestimate the ruthlessness of the Dutch.
Oh.
They're very
Like, this isn't horrible for Basmelis at this point, but like whether or not he double moves here or goes for the kill, it's a really interesting question.
I really wish I could see what was in his hand so we could tell, but I think
I
that's going to
know.
make the big difference is whether he's
'Cause I-
equipped.
I mean, he can
Faker's
get
got
at least
5
three-
dead companions, which means he could have 2 more to play and just change the game again.
Can you check the Faker's deck if there were any paths in his discard?
I can only check the discard. I
There
don't
are
have-
no paths in the discard.
Yeah. There's a
Yeah.
Grima, interestingly enough.
Basmelis can play at least 3 elders just based on the Twilight cost of the site and the fellowship that you get, and like that's enough. If he is, as we suspect, holding on to a Burn Every Village, that's game.
Yep. As long as that's true.
Yeah.
But if Faker's, I mean, I can't imagine this is the case, but sitting on Gandalf plus sleep, he suddenly
So-
might be able to just walk.
Looks like the Faker had a Saruman's Power in his hand, which I'm sure he might have enjoyed. But it looks like he discarded Grima at the very beginning, that was just a splash. Got rid of
interesting.
him.
Zorman's power just for. He's got 2 Grimas.
Does he have
Is
2?
it one of each?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right.
no,
There's 2 worm tongues in here.
Yeah,
The
both
same.
Wormtongue.
Yeah, I think he's gonna double. There's Callaghan taking out that orc. There's no reason to do that unless you're gonna.
Yeah,
run.
I mean, I'm with it on this decision. Like, and out of hires.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. This does feel risky to me, though. Like, it feels almost unnecessary.
22 Twilight. I mean,
But it's like someone was saying, like if he has one more companion on the other side or 2, like it's just
Right, and that's the thing. Yeah, it's
and you're not gonna
enough
get
with an
that
horde.
much Twilight.
yeah, that's a defender +1. Oh, 2 hates.
Does he have another?
Has he been holding on to them? No, just.
I mean, he used one last turn, so.
And he used it on Treebeard. Nope, that's all 4 in the discard pile.
And only the troll is fierce, right?
Oh, there we go. So the Faker has conceded. Bismillah has won
The best
round 1.
Other person's deck and their draw. You trust your draw and your play.
That
I'm
was
sorry,
quite
Gus,
the
what was that?
match.
That was really good. I hope the Faker asks for a Fellowship Game next.
That'll be interesting. We have no idea what he's got.
Right? We haven't seen it at all.
Yeah.
But I think the Faker has such an advantage over Dunlop. I really do. I think even though he lost this match, I think he has an advantage over.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just think Bismalis has showed so much versatility in his gameplay that I don't know. My money's on him.
Yeah, I don't think the Faker's Shadow is a good matchup against Ents, though. So even if his Dunland has, if in a better draw scenario, he's got a better shot against the Dunland. I think outside of that Sight 2 Overwhelm, he's going to really struggle to have his roaming orcs deal with.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's so much healing
yeah,
there's so much healing, and then the defender +1, and like plenty of vitality tank, and just generally strong companions that can't be overwhelmed. It's tough. I think that like that very specific situation where the Faker had a perfect hand and killed Basmalis' Sight 2 is like the ideal situation. And like if you're talking about gamesmanship now and you do go movie again, if you're Basmelis, like why not bid 4? He's not he's not going to add any burdens, and then that helps you with the sight control dynamic.
No, that's true with both of them. Either one of them could risk this big draw.
We could see some stupid bids here.
We know there's 1 Nkea in Basmalis' deck. And there's maybe 0 in the Fakers.
Yeah, there definitely becomes some gamesmanship on the bid here, especially because they both know that like if Basmelis goes first, it's a huge benefit to his shadow. Because you like if the Faker goes first, it's 2 wasted turns for Basmelis where Fricka can't do anything.
Yeah, I think the Faker goes first and he starts Greenleaf and Durafin.
That's not a bad call. Switch up your companion set.
Dude, that's interesting.
That's actually good. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be quite the start. You'd have everything you need to make sure that those hides aren't able to pop off. He almost pulled it off. He managed to ditch 3 of them, and then that last one came in clutch.
Away from winning that game, but for that last hides coming down, I really think Elfman has the advantage in this matchup. I think, and especially like you say, a high bid running to 3 with absolutely no fear of a sight control. That's powerful.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Now I'm still.
I don't know though. I mean, if I'm Basmelis in that situation, I probably hold hides. I don't let him discard them as I draw them. I put 3 down at once halfway through the game. You get enough on the table that he can't deal with them all at once, and he may as well not deal with them at all.
You need to get those sites controlled. Like you don't have control over whether you're going to draw Freka or the Hillman tribe guy or whatever. So it's hard to tell when you're going to draw those cards that you need to control sites with.
It's true.
I tried playing a Dunlending side, and it did not go well for me.
Did Brian Fred win?
Let's see. We've actually got most of the wrong thing. I think Brian Fred only ever won in the 2010 championship. Yeah, Brian Fred, Last Alliance, and Southern Archery was what he had.
I thought he won with his Dunland.
Nope.
Is there a Dunland World Championship yet? Has Dunland ever won the World Championship?
Well, there weren't all that many opportunities for it to happen, I think. You had Elvents and Ninja Golem versus Noble Leaders and Sauron Besiegers. And then none of the other ones have been movie. There were Tower Standard, War of the Ring Standard, Fellowship Block. As much as movie has legs for us nowadays, it was a relatively narrow window back in the day. Now there are
a bit of a flash.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying it was a bit of a flash in the pan, like from the format wise in the IRL.
Yeah.
There was a War of the Ring one down the bottom there that had Dunland. Very bottom.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's the runner-up. Sorry.
There was a runner-up and it ran Stupid Swarm in Towers Block.
Oh no, the very bottom of your list: World Cup 5 runner-up, Shadowplay, and Dunland.
Yeah. Okay. War of the Ring Standard. All right. So yeah, it was a that was in 2005. Huh. Well, so it had a shot.
Yeah.
Looks like that's using a wounding deck.
With Manager of Wizards, interesting. In a wounding deck.
It's also interesting that with all the alternate ring bearers you can use in movie, Frodo's the one that really made it to the top.
Yeah, that is interesting that nobody was going for. Well, I mean, Aaron was going for dwarves, obviously, but I haven't seen Boromir or Isildur. They've all gone for the.
But the ones that won are
I think
using
it's
Frodo.
because of how big Easterlings were in the like casual meta, to be honest. Like I had a great like elven telepathy deck that was wonderful against everything except for Easterlings, just kicked its ass.
There was a lot of Easterlings last week too in the group stage.
Yeah.
Well, I
So
say a
I
lot.
think,
I only saw 4 decks, but 2 of
Yeah.
them were Easterlings.
Yeah,
I just
Beasterling,
think
I think Michael Dalton's championship deck.
I just think the threat of Easterlings makes it really risky to play in ARB. It's like even if it's like Easterlings aren't even like purebred corruption, it's like you may have a mechanic for enough burden removal to deal with Twilight Nazgul with an alternate ring bearer or any other corruption, but like the amount that they like want to fight the ring bearer, and then you have to do all these negative things when the ring bearer fights, or weak ass Galadriel against the ring bearer, it's really difficult to deal with.
And they can prevent direct wounding once you hit 2 burdens with those weapons.
Yep.
So that is super
Full arm.
cool. That Michael Dalton deck that you were looking at, that was Tower Standard champion. Maybe I'm thinking when he went to San Diego and he won the San Diego event with Beasterlings. Captain Crunch with the the pole arm and the radier halberd, just it's not fair. Did the players committee edit the halberd so it only plays on a southern now? You can't put it on a fierce Easterling?
Nope, the halberd has not been edited. Instead, we edited Castamere, who was the big usage of it. Part of that's a philosophical thing. It seems to me like we should be able to get those sorts of cross subculture weapons to be able to work. Like that's interesting to me that you can move those pieces around and get them to work with something besides the specific subculture that they were designed for. But we may at some point decide that we're not up to the task. Well,
yeah, I mean, Harry Golding writing a Mumak is an interesting meta thought. And expanded.
Yeah, don't let Mumax be Southron only. Any evil man.
See, that's kind of my feeling about how most of them should be. I think that Decipher got overly burned when they designed the original Flaming Brand, and because it was specifically worded to just say "Bear must be a man," they saw Eomer,
Ranger,
Third Marshal of Riddermark, walking around with these plus his spear and just continuing to dunk on Nazgul, and I think that they were like, man, we need to make sure that these are enforced more, and so they kind of, I think, learned the wrong lesson from Flaming Brand, because yeah, you give it a slightly different spotting requirement and you don't have that problem, and then you have interesting ways of letting it spread out to different cultures even.
I love having elves like Arwen, daughter of Elrond, with a Flaming Brand. Makes me happy.
Yeah. So things like that kind of make sense. Cool. What do you mean I have to be a man to hold a stick? Like, well, we haven't heard from the Faker. He hasn't said anything in here, whether or not what his choice is.
Do we have a direct message option for him?
I've got an email for him, but no, Gemp is kind of limited.
Yeah.
He's still online, but he's not responding.
I wonder if he's stepped away in between.
He knows it's best of 3, right? That was very clear to everyone.
I sure hope so. Oh, okay. There he says. He just says it. PC fodder.
Yes.
Oh, all right. He's bringing
out excited.
Okay, let's get this game started.
Interesting meta choice when you know that your fellowship has such an advantage over your opponent's shadow.
All right, so anybody remember what Pesmelis is running for Fellowship?
Nope.
Wasn't it?
He beat Aaron in the last one, right? So he's got Elves and Men and Moria Swarm. Does that sound right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't he do one of the chokes? Was he?
Yeah, I think he's he starts choky, but he had quite a few companions.
He's got that flexibility
Though,
to go bigger.
I don't think we ever saw him discarding duplicate, so I wonder if, depending on the matchup, he'll play or not play several of those. Stay real choky against like Uruk-hai, but put them all down against a Moria Swarm.
Here we go.
To answer your question, Freffy, it is 1-0. Besmelis has won the first round of the best of 3. This is going into the second. As the loser, the Faker has chosen PC Fellowship to go into. The loser of this match, if Besmelis
Faker
loses,
wins.
Yeah, so if the Faker wins, if Besmelis loses, then Besmelis will get the chance to choose which format to go in. So, Faker wins the bid with 3 burdens to Besmelis' 2 and goes for Bag End Study, which is
I think we're wrong about Besmelis's Fellowship. That doesn't look like what
Yeah.
I was remembering.
Yeah, that might be something else.
I mean, those cards were in there, so
That's true. Maybe
So
he's
Maybe
What's
he's
them
chosen a
flexible for
different.
yeah. Maybe he's switching it around and
but yeah, that isn't what we thought it was.
It's possible he went second in the previous game, so he didn't see his sight one.
Ah, that could be.
okay. So Besmelis is definitely playing Moria, getting set up with that relics. Good to have that
Sneak's a rough
scimitar.
opening play, though. Doesn't have anything in the discard pile to cycle yet.
Yeah, with Sneak, but at least he's got that scimitar now in the discard pile. That can be really rough with Moria when you don't have anything to. You have all these cards that are built to pull those weapons out, and if you don't have them in there, then you're not doing anything.
Yep.
Freffy, to answer your question, isn't it usually when you play a bracket like this that the winner has 2 losses to give and the one in loser's bracket only has 1 to give? Yeah, oftentimes that's usually how it's done. We decided to just do a best of 3, just to round it off, I guess, make it less confusing. So yes, there is an advantage to the person who came up from loser's bracket here. Besmelis has more chances to lose than he would have otherwise. But
I didn't know that was normal, but I quite like that as an idea.
yeah, I mean, if the whole idea of a double elimination bracket is that you have 2 losses and then you're out, that means that the person coming up from the loser's bracket only has 1 chance in the finals, whereas the one who went through the winner's bracket still has that extra loss that they're able to do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. But when I floated the idea, there were enough people that raised their eyebrows that I said, okay, we'll just do a best of 3 then. Oh, here we go. This is the first time that we've seen Sauron Grind coming in at the very end. So we've got the V1 Gaze of the Eye going down to protect his conditions. Orc Bowman coming out. We've got the V1 Orc Ambush Troop, a very effective tracker that scales throughout the game as your grind gets better, and of course can be played on that Site 9.
Yeah. This will be an interesting match. This will be interesting. Hoping the Faker comes back and we get the 3 rounds.
Yeah, here's
just
hoping.
for the sake of honest.
We were just speaking about this because the brand on our one.
Yeah, so if we're hoping for 3 games, then we're hoping that Besmelis loses. Yeah, hoping Besmelis loses.
Yeah, if we want to see a 3rd game.
We're pulling for the Faker.
Have we seen the Faker play Fellowship before?
No.
No.
This is
the grand reveal
He's
of his deck.
Dropping Sauron Grind like it's hot.
He's getting set up nicely. He's got a Bowman and under the Watching Eye already, along with some protection on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not bad.
Yeah,
That's not bad at all.
The orcs died. They're there to exert to get the the conditions in play, to be honest.
And that's a pretty strong Fellowship start from the Faker himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Both Gandalf
Excellent Moria side 4. Shame he's not had any weapons coming up yet.
With Gandalf, well, that always puts pressure on Moria on playing your conditions, knowing they're going to get blown up by sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Balrog Site 4.
Balrog has Site 4.
Oh.
Does he have 2 copies? Because this means that he's not going to be able to pull it out Site 5 if he's only got the 1.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Well,
yeah, that definitely shuts down any doubles. This is the one time.
I can't imagine he doubles against this.
Oh yeah,
right.
The one time that the Balrog follows you, no, thank you. That.
You're right. He could be running 2 copies or 1 of each variety, so that he's always got an option at Site 5.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
He could be running the Cave Troll, and he could achieve the ultimate
Site 5
achievement of having the Cave Troll and the Balrog down at 5.
We did see that in the previous match.
Yeah, it definitely came up before.
When I first started playing on Gemp against D Staley, he did that to me all the time. He'd get the Balrog out with some trolls, and I would just like start crying.
It's definitely rough. But yeah, that Balrog forced to stop. You definitely don't want to see him twice. He only had the one stealth. Perhaps he's got another one that he's holding on to for Site 5, but doesn't have enough resources to stop that Balrog from ripping the Fellowship apart. So,
Yeah.
man, what a stop! That's you don't see
It's
that
really interesting that Faker pivoted. Sorry, that Basmel's pivoted on his starting Fellowship.
I know. And not knowing what he was playing too. Like I definitely
Yeah.
understand that if you face the deck and this is the second of 3, but
Yeah.
I wonder if it's kind of a like defensive versus offensive. He's ahead right now, so this is the more like he's less likely to lose early playing the long game.
Yeah. That's, I mean, considering you're looking at Boromir and Mary, that's kind of
Right.
that adds up.
You know, let's make sure Frodo's alive as we get going. You know, and I'm gonna kind of feel this out because Basmalis has the advantage here of being up a game that even if he loses this one, he then gets to choose which of the 2 decks he faces in the last, knowing what they are.
Exactly, which then he'll, the way that the decks are stacked, probably pick movie. Yeah, it's interesting.
Just shooting everything down. I'm not sure why
He'll
he
start
inserted
with
Greenleaf there.
He didn't exert. It
Bowman,
was a hate that was played by the Faker.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's a healed up Gandalf.
That is the one.
It's fortunate where it is.
Yeah.
That's an
There's the
unlucky
sleep.
call.
Oh, that's a rough
maybe not.
one. And
So
do you have
I think
another
he was
Black
expecting Nazgul here. Look at all these brands that are out here.
Yeah.
I mean, Nazgul has been like the meta of Fellowship PC.
True.
Yeah.
So is there another Balrog?
He's playing a
No,
runner first.
it
No,
doesn't.
because if it's the okay, I was gonna
Well,
say
he would
if
have
it's
to play the
runner to have the Flame of Adun, but
Yeah.
no, it's not looking like he has another one.
No,
Oh my
no.
He's 1 minion short of the
He lost his relics.
the
He
swarm
could've,
potential, yeah.
Yeah. And that Aquea
This
is just
is-
gonna get dunked on. Like there's so many like disposable brands.
Well,
here.
he'd have to discard a brand to do it.
Yeah,
But
but
like,
he's got
why
brands to
didn't you?
spare. Like
Yeah. I feel like if
In
you're
order
the
to
Faker,
ensure the right wins, I think the Greenleaf exerts twice and makes the guard commander die.
oh yeah, we got guard commander
Yeah.
here that can make any orc strength
Ah.
+4 off that Twilight. Maybe that was an
Mm.
intentional move. So he can pull Moria Scout up to 10, pull Goblin Sneak up to 9. That's not enough to get an overwhelm on anyone, but it is enough to win a skirmish you weren't expecting to. Not that it matters because
Yeah.
Goblin Swarm isn't down, so
God command.
but if you want to double move, if you take out the guard commander, you can win all the other skirmishes. There's no wound prevention. One brand will take down MK, clean the table, double move to 6.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's probably
Scout
the
will
bigger-
still be there. He doesn't have any damage +1.
True. So Scout would still, but okay.
And he'd have to burn
Scout-
2 brands to kill. Oh no, he only needs to burn 1 brand to kill NKO.
Yeah, yep,
Yeah,
that's
there we go.
it.
God command is not a very common guy to show up in Moria Swarm. I feel.
He's cheeky though.
Yeah,
He's useful. He's useful in the late game where you've played absolutely everything and you've still got 9 Twilight.
he can be rough
Yeah.
early though. You know, 3 Twilight to use his
Mm.
ability is something you often just don't have until site 8 or 9. And by site 8 or 9, hopefully you've got 12 minions to your opponent's 5 companions. So I don't know.
Interesting.
So wait,
Yeah,
I think I
Arwen
missed
wins
it.
a few.
Did she? Oh no.
Yeah, she
Arwen,
burned the brand.
Arwen burned a brand. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Double
and
You know,
right there.
transferring Vargons over to
Wouldn't yeah.
There's nothing in the support area. You go for it.
The reason you leave the brand on Aragorn is that allows him to go Defender Plus and not die, even though he takes on multiple minions.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, 10 strength is also kind of one of those
Oh,
big
that's
points
rough.
against Morio. Any of your 7 strength minions, you still beat. Whereas 7 strength versus 6, it's good against the scout, I suppose, but that's kind of it. Where that 1 strength makes a difference.
Interesting. So, ditched a red book. So Bilbo didn't come out because is that what he starts normally with that Sight 1? Ditched a Ranger's Sword. He's not seeing Aragorn.
Second guard commander.
Yeah, he's got another commander out.
Or was that what he played with? They Are Coming.
Yeah, I think so.
That,
Yeah, it's still only 5.
but the guard commander can muck with Frodo.
That's true.
But
Aragorn can go Defender +1 here, take the
And
runner and the scout, and be in no danger. Although Legolas is... Yeah. Legolas might die here. No, Aragorn can go Defender +2.
Take the 3
Then he's in overwhelmed territory.
Well, he's at the sanctuary, so
guard commander's the risk. Guard commander can go
That's basically a 6 strength minion sitting here that gets to go anywhere.
Yeah, there's no axes in play, so there's no damage +1 floating about. Or
4 strength. Sorry, not 6.
The odds of having a
he recognized that somebody was dying. He has chosen Aragorn.
You're just gonna murder respect.
I mean, it was Aragorn or Greenleaf, and he doesn't have Aragorn's bow.
Yeah.
Mm.
There's
None of them are fierce.
Armor wouldn't have mattered, but yeah, there's. And that's 2 sleeps in the discard. Does he have more than that?
2 sleeps. So did he say
question?
I mean, 2.
He doesn't have any other Gandalf events, so there's probably not a Barlaman. It's a Rainbow and a Fellowship. If he's running Servant of the Sacred Fire, he may also be running Barlaman.
What happened?
Sorry.
What or what?
Oh. Well, dead Aragorn. All of those wounds are going to get wiped next turn. Let's see. Saga of Elendil and Athelas on Boromir. We have Sting going on Frodo. Frodo's looking very healthy over there at 7 strength.
I'm amazed at the value of Mithril Coat.
Yeah.
No errata. It does 3 things so well and only costs 2.
And, well, 1 usually although...
As you're running that.
There we go.
It's really good against Moria's Swarm because of Scimitar.
Oh, yeah.
And
it's good against Orcs because you get the built-in armor.
Yeah.
And it's good against Grind because you don't take an archery.
It's almost like Mithril is like something cool and good.
It's almost like it's worth more than half of the Shire.
Yeah. Well, the grind is certainly getting going here. We've got 2 Under the Watching Eye, so that's 2 exertions now with every move. We've got Orc Bowman now for 2 shots.
Yep.
1 because of the coat.
An ally or
yeah,
Gandalf
you're right.
and...
Yeah, the coat reduces it by 1.
But still, that's going to be 3 wounds or exertions every move, as long as there's a minion.
Do we know how many Bilbos he's playing so he can start blowing up those support area conditions?
Yeah, that's right.
At least 2.
Well,
we've seen it get discarded and replayed.
But Gaze of the Eye is going to come... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so there's only 2 burdens here, but that's still 2 conditions that are going to be protected against. Bilbo can't do anything unless there's 3 tails.
Yep.
To burn through. And then
he's got 2 in play already. No, he's got 3 tails in play.
He's got Saga of Elendil. He's got Red Book.
Oh, he's got 4 tails in play. There and back again.
And there and back again. All right, so yeah, he's got enough. Although you got to exert
5.
Bilbo.
I didn't realize Old-Breath was a tail. That's true. He can't start hitting them the turn Bilbo comes out.
And there's always a chance. I mean, these are red-eye orcs. There's probably a tower assassin in here somewhere.
If he gets consorting with wizards, that doesn't matter.
That's true.
True.
Though we've watched a lot of games where people have run out of cards or been very close to running out of cards. We're at site 5 and 6, and these decks are full.
Yeah,
Like,
not a problem in this case. Yeah, they're not gonna deck out.
well, but it also means that we don't have, like, it's not the last 10 cards, so you're definitely seeing those things that we've come to expect. Like the random factor is here with how many cards are left in both decks.
Yeah.
Frying pan, that's gonna be huge.
The book Sauron grind is incredibly annoying. Having to exert every time you move, it's a lot.
Yep.
It's honestly more effective than the Nazgul, Black
Blade
Breath
Tip?
and Blade Tip. Yeah, because that only happens at the start of your turn.
Though it does happen before you have the chance to play any healing cards.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But it's not every single time you move.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
So how many sleeps does the Faker have? After he survives this, which he'll probably survive one more, does he have another sleep? That's probably the game.
All he needs to find is that Barlaam Butterbur.
Yeah, I mean, if Gandalf is in here as a splash for that sleep, though, he might not have anything else.
I mean,
that's a lot
you're
to
pretty
dedicate.
committed to that many Gandalfs.
Yeah,
I mean,
if he's
Friend of
got
the
4
Shire Folk
copies
is...
Four
Yeah, he's
copies
going to be a
is lot.
strength 9.
Mhm. Normally, when Aragorn isn't dead.
Yeah, right. I mean, if the way the deck is designed, he's going to be a strength 9 most of the time.
Mhm.
Like, that's a solid add-in companion that also deals with conditions, which are everywhere. So, maybe he's got another, and maybe he's got all kinds of kit for him in there that we haven't seen, but...
Yeah, he has not gone through very many cards. We look at his discard pile, and it's kind of slim, actually.
I feel like that's what it comes down to. Is there a Barlaam or another sleep that comes up?
Yeah.
The answer to that question is going to be very impactful in this game.
Here we go. There's the swarms finally. So getting some of these victories is going to start snowballing. Well,
Without
assuming that
sleep,
Greenleaf
side
doesn't
eight
just
is
mow them all down.
absolutely brutal.
He's gonna have, this is smart. You shoot down. I mean, I'd shoot the other one as well. Exactly. Then there's
Make him
no
choose
stacking.
between those and armories. Yeah.
Yep.
There's not enough points for the commander to do his thing.
Oh, there's not? No.
Yeah, exactly. The commander can burn the Twilight to get 1 wound on Gandalf and stack, or as we saw, and then Arwen's fine.
Yeah, they're both still there. It's going to make a double move here very difficult, but...
Why do you need to double move? You're so far ahead.
No, you don't have to. But if Bas Malus double moves through the Sanctuary, and I don't know that he will...
Yeah, given his current state.
he's in kind of a rough shape right now, but if he catches up with you, you're now forced into the double situation, and you do not want to double move 8-9 against Moria Swarm if you don't have a way of clearing those conditions. He's got the ones he needs.
I have a hard time seeing Bas Malus double moving through the Sanctuary, especially against Grind.
I think what it would require is he would have to play 2 more companions, at least one of them being like a Sam. That's got
I mean, if he drops Pippin and Aragorn, that's 8 more wounds on the table.
Yeah.
And the Faker to not have NK in his hand.
Right.
Aragorn.
Okay. Well, and he's got enough tails that at the very least he's
just playing tails and drawing stuff. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's trying to burn through. It's going to take a few turns.
He's not actually going to remove anything this turn.
No,
but
exactly.
He's burning through all the burdens. And then next turn, if he survives, so we know that he's going to be ditched here at the Anduin Confluence, but he's got 2 more sites. So if
he's got enough in his deck that he may well be able to heal him up.
That does mean he can't double move though, because Bilbo will be ditched.
It's true.
On the other
Unless he's
hand,
sitting
if
on
he's got
another-
a second copy, that would actually be to his benefit, because then he could just clear 2 of them off instead of 1 if he's got a second
That
copy.
is true. Although, like, this is a lot of wounds to run through the sanctuary on.
It's true.
It is.
If he plays one Sauron minion, and he's played more than one, that's 3 archery
Yeah.
now.
And yeah, this guy's yeah. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, because they can spot the exhausted Mary. So it's -1 because of the mithril coat. So I think that's 3 archery.
Yeah, that's a lot. to
Exhausting
skip.
Mary was probably
There's no
not a
way
good
we see a
call there.
double here. No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Memory of Mary. Oh, gets
Discarding
it
Bilbo.
early.
And, yeah, going either way.
He looks so worried in that picture.
He's remembering all the things.
Hey,
Does he have another hate?
One more?
does he have 3 right now? No.
No. But 3 arrows, 2 arrows coming
And he
in.
needs the
Yeah.
third exhausted to boost their strength, doesn't he? Doesn't quite have.
You're not going again on
Oh,
that, though.
There
No,
it goes.
there's no way
He put
he's
it
doubling.
on Frodo, and so now, yeah, these guys are now boosted up to 11. With
That was a mistake.
The
Yeah.
music has been turned up to 11 for Sauron.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, so we
takes
knew
out
that was
Mary.
coming.
Oh wait, if Mary dies, then yeah, you can't spot 3 exhausted companions. So now these guys are right back down to 8.
Oh.
Hobbits is
Maybe that was actually a galaxy brain move.
Yeah, but he's got to stop. There's no way he can
Yeah,
go through
yeah,
on
no.
this.
Not with Legolas exhausted, not with no tools available to take care of. Some
He'll
of those.
he'll almost exert out just from the end of the watching eyes, and then the archery is going to start. Well, I mean, I
Uh-huh.
suppose he could put on the ring.
Yeah,
but-
he does have Isildur's Bane, so that's 5 archery that can be absorbed, but no more.
Not enough.
It's time
True.
for Moria to have a chance here.
Yep.
Can the Faker survive the Moria Swarm?
Well, he only needs 5 orcs
He only
to be
needs to
able
get
to
5
stop
to
him.
stop him. Yeah, so
There's no triple happening for Basmalis. It's
yeah, probably
just
not.
can Basmalis kill the Faker either
Yeah.
at 8 or 9 is what it's
Yeah.
come down to.
He probably doesn't stop him even if he drops the 5.
Even if he doesn't play 5, why do you double move? Like, it's not a Riverside 9, so Boats isn't in play. Sorry, it's not a Riverside 6, so Boats isn't in play.
Yeah.
We've seen
Uh,
Goblin Sneaks, but we have not seen Underdeeps of Moria from Basmalis.
I don't think he's running it.
I think he's just using the sneaks to prop up his deck and make it bigger, rather than trying to do any particular combo with it. Ditches a Bilbo, an armor, and a frying pan. So yeah, I think Basmalis has given up on his fellowship side, because those are all
Yep.
useful things
Yeah.
to have.
Well, the frying
problem
pan's
is
not useful right now.
Clean front
Yeah.
with frying pan. That's really.
That's true.
really
Yeah, frying pan's
disheartening.
not getting you anywhere. Never mind.
Because you can hand off an item, but you can't just discard one on a whim.
Yeah. No, good point. There's the second armory. I think that's all 4 armories now that has been in
Oh.
the field. Yep.
2 in the discard pile.
Still got cards to throw away for their coming as well. Relics is in place to pull the other scimitar.
13 points here.
7 cards in hand. Oh no, sorry, 5 cards in hand.
5 in hand.
1 use of They Are
3 of those
Coming.
could become a minion from They Are Coming.
Yeah. Well, 3 of them could, and then he could use Relics of Moria to pull another scimitar, and draw
Yep,
another.
draw a card. Oh, and then get another They Are Coming if... Yep.
That's what he's doing.
He tossed the scimitar, Bilbo,
And the other Bilbo.
and Son
a
of
salmon.
Hamfest.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm.
Interesting choice.
So we're at a
So
point where
now,
Frodo is
yeah.
skirmishing. If
Now
he
he's
can keep
able to-
going.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
They have it. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
This is probably not a kill site for Frodo.
Where's the
Although it
sounds?
could.
Gandalf
no.
gets to cancel 2 skirmishes.
Yeah, Gandalf can cancel 2 skirmishes, but there is one more minion than companion. And Frodo's only a 5. He's got the frying pan though.
and
So
they
if
have
he-
the Goblin armories.
Right, but if Frodo takes the runner and the warrior, I don't think you put the runner on Frodo here. I think you go for an overwhelm on or probably on Arwen.
Yeah, Gandalf is gonna. Yeah.
Because
Gandalf's
Frodo's just going to
fine.
exert to kill. You don't have enough armories to stop him.
Yep.
So if you put the warrior on Arwen for the
there it
overwhelm,
goes.
yeah, there you go.
Frodo
And
has
Gandalf will cancel the skirmishes. He'll be fine. Or he doesn't even have to.
Okay, so bring it.
Yeah,
Okay,
up to his vitality limit.
got it. Oh my gosh, you guys predicted it right.
Mock knows what he's talking about.
Oh,
He was in spot number 9. He almost made it.
So close.
really? Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Have I ever expressed how much I hate strength of schedule?
Yeah, it was a 4-way tie, and
I would have much rather played one more round with just the 4 of us. But yeah,
Aw.
it was hard to see that, especially because the person who ended up in 7th I had beat 2 rounds earlier. It's just like, oh man, but like
Yeah.
he
Ah,
faced better
that's
opponents than me, and that's understandable. But I would have much rather, even if I then lost and was still in this position, because I'm having a blast today, would have rather played it out to see whether we made it through. That's just a general complaint about strength of schedule as a system.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of minions stacked on Goblin Swarms.
Did he even use the site?
You can see,
No.
I don't think he did.
Why did he?
I don't think it matters. I mean, there's no way.
Oh yeah, I
You're
guess
not gonna
with
double-
Cave Troll there, yeah, that would be suicide with 3
Oh,
guys.
I
ready to
actually
jump
don't-
Out.
He didn't have 5 orcs. He had 4 orcs and a cave troll.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yep.
you're right.
Well, it doesn't matter. It looks like he chose to stay behind. So, because
Yeah,
with,
I mean-
with that troll on the table, yeah, you can't risk that. Not with only 2 companions.
If Gandalf can heal and he has another sleep, he could still pull this out next round.
Yeah.
But if he moved right
Yeah.
now, he would 100% get overwhelmed.
There's some more
How many
vitality.
companions does he
Yeah.
have in the dead pile? Because there could be another companion hiding in his deck somewhere.
Yeah, he's only got 3. He probably does have more companions.
Oh, you're talking about?
I don't
He
think
has to
we've-
get Boromir, son of Denethor. That's the thing he has to draw.
Yeah. Boromir still.
Well, Narya, that's the game.
He's going pretty ranger heavy here. I don't know that Son of Denethor is the Boromir he'd be running. I bet he's got the not overwhelmed unless they're tripled. If he's running a Boromir at all. But I feel like we haven't really seen the Faker's Fellowship here. Kind of looking through the discard pile, I mean, it's some equipment
Yeah.
for the people who have died. We don't have a good concept of the rest of what was there. Too many cards unplayed.
So there and back again is discarded because the Orc Assassin is there. So gotta make sure that
Yep.
the Hobbit wins. Alright, Aragorn with his sword, yeah, is able to knock that out. Frodo is able to beat the assassin but not kill him. And Quaya takes a
Thing
hit.
does
and then
lots
I
of
think-
wonderful things, but it's not damage +1.
Yeah. Yeah, and then put another hit on Aragorn. He's got the vitality. Sting.
So just
checking
to be
see what he's
clear-
got.
If Basmelis wins this game, he's the world champion, yeah?
He is.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
look at that.
He just checked his hand to see whether or not he was
Yeah,
going to
so
be in good shape.
that's kind of an awful
Yeah,
hand for the
that-
Faker. He's got 2 copies of Aragorn, a copy of Gandalf, and an Athelas. Well, I guess the Athelas comes in handy, but the 2 copies of Aragorn are not a help.
Yeah, and Boromir is nice, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, he's got... Basmelis has the setup here.
Yeah.
And
He's
he's running the
running the
red orc
track.
trackers. I don't...
So you can get a couple
The Faker looks like he's gonna win.
He
Right?
only has 2
No.
in his discard pile, but yeah, he's...
It had to be a sleep. Sleep was the only out.
But I mean, or just a slew of companions. You know, if he had Defender +1 Sam and 4 other companions sitting to just drop in, it might have been okay.
So this is an interesting investment. He spent 2 with Foul Things to pull out a 3rd copy of the Armory from his discard pile.
Because it will
So that
pay
he can,
off.
Yeah, so that he can
when he
squeeze out
plays.
as much Twilight as he can using relics.
With the frying pan there too, the extra armor is going to be big. Like, he's got to go for a Frodo Overwhelm, and Frodo can exert 4 times. So 3 armories.
He can stack runners at the bottom of his deck right now with the sneaks.
Yep. And as long as he can, because he can then draw the cards with. If the Faker has paths, he's probably fine. Otherwise, this has got to be game.
Yeah.
Yeah, paths and frying pan can do it, but if he doesn't have paths...
Well, on the other hand, so we've got 2 exertions from Boromir, that's +6, putting him at 11, which means you need a total of 22 strength to take out Frodo.
There's pretty beefed up goblins.
He can take out a handful with the frying pan. Like,
Well, if he exerts 4 times with the frying pan, you'll take out 1.
it's at least
Yeah.
one.
Oh,
4 exertions to take
Yeah,
out
come-
1. And then... Yeah,
And then
if
you need
Burdens-
22.
I think you're right. If there's a paths, then that clinches it.
Yep.
It
Yeah,
all comes
if
down to
Faker's got
whether or not he's
paths. Then
Dude,
this
it's
is
still about to play a couple more trackers. That hasn't happened yet.
Oh no!
Shit.
I don't think that
Oh,
really
there we
go. Yeah, here's
There
the
we go
trackers.
with the ambushes. Oh, that's
Well, and importantly, those are all 2 wounds. There are potentially enough 2-wound minions here that the Faker cannot assign. That means he would need 2 paths for this to play out.
Oh, there it goes. The Faker's conceded.
oh my gosh!
All right,
Oof.
Basmelis,
World champion.
world champion.
Congratulations with that swarm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Beautiful, classic
Epic.
way to end a fellowship-related format there.
If you haven't already decided on the card you're going to choose, I'd like to persuade you into making Katura create a long bottom leaf.
Oh, Basmelis wants to jump on.
Yeah, jump on, man. Come on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'd
I
absolutely love
told
to.
I told you that Basmelis was gonna win,
You were right.
and I was.
Your prediction was correct.
I told you before this started. You guys are welcome to consult me from premonitions of future events.
You got lottery numbers.
We're just waiting for him to hop onto Discord, and then we can give him our congratulations in person, as it were.
The world champion.
First
Oh my
one in how
God.
many years?
Better part of the
2010.
decade, I believe.
2010 was the last time that anything semi-official happened, and even that was ran by the Star Wars CCG Players Committee. So the last pure Lord of the Rings Worlds was in 2007.
What do you
Is
mean
that
Star Wars?
almost- Yes. Zappaz Malice, as he joined our chat.
Someone's here.
If that is you, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh.
And they're gone.
Might be having mic issues. I had that myself this morning.
Yeah. So the first true world champion in over 15 years. Love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hopefully many more. Like, this is significant. As much work as goes into it, it's significantly easier than trying to organize a in-person event. Is that it? Is that Basmelis?
Yes, I think I'm here.
Awesome.
Congratulations, man.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks all.
2023 World Championship. How does it feel?
Oh, pretty good. I've won I think the most games that you can win since I lost the second match. So I had to win all the fellowship rounds.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I haven't skipped a single round. So I'm quite tired now. But
oh yeah, I can imagine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
Yeah.
rounds, but there were 2 games here. So yeah, 7 games in a row, back to back.
well, at least it wasn't 8. So that's
it was quite the impressive comeback when, after the Faker had that perfect hand to take you out in your first match.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. I made a bunch of Twilight, and then he just killed me on side 2, which was incredible. So, well, good job for him doing that.
What an amazing comeback, though. Having that happen to you, and then managing to fight your way all the way through the lower bracket. Yeah, that's quite the story. At some point, we'll have to go in and try to just maybe do a stream just following your games or something, just to get that whole story on paper or on a video. Because it was.
Yeah, sure. I'm up for it. I'd love to jump in and comment on my games.
Have you given any thought to what you want the 2023 promo to be? You don't have to answer right away if you want to have some time to think about it. I mean, I know that it's.
Well, I didn't have a lot of time to think about that at all.
For sure.
I'd like to discuss that, of course, to see what.
Yeah, definitely. I'll send you an email with the details. But the idea is that you'll get to pick any card you want. We can pick any image. We can make it a full art if you want, or a masterworks, like whatever. Like it's up to you, and then we'll brand it 2023 World Championship, and we'll hand it out to everyone that participated. So give it some thought.
I did have one idea that I would dress up like one of those Dunland guys. And take a picture of myself. Make a Dunland guy out of me.
Put yourself into the game. Truly immortalize yourself.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Pretty appropriate considering you were running the Dunland. So I like that.
Do we still have that other screen up? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, your Dunland did pretty good. We were definitely interested to see whether what the second choice would have ended up if you had ended up losing this match, and then the Faker and then you'd have to pick which format to go into for game 3. Which one did you feel stronger?
I think movie, because this Sauron Shadow, I can't really discard a lot of conditions with his fellowship. So. And he has Gandalf, a Sleep Garatras, so it was just... and also a frying pan.
Yeah, he's got all sorts of stuff ready to take out Moria, and so that's a good point. Like, you've got your Bilbos, but that's about all you had to knock out.
Yeah, I'm quite experienced with Moria, so even if he had had a Sleep Garatras, I would have also bring those 3 orc ambushers from the discard pile, and they quite make the difference.
Yeah.
That's a really nice inclusion in the Moria Swarm.
As soon as the troll dropped, we were like, okay, well this went from really bad to worse, and then when the 3 ambushers came out, that's 2 vitality, the frying pan can't burn through them. Yeah.
Yeah, and also it would take them 2 power according to their stature to eliminate them all.
Yeah.
Which could happen. He could have had those, of course, but And if he had him, the cave troll would have won in the free skirmish, hopefully.
Yeah. He would have needed quite a bit more just to escape that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I did make a erroneous error though this game. When we started, I thought that he was playing the prancing pony because the sides look a lot alike.
Oh no!
Not the original prancing pony, but the other one. So
we were wondering why your starting fellowship changed.
So I
Yeah,
started
we
very informed here, and then find out, I can't I can't find Aragorn, which is quite a problem. So it's quite funny that I actually managed to win this one. During the whole game, I was like, where is Aragorn? Where is Bilbo? I can't do anything. He's playing two sleep Caradhras, I'm dying. But
it didn't look that way from our perspective. We thought that it was kind of I don't know, it looked like a good play to me.
Yeah, if you rewatch this piece of the stream, you'll have a whole conversation around like how clearly you've thought this through and changing your starting fellowship. And
no, it was just a mistake. Honest mistake though. That side wasn't even that bad. You can even find another till. But if there would have been game 3, I would have gone for a movie, and I thought about it. I wanted to bid 0 Twilight for the 0 burdens for the second game, and then 4 in the third game to see if I can go first and get him with my Dunland. I tested quite extensively against that Elven Gondor deck, so I felt quite sure about being able to beat that.
Yeah, jumping up to 4 burdens and going first with Dunland, I think would have been huge, because we were talking about how big of an advantage it was that the Faker was able to keep you from getting any controlled sites until after site 3. That was that would have definitely flipped the whole script. Like, your Dunland still came out on top, but
yeah, I also played one of those events that was able to discard a condition to. Well, I saved it up from like site 3 or so to get rid of the Citadel of the Stars. So.
Yeah, we saw
those
that.
cards.
The Wild Men raid. That was good.
Yeah, I had one of those in my deck just for this occasion.
Just one.
Well, it could have been worse. If they play 6th level, it's even way worse.
Yeah, but this is more of a hybrid elf man instead of a pure knight deck that would include something like that.
Yeah, for sure. My worst nightmare is, of course, Elendil, but I can't do anything about that guy.
Yeah,
nobody should be him. Yeah. Not just Narsal, but just liberating sites on a whim.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, congratulations. This has been quite the marathon today. It's been 5.5 hours since we started, so it was quite the gauntlet. Congratulations. Give some thought to your to the prize of what specifically you want to do, and we'll send you some instructions on what all you need to choose. Also, think about your deck box. So the way that the deck boxes work is that we've actually got they're configurable, right? But only the ones. So you'll need to give some thought as to which 2 cultures you want to show up on here. I would suggest picking one of the ones from your decks, but that's totally up to you. So we'll send you more instructions on that. But so you'll get the plaque, you'll get the sealed booster box from Card Game Geek, and you'll get first choice of the T-shirts, the deck box, and then you'll get to pick those promos, and we'll get some physical versions printed out and send it to you. So
yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, when I last summer holidays, I started to play Lord of the Rings with my wife, and then after the holidays were over, I thought, well, this was fun. Let's see if I can ring up my old Gemp account again, but I wasn't able to. I sent you a message to reinstate my account and get me a new password. And then I just figured out at that day, wait, there's a championship going on, so let's try and win that. That's fun.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, try to win it. Let's try. But let's go and win that. Not because of the prizes, because it's just fun. I love this game. I played it during my youth, and I played a couple of World Cups, which were a lot of fun. And I still have a bunch of cards at home, and I built some cubes which I can draft with some of my friends.
At some point, we need to put better cube support here into Gemp. Although the digital nature makes the boosters pretty easy, but it would be good for prototyping and letting people figure out what a good cube would be for the physical version. But
yeah, if you had a good list for what it would be, something that people could then like invest in just those cards instead of everything.
Yeah, I could make a deck out of my cube.
yeah, we got a few
that's
cube drops
possible.
that we could use more information on, because those are always good, I think, for the sealed ecosystem is drying up, and it's difficult to buy that stuff anymore. So
yeah.
well, thanks for coming on, Bismelis. Congratulations again. I think the last thing that we're gonna do before we close the stream here is that we've got those five last things to hand out. So let's go ahead and spin these wheels a few times and get people their last few door prizes, and then I think we'll all go take a well-deserved break.
I'm going to take this opportunity to duck out now, but it was great. Well done once again, and I'll see you all in the game hall.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks for it.
Thank you.
All
All right, Solaris gets one of the last Card Game Geek vouchers. And for
Said Solaris. Neargrave?
Yeah, that was Neargrave. And the last DGMA t-shirt goes to Jonic, it looks like.
Batted.
Didn't get your t-shirt, Balrog.
Always next year.
And looks like Kyle is gonna get the skilled batch. So he gets the big batch of it's like 5 booster packs or something from
Nice.
skilled stuff that he gave up. So congratulations on that.
If any of the folk who are winning sealed content here decide to open them, and I'm not advocating that you should necessarily, but I'd love to see a YouTube clip or something of that going. It's been a while since I've seen any of this stuff actually open in person.
Oh yeah, you guys should definitely record it. All right, and then the last voucher goes to that's Daisugaman, I believe. So we'll get that closed, and then the very last one is we have a Battle of Helm's Deep booster pack that has lasted all the way to the end. So last spin. Wait a minute, Jonic just won something. Oh no, it goes to Lucas. All right.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Lucas.
All right, so that's all the prizes handed out. I will be sending out an email to everybody that won something to make sure that we get your addresses all situated. I will be contacting all of the top 8 players here to make sure that your prizes get sent out. I will actually be partnering with Card Game Geek. I will be sending all the Europeans their stuff in one big box, and then Card Game Geek will be distributing it there to within the EU. And then I will be handling the same thing in reverse. He will send me the prizes that are going out to anyone here in the Americas or anywhere else, and I will handle the shipping from here. So that'll probably be, probably a couple months before everything is all situated and sent out. But we will keep in touch, and we'll make sure that everybody has all the information they need. But yeah, congratulations to everyone who won. Good job, and to all the people who competed. I'm glad that we were able to have this event, and I'm hoping that next year we can do the same thing. If you've been looking at any of this, any of the commentating or the streaming or the just the event in general, and you feel like you want to get involved with the Players Council, we're always accepting volunteers. So just come sign up and help out. Like there's always more that we can do. We just need more people if we're gonna get more done. So thank you to everybody. We'll close the stream out now.
Thank you for running this.
Thank you.